Good morning. As those that are continuing to join us, my name is Dr. LaShannon Spencer, and I am the Vice President of Government Affairs here at Morehouse School of Medicine. It is truly an honor to be able to welcome you to the third annual Dr. David Satcher Global Health Equity Summit. This summit's theme, the quest for global health equity, a global perspective. And it's inspired by Dr. Satcher's book, Quest for Health Equity. Dr. Satcher's life and in his entire body of work speaks to his keen understanding of the quest for health equity, as it is truly a global health equity mission, one that looks to leverage the best of what we've learned in the fight for health justice here in the United States and towards the end of promoting health equity globally. Last evening, if you were not there last evening, you truly missed a treat. Last evening, we reflected together on the meaning of health equity, the principle of giving people what they need, when they need it, and the amount to reach their highest level of health. And last night, I gave that quote to recognizing Dr. Montgomery Rice, who you will hear this morning. But also last evening, we closed with such a powerful reminder through music when Dr. Graham was talking about Kirk Franklin's song, Bless Me. That song is a melody. It calls a call of prayer, a call of declaration. Those lyrics actually capture a collective yearning for blessing, protection, and renewal, not just for ourselves, but for our neighbors and the world we serve. It reminds us that equity is not only about data and policy, but it's also about the spirit and dignity and the human desire for wholeness. You are truly in for another treat today. And once again, I welcome you to Morehouse School of Medicine and welcome to a day of dialogue, collaboration, and commitment to advancing global health equity. It gives me an honor again to be able to welcome to the stage Dr. Graham. Let's give Dr. Graham a round of applause.
Thank you, Dr. Spencer, and it's good to see you all and good to get started today. I'm going to add a little bit to the definition of equity because after you get what you want, all that you need, when you need it, and in the amount that you need to reach your best level of health, that allows you to fulfill and achieve your God-given purpose in life. And in addition to all that, it includes having the education and knowledge to know what you need and the safety in a space to be able to articulate what you need. So all of those things are what we want to cover during this day. I'm going to introduce Dr. Montgomery Rice, our indomitable president, who has made equity and now health justice part of the core mission of Morehouse School of Medicine. It is the reason I'm at Morehouse School of Medicine. I want to work on equity and health justice in my remaining time. And she doesn't need that much of an introduction. I could go on, but I want her to be speaking. So please, Dr. Montgomery Rice.
Thank you, thank you. I love when people repeat what they've heard based on what they're learning and what they care about, giving people what they need, when they need it, and the amount they need to reach their optimal level of health. Now, Dr. Akintobi is in the audience, and she would probably chastise us a little bit about the giving part. And the giving part is because we always talk about what does it mean to empower people. Where's Dr. Akintobi? I know she's here. I'm trying to get it right. I'm trying to understand how to be more culturally humble and understanding that sometimes you actually shouldn't have to give people what they already have, what's already theirs. But you should use your resources to ensure that you remove the barriers for them to capitalize on the opportunity. And so when we started talking about health equity a long time ago, I mean, literally it was 13 years ago when we developed this vision statement of leading the creation and advancement of health equity. And it was clearly inspired by the work of Dr. David Satcher. And when we were there in the countless number of meetings we had about strategic planning, I remember the researchers saying, where do we fit in with health equity? You know, those basic science researchers, you know, those nerds who are in the laboratory and they work on cells. They're at the cellular level. And as a clinician scientist, I was able to say to them, when I was working on tumor necrosis factor and trying to figure out its impact of ovarian cancer, what my advisor said to me was, I need you to go find a picture of a woman who has ovarian cancer. And I need you to put that at your lab bench so that every time you sacrifice one of those mice or you're doing that cellular work, you understand the reason why you are doing this work. What's the reason for my purpose of being in that laboratory and doing those experiments over and over and over again? And when you begin to understand that journey, and when you begin to appreciate the sacrifices that are made at multiple levels, you begin to understand this quest for health equity. And it is a quest. It is about how you create these opportunities, co-create these opportunities, right, Dr. Akintobi? Co-create these opportunities for people to reach their optimal level of health. And 12 years later, when we were redoing the strategic plan, probably for the third time, we do a lot of strategic planning around here. And when we thought about the picture of the three people standing there at the fence, you know, the short one, the medium height one, the long one, the tall one, and you give them the boxes and they stand on the boxes and you're thinking about what's in the box. But the fence is always there, right? And the question comes up, what if you didn't have a fence at all? What if there was no fence there that someone had to look over, that you had to worry about getting a box for them to stand tall enough to look over the fence? And that's where the justice comes in, guys. And in this day and time, we need people to be removing the fence, okay? We got to remove the fences. What we've shown at Morehouse School of Medicine, we can put a lot of things in those boxes. And we can make people taller, stronger, highly educated, highly credentialed, highly competent, highly informed. But if we don't begin to remove those systemic barriers, then they will not achieve their ultimate goal of optimal health. And so what I am so excited about is what's going to happen over the next 6 to 7 hours here. Well, we're going to be able to honor our Dr. beloved David Satcher in a way that combines public health, policy, and global health equity. And we're going to hear from those who are going to talk to us about their journey. But we also are going to hopefully partner through and think through solutions. My team knows that I said we don't need another study to tell us about disparities. We don't need another study to tell us about the demographic challenges where you work, live, play, and pray. We know that that zip code does determine your outcomes. We know that there are access challenges. We know that we need to be included and more inclusive with clinical trials. We all know that. What we need to focus on are solutions. And every time we focus on this journey and solutions, we need to pull others with us. And that's our trainees, our learners. They need to be here side by side with us, understanding how they remove those fences, how they understand it is not just enough to be scientifically informed. You must be able to translate that science into knowledge, knowledge into wisdom that only comes from going through the experience, having the journey. I'm so proud of the fact that in just 2 years, this Dr. David Satcher Global Health Equity Institute has started to make its impact. Dr. Satcher talked to us all the time about what you would do in that minute, remember? He talks to us all the time about not being complacent. He talks about there's much work to do because what we are seeing is that we are not just isolated here in the United States. Everything that we do touches the rest of the world. So I was very excited when Dr. Barney Graham agreed to take on this role after having such a stellar career to continue to work with us in the Satcher Global Health Equity Institute and his entire team. And what I liked about when he was thinking about this, what he wanted to do at Morehouse School of Medicine and how to pull this together, he went on his own listening tour. And he engaged, and he partnered. And he didn't just come there with all the knowledge, which he has a lot of. He came there to listen to learn, because he understood if you listen to learn, you learn to include, if you include to grow, you will then have impact. And that's what this Satcher Health Equity Institute is doing. So I am excited for you all to be here. I welcome you to the Morehouse School of Medicine. I ask for you to be fully engaged. And most importantly, I ask you to leave here with a new relationship that will extend beyond your time. I want to acknowledge Dr. Bailey, who's ProMetra. Where are you, Dr. Bailey? Yes. Our global partner around the globe. Dr. Ndosi cannot be here, but he is our partner. And you all, that relationship began way before I got here at Morehouse School of Medicine. Dr. Floyd and Dr. Kofi, I think you heard about Dr. Kofi last night probably. They've been nurturing that relationship for years, the work that we've been doing with HIV. And when I first got here, they were enthralled with this opportunity of what had happened in Senegal and how long time ago, 20 years ago, there was work that was done with what we call now MOMO 30 to really address HIV and the crisis. And I remember the team coming to me, and people come to me with all kind of ideas, and they told me about these women who had come to this village, who had drank this tea, and they had been healed. And I was like, okay, yeah, and okay. And I kept listening. And they started to share with me the science behind it. But more than just the science, they showed me who the people were behind it. Dr. Badosa and other global healers and traditional healers, traditional healers who also had MD degrees, but understood that there's an integration between traditional healing and traditional practices that really have informed, right, our contemporary practices, and how they had created a discipline that was built on a foundation of trust. And so I am just so excited that Dr. Satcher really gave me the courage to really believe in the globalness of what was possible in our relationship. And we've continued that relationship and identified that protein that was in that tea, that is the active ingredient that now we have patents, et cetera. And I look forward to that continuing to be a way that we extend global health equity to all that we care for and touch. So I'm excited about today, and I look forward to our keynote presentation and the ability for us to continue to extend our impact. Thank you. And Dr. Graham, I think you're coming back.
I'm going to introduce Dr. John Nkengasong, who we're fortunate to have here with us today. Dr. Nkengasong has had a long and distinguished career. You can read more about the details if you get the QR code off that banner in front of the building. But he has worked at the CDC with Dr. Satcher. He then became the founding director of the African CDC, where he worked and lived in Kigali, Rwanda for a few years. Then he took over to be director of the PEPFAR program, probably one of the best and most important treatment programs in history, saving more lives than any other program in history. And now has a new position as an executive vice president with the MasterCard Foundation. So he's going to be more involved in education, philanthropy, and so he's done all of it, from basic research to administration to global health to and now philanthropy. So we are very fortunate to have him here. We're looking forward to his talk, and Dr. Nkengasong, take it away. I also just encourage you to go look at that bio, because it includes knighthood from at least 4 African countries, Senegal included. So please, there's a whole list. The Virchow Prize for Global Health, and on and on. So please look at the bio.
Good morning, all. Good morning. Like to hear the energy, the kind of energy that we had last night. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, that is the energy. I think, let me, first of all, say that I'm very nervous. If I look nervous, it's because I am nervous. Dr. Montgomery Rice and Spencer gave my talk. I think the easiest thing to do was to just say thank you so much, Bernie, and thanks for inviting me, and I'll see you next year, but I will try. So let me start off by thanking you, Bernie, for inviting me to since June or so, is that, or even earlier, we were all battling with, can you commit to October? And I'm like, Chima, first of all, Rich, I said, I don't even have my calendar in October. I have a new job, and I don't even know what I'm doing at this job, so I can't commit. But because the topic that was offered to me, the topic of this conversation was so dear and close to my heart, I gave it a thought, and I had to move things around to attend. And I must say that when I left the Biden administration on January 20th, in my capacity as ambassador at large for the PEPFAR program, I declined all talks. I sat back to reflect on my own journey, and especially what I have learned in the 3 years working in the Biden administration. So this is the first outing that I have made. So if I say certain things that are not appropriate, and I mean, assume that this is someone who has been away for 9 months in his own personal reflection. So let me then recognize my wife, who is always with me. You will never do 30 years in Global Health without your wife or your spouse. And Bernie, yesterday you inspired me by recognizing that you will not do what you are doing without your wife. And I wanted to be sure that my wife knows that I would never be able to have done my 30 years journey without her. But also importantly, another lady who is very dear in my life. Our daughter is somewhere there hiding. And she finished work yesterday at the State Department, took a late night flight and said, I have to be there at the talk that day, and arrived late at night. And the time I went through a series of hearings, in the hearing, she would fly from London back to the United States to sit behind me to support me. So I really want to recognize her and thank her for the support. Yeah. And at that time, the hearings were very civil. I mean, you answered the questions, you were constructive. When I watch TV these days, I see how combative the hearings are, and I wonder if that is the same seat that I sat and humbly and respectfully answered the questions to the senators. So what I wanted to do is to be faithful to, I hope to, so forward or backward is. Oh, just the white one. Okay. So, again, a lot has been said about Dr. Sacha, and my own journey in Global Health started with my meeting with him in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire, where the US CDC had started a program there, and they advertised a position in the Lancet. I was at the Institute of Tropical Medicine in Belgium, working with Peter Piot, and I saw in the Lancet that they advertised a position for a virologist to lead the lab, the CDC labs in Abidjan. So I applied. They brought me, then what you see on the right-hand side there is the lab that they showed me. So that is how equity and global health at times can look like. They said, Alan Greenberg, who is standing behind or next to Dr. Sacha, said to me, I see a dilapidated building, but I also see the future of a state-of-the-art virology. What do you see? And I look at him like, no, this is not the lab that you advertised in the Lancet, but I'll take it. Yeah. But fast forward, Dr. Sacha, you can see him behind, was the director of CDC at that time, flew to Abidjan, and we were inaugurating the lab. On this side is the Minister of Health of Cote d'Ivoire. I was showing him through the lab what we plan to do, and you can't believe what 30 years has done. I'm sure that people don't believe that I'm the one standing there. So you kind of grow, okay? You grow in your career and you grow in your age. So I wanted to do 3 things this morning. First of all, do a personal reflection of what is global health and global health inequities or equities. Then very quickly, not discuss, very quickly run through some of the achievements that global health have noticed over the last years. And then do a segue with the challenges that we have in our hands and then really discuss what I call a global health at a crossroads in a troubled world that we live in today, and what can we do together collectively to preserve global health, because global health cannot fail. So the two concepts we are dealing with is global health and inequities, very complex concepts then. Someone I respect so much, Dr. Copeland, another former director at CDC, has been, and others, and including all of you here, have been debating and reflecting on what is global health. And again, this is a Lancet piece they published in 2009. I will let you read the bottom part of it, which says global health is fashionable, it provokes a great deal of media, students, interest, but it's still difficult to define what it is. When it comes to definition, it varies there. So it just shows you how complex the concept of global health might be. I'll come to equity later. But so many years ago in the Lancet, Julian Hack published a paper that stated that it was a short title, and it stated the inverse care law. The inverse care law. And the summary of that Lancet paper is that the availability of goods, medical services, tend to vary inversely with the needs in the population it serves. So you can plot that in your mind, and you see a curve that is this way. In other words, even in 1917, the concept of inequity was there and has been there at the beginning of global health, which in my next slide I will discuss. But it was framed in such a succinct manner, and it's amazing that so many years after this paper was published, we are still dealing with or trying to work against the inverse law of care. So inequities is a serious threat to global health. So global health inequities, so if global health is complex, let's look at global health inequities, which is basically, and the previous speakers touched on this, to ensure fair and just distribution of health resources and outcomes across the world, regardless of factors such as race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, gender, or geographic location. It also ensures that people have the opportunity to live healthy lives regardless of where they reside. So, Dr. Montgomery Rice, this is the slide you were describing eloquently in words. And it's not about equality, where you place a stool for Jack, Katie, and Dan. I've given them names to dignify them. So the gentleman there, will call him Jack, and the lady in the middle, Katie, and then Dan, the little guy with the yellow shorts. It's not about equality. Just provide that stool equally to everybody, and you hope that they'll get access to health outcomes. Equity clearly is everybody gets the right support that they need so that they can see over the fence that Dr. Montgomery Rice talked about, such that the little guy in Dan can actually also see through and have access to healthcare. And by doing so, even better, it will be justice, so that you even just pull down that barrier so that we can all, whether we stand, we don't need to stand on anything, we just have access to that healthcare there. I think the story going forward will be about Jack, Katie, and Dan to dignify these three individuals on this picture. But as I said earlier, the concept of global health is complex. And again, the analogy that I use here, that I borrowed from one of the activists in global health, Dr. Pearl, who is at the University of McGill, used this cartoon of an elephant to really portray what global health complexities might look like. So depending on where you're approaching the elephant, if you touch the tail of the elephant, it says it lacks diversity, equity, and inclusivity. And a little bit down there, it could be an issue of governance and leadership. Colonization, I will not go through all of that, you can see that. Each of those might be right, but you need, or all of that might be right, because it's such a complex issue that we are dealing with. If it wasn't complex, it would have been resolved. And global health has evolved. It evolved from, it's a fairly recent concept, okay, which really started around the last 2 decades. But before that, in the 19th century, we had tropical medicine. And then it evolved to international health in the second half of the 20th century. And today is global health, which we are still grappling with the definition. What is it and what is it not? And I argue that at times it's a combination of one and two, which is still tropical medicine and international health. I think COVID, for the first time, told us that we're closer to each other than we thought, that the inequities that existed were more than what we thought, inside the country, between countries, and between regions. So this is one concept of global health in the area of tropical medicine. And this famous British pathologist, Harold Scott, defined global health as following. And I really ask that we read this carefully. He says, we can then trace how improvements have been brought about, usually first with a view of safeguarding the health of the officials and European traders, and later undertaking also the treatment of natives, by which two purposes would be simultaneously accomplished: benefit the health of the well-being of the native and further protection of the white man from the native-borne infections. He was the president of the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene between 1944 and 1945. So that is the understanding of what global health to him was at that time. So what is the purpose of global health in my 30 years reflection? It is essentially to improve the health and achieve equity for all people worldwide, regardless of national borders and socioeconomic status, and it should transcend country borders. I think that is the purpose. I mean, it's not a definition. I'm not offering a definition. After 30 years of reflection, from a bench virologist to a policymaker to a diplomat at the State Department, it all began to come together to me like, this is all what it is. And I recall that when, as Dr. Montgomery Rice said earlier, when you're a bench scientist and a virologist, you're interested in the DNA of the virus, the structure, the neutralizing antibodies. I remembered as an HIV virologist, when the virus changed into a syncytia-inducing form, I would be very excited. But the excitement took off the individual from the virus. Okay, so you were very focused on the virus there because you knew you were studying the properties of the virus, and that virus was giving you something that you were looking for. But you didn't know, or you knew, that that change from a non-syncytia virus to a syncytia meant that that individual was going to accelerate and die. Okay, accelerate and die because of HIV. So that is what it takes. So I'm not surprised that when you started the concept of global health inequity, your bench scientists were at loss. They were like, what do you mean by global health inequity? We look into the microscope, or we sequence those viruses, and we're interested only in those viruses there. So, but it's important that the concept of global health equity is elevated because it's a human right issue. It has to do with global health security. It has implications for social justice and economic development. We saw all of this in play during COVID. And again, to achieve this is not easy. I mean, scarcity drives global health inequity, let there be no doubt. And cultural differences, as we saw in the elephant, systemic barriers, and political will, these are some concepts which I'm going to touch on. So let me use a few examples to highlight when inequity disappears, what happens to people. HIV treatment was available in the United States and Europe in 1996. That is highly active antiretroviral treatment, what we call at that time HAC. And if you follow the curve in blue, it shows you how the death rates decreased drastically between 1996 and around 2010. But I'll ask that you look at the red line, which shows you the death rates. Because ARVs were not available in Africa, the death rates continued to increase exponentially. And between 1996 and 2005, about 10 million Africans died because of HIV. And the drugs were available. That is a clear example of what inequity does to lives. COVID vaccines were produced, and Bernie, yesterday I recognized you in private. I think Time Magazine has recognized your efforts in producing the COVID vaccines. But even when those vaccines were produced, the inequity that existed across the world. Even when COVAX, a mechanism set up in Geneva to ensure that there was access and inequity for vaccines, was a challenge. Okay? And you can see it from Time magazine to Médecins Sans Frontières and others, everybody highlighting the impact or the lack of access to vaccines in the world in an equitable manner. Because of that, I mean, African countries were forced to think. They say, we are left by ourselves. What do? We have to address the inequity problem. This is a way that inequity or injustice drive people or a continent or a people to react. And you have to react. At that time, we had a discussion with the head of states in Africa. And I remember calling Bernie and said, can you help me? Well, let's think with this head of states. And I invited them to go to Marburg in Berlin, in Germany, to meet with the BioNTech CEO, the gentleman next to the lady in red. And you can see Tedros, President Kagame, Macky Sall from Senegal, Nana Akufo-Addo in Ghana, and myself next to him. And the purpose of this was to say, we have to find the solutions to addressing the vaccine inequity by manufacturing vaccines in Africa. And fast forward today, BioNTech is producing vaccines in a container manner in Rwanda because of this meeting. So there's a way that if you push hard and you do your part, you can begin to break the inverse care law and make sure that people who need the vaccines or that stool is raised, or rather you break down the walls completely for inequity. So let me just say that I spent a few slides to highlight progress we've made. And I apologize for this slide, it didn't come out well. We are living longer than we were a few years ago. I mean, this graph just shows you between 1900 to 2000, how life expectancy across the world has changed. But you also see that life expectancy gaps are different in different parts of the world. But overall, the trend has been in the right direction because of global health improvements and equity. Vaccines have contributed a lot in this. I say this right, I wanted to use a few examples in vaccines to highlight that our voices should be heard, that vaccines are a force for good and have been a critical instrument in narrowing the inequity gaps in global health. This is what vaccines have done to us, and this is a study that was published just fairly recently, where it shows deaths from measles vaccines, tetanus, tuberculosis, and others. So you can read the slides, the number of deaths in orange, and others there. So without vaccines, it would have been a disaster. I don't think that the life expectancy that we see in the previous slide could have been achieved. And the deaths that have resulted because of that, because of vaccines, especially infant mortality, has decreased significantly. The red there shows you the attributable interventions, which is more than 60% because of vaccines in children. On the right-hand side here, it shows measles vaccines in the United States. Introduced in 1962, there were about 481 cases, and then again, reintroduction in April 1989, where you actually have no cases there. This is a slide that one of the senators is using more recently to advocate for vaccines in the United States. So vaccines have been a force of good in narrowing the global health inequity gaps across the world, not just in the United States. Decline in HIV infections. I mean, I want you to think of the 90s, the mid-90s, where HIV was devastating, including in this country. And look at what the progress we have made to narrow the inequity gaps across the world. Life expectancy in most African countries had decreased, and GDP had decreased about 2.6 percentage points. Look at life expectancy in Botswana, the red, and South Africa, even the life expectancy in Zimbabwe had decreased by 35 years. By 35 years. In Botswana, by 28 years. South Africa, 12 years, because of inequity in access to treatment. But see where we are today. Life expectancy has increased back because of that. Smallpox eradication. Two of our greatest heroes in smallpox eradication, Bill Fege and D.A. Anderson, all wrote these books that I encourage you to read. And when I read these books over and over, what inspired me is the concept of global health and inequity there. It's the only human disease that we've eradicated. But what is common in these two books, and the first, smallpox, the death of a disease, and the eradication of smallpox, is the ability for us to stay in solidarity, to sustain the efforts, and continue to use science to innovate and reduce the gaps in inequity there. That is the essence of these two books. So having said that, we are again challenged. We are in a world that is troubled. We are in a world that has a multiple crisis. The population of the world is exploding. Africa, in the next 25 years, 1 in 4 people in the world will be an African. Urbanization is rapidly changing, increasing epidemics, conflicts, climate change. And this slide just shows you the estimated the deaths from antimicrobial resistance between now and 2050. It's estimated that 39 million deaths will occur between 2025 and 2050. It's likely going to cost about $3.4 trillion and GDP loss. And you can, on the right-hand side, see the deaths from antimicrobial resistance, cancers, cholera, and so our problems in global health are just going to increase or are increasing there. Hypertension, non-communicable diseases. We are not, in developing countries, we are not controlling hypertension. And hypertension is leading to the cost of about 10 million deaths a year. As you can see, the red portion of that curve there really shows uncontrolled hypertension there. 10 million deaths a year. It's a silent killer. It kills more than HIV, TB, malaria all combined. Mental health issues. The WHO estimates that in 2020, there were about 264 million cases of mental health, which is only increasing in the world. COVID, and this is what global health in action looks like. Imagine January 4th, we heard something about something happening in Wuhan province. And I remember I was vacating in Atlanta, and I said, what is that? Where is Wuhan? Then I Googled, and I found out that it was a big city in China. That was January 20th. 4 countries in Southeast Asia. By 15th of February, that is where we were. By 1st of March, 66 countries. And by 20th of March, 165 countries. And in 3 years, 20 million deaths attributed to COVID. That is because of COVID or because of COVID. So it started always localized. So what happens locally? We are only as strong as the weakest chain. What happens in Atlanta, Georgia, or in Yaoundé, Cameroon, where I was born, affects you right here, almost immediately. Between 3 months or 2 months, 165 countries were impacted by COVID-19. And look at the deaths there. So let me then go to why I believe we are at the crossroads with global health as I move to my conclusion. There are 4 things that will define Global Health 2.0. And Global Health 2.0, in my view, is that we have to rethink global health and get appropriate definitions there. The 4 things are financial, misinformation and disinformation, lack of political leadership, the kind of leadership that we saw in the 2000s is gone, and geopolitics. So let me just spend the rest of my time very quickly going through these 4 elements. Global health, the funding. The United States should be very proud of the leadership role that it has played over the years in advancing global health. We should be very proud of that. And I'll argue subsequently that we are not just doing that. We didn't do that only for others. We did that for ourselves. Look at the blue, the deep blue color there, shows you the United States contribution in global health in 2022 as a proportion of all other donors. It's about 32%. And if you count our contribution in the Global Fund, which is 13%, we contribute about 33% to the Global Fund. So again, you can expand our pie there to the Global Fund a little bit. I used to lead the US delegation on the Global Fund board, so I know exactly our contribution there. So we have been a force for good. We have been the first with a distant second in our leadership in global health. Look at our funding over the years from 2006 to 2024, almost steady. The green jump there is the COVID period because of the supplemental funding there, which decreased back to normal. And a lot of this funding went to sub-Saharan Africa. About 84% of the funding went to sub-Saharan Africa. And I really want to highlight this because towards the end, I'll highlight some efforts that African leaders are actually undertaking because of this devastation that they are seeing happening there. But very importantly, funding across different organizations is decreasing across the board. NGOs and foundations is decreasing about 22.8%. The UN agencies about 18%. WHO's down about 17%. Global Fund down about 14%. Gavi 5.9%. You can read those percentages just across there. Again, without funding, we expect that the gaps in global health inequity will just increase, right? And if that happens, if PEPFAR funding, for example, was to go away, what will happen? I guess that is the question in front of us. If PEPFAR funding, this is a study that was published by Deborah ten Brink just recently, an excellent study. You can see the graphs on the right-hand side, but the summary of those graphs is indicated below. So between now and 2030, if we discontinue PEPFAR funding, there will be about 4.4 to 10 million new HIV infections. In other words, the gains that I showed you earlier in the declining slide will be gone, okay? And the United States had invested over 100 billion in the last 22 years in fighting HIV/AIDS. So very quickly, those gains will be gone. There will be up to about 2.9 deaths between now and 2030 if PEPFAR funding was to be disrupted or disappeared. Just wanted to leave you with that slide so that we know that it has consequences in widening the inequity gaps and affecting real people. The United States just came out with the American First Global Health Strategy. And my plea was that the African governments that most of this funding went to were not just sitting idling. I spent 3 years during my time at the Biden administration meeting with presidents, prime ministers, governments, and advocating for domestic financing. The slide on the right-hand side there shows it's a picture with myself and Peter Sands with the Vice President of Nigeria, where I said to the Vice President, you cannot outsource the outcome of the health of your people to what happens in an election cycle in another country. And he committed. And that was in 2022, and he committed, Nigeria committed, that they were going to increase their domestic financing, and they have now done. They have now put in 200 million in taking care of the health of their own people. I said to the Prime Minister in Cameroon sitting there, I said, how do you call yourself a sovereign country if somebody else is taking care of your citizens there? We understood where we came from, as my last visit was in Botswana, where I met with the president, and I said to him, let's have a discussion on where do we go from here in 2030. And he said to me, Ambassador, I understand. I know what friends do for friends when they are in need, and I know friends do not stay there forever. We'll take care of our HIV issues, but let's have a plan to 2030. So the plans were already being developed, okay? If all we needed to do was avoid an unforced error to disrupt the good plans that were put in place there, because these head of states were rallied. I went to the African Union in 2023, and I said to 30 of them, you can see them on the screen, President Kagame, Zimbabwe president, and myself, and I said to them, look, we've done this for 22 years. Let's have a dialogue on where do we go from here to 2030. And they said, what do you want? I said, I want a commitment. Issue a declaration of a commitment that you will fund your HIV program between 2023 and 2030, and they issued a declaration is right there, and a commitment that they were going to do that. So the understanding that we have was very clear, that we needed to let countries take leadership and solve their health problems and reduce health inequities. So this is a slide that I'm sorry that the title add into some of it, that when we do global health as United States, we are doing that for ourselves. First of all, it's national security. I hope I convince you that a virus that emerged in Wuhan within a few days where it was it found itself here and killed over 1 million Americans. Okay, so when we do that, we do it for ourselves. Second, we create jobs for ourselves. No doubt. I've been in this space for 30 years, since 1995, working for the US CDC. When we do that, we create jobs, automatically create jobs for ourselves. Let me just say this. My 3 years in the Biden administration, when we discussed sustainability, the greatest headwinds were not the African countries. They were people within our own system that said, well, Ambassador, if the governments of those countries take over there, what will happen to us, to our jobs? Okay, it wasn't those countries, the presidents that I met, it was us, ourselves. So it created jobs for ourselves. And lastly, diplomatic leadership. Diplomatic leadership. I think during my stay during the Biden administration was very clear. When I walked in, the Secretary Blinken said, well, welcome to PEPFAR, Ambassador, but I'll need you to create a new bureau called a Bureau of Global Health Security and Diplomacy, because it's one of the core of our administration goal. And I created a Bureau of Global Health Security, and it's still there. I'm happy that it still survived. It's still there too, because health is soft power. Health diplomacy is soft power, and we have to have the soft power to win the world from the hearts. It just can't be a hard power all the time. Disinformation, misinformation. I mean, we find ourselves, this is dangerous, being in global health. We all know that it creates distrust, complete distrust in the system. The public in public health matters. The public in public health matters, because if we do not convince the public, then there's no public health intervention. Regardless of whether Bernie produces that wonderful vaccines or not, the vaccine is not going to be used. I can't believe this is an organization that I worked for 30 years, the CDC. And it became an subject of attack with bullets all written on the floor. I can't believe that I worked in this building there. I was just checking with Nancy that before at breakfast that she and I have spent all our lives, and many of you at CDC, that we used to walk into this building every morning with pride. But today, I'm sure the colleagues that are there walk in there with fear. They walk in there with fear. And because of what misinformation, what the attackers thought that COVID vaccines were creating mental health problems there. Misinformation, disinformation. I think we have to fight that very hard. CDC is going through a tremendous challenge. Smallpox would never have been eradicated in the world. And I'll say this again, smallpox would never have been eradicated in the world without CDC and WHO, period. So the policies, the challenges that are going on at CDC deserve that we all stand up and raise our voices and say, this is about our health. This is about the health of the United States people, but the health of the world. And is always led and respected by CDC. Because of what CDC has done over the years, many countries have cloned their own CDCs. China CDC, Africa CDC, the European CDC, Korea CDC. So that name brand has inspired trust and credibility in the world. I'm just wondering, if I go through those countries today and have a quiet conversation, probably I don't know what they were telling me, whether they still believe in the concept of CDCs or not. Political leadership. Something happened in the 2000s. Something happened in the 2000s. The likes of President Bush, regardless of what you think of President Bush at that time, look at the picture below with Senator Biden at that time, later President Biden and Bush, all coming together to launch PEPFAR on 28th of January. And I ask that you read this message when President Bush launched PEPFAR. He said, to meet a severe and urgent crisis abroad, tonight, I propose the emergency plan for AIDS relief, a work of mercy beyond all current international efforts to help the people of Africa. And this is my favorite part. Seldom has history offered a greater opportunity to do so much for so many. When I met President Bush in September of 2022 in Dallas, he said, and I asked him the question, I said, President, why did you launch PEPFAR? He was sitting next to me, he reached out, grabbed my shoulder and said, Ambassador, I believe in God, and to whom much is given, much is required. And he said, Condi Rice came to me, I'm quoting him, came to me and said, President, there's a whole continent out there dying of HIV/AIDS. And I said to Condi, go bring me the evidence. He said, no, Ambassador, when you are president, everybody talks to you in hyperbole. Every small problem is a big problem. But she came back with evidence that HIV was a big problem. So then he laughed, he jiggled. He said, I went and ambushed Congress. I didn't tell them that I was coming to do this. I said, we need 15 billion to solve this problem. So that is political leadership. Political leadership is public health leadership, is global health leadership. Then he took on that. You can see him behind me with Kofi Annan and Obasanjo. They said, let's now launch the Global Fund. That is political leadership. That is the kind of leadership that is missing today. Who are those leaders who can take on this? The likes of Colin Powell, Kofi Annan, and others there. As I move to my conclusion, I want to remind all of us about a book that Peter Peart wrote. It says, Between Science and Politics. And it says, science does little good when it operates independently of politics and economics, and politics is worthless if it rejects scientific evidence and respect for human rights. How true is that when he wrote the book in 2015, when we think the context we are living in and today? So let me just conclude with the geopolitics of what is going to define us global health going forward. And I will not go through this entire list, but think of it in 5 different dimensions, that the shift in global power and governance is going to be, we are living in a world that is multipolar now. A troubled world, fragmented in global health governance, conflicts and political instabilities across the world, economic sanctions and trades, global data sharing is a problem, climate change as a threat is a multiplier, and all of these are going to impact all of us. If you go to Europe, their greatest threat is not global health, it's the war in Ukraine. And as you can see this slide, there's reduction across the board. I mean, especially those countries, France, UK, United States, reduction in global health dollars, because they are shifting those same dollars to funding other things, especially security. Security in Europe. I mean, many European countries are pulling away from funding HIV programs, because they are very clear. When I was on the board of the Global Fund, the Germans, the French, and others who pulled me aside and said, look, Ambassador, we are looking up to you. Our priority is changing. We have the same pot of money. We have a war in our borders, and we are shifting. Our parliaments are shifting there. So we have to take that very seriously. WHO, because of that, what I just said, WHO is on that chain. 40% of the allocations is decreased. Their staffing is going to be reduced significantly. And because of that, the countries will not have the support that is required to reduce the global health inequities that we all know. So again, we are living in a very unusual world. 4 things that I wanted to leave you with. Where do we go from here to conclude? Leadership from the developing countries must be prominent. I was very pleased to be part of a meeting that the president of Ghana hosted on 4th of August. And he says, the meeting was Africans' health sovereignty. And Dr. Tedros was there, and he said this: Africa does not need charity. Africa needs a fair terms. And I would like you to read the quote from his chief of staff. He says, African health sovereignty is a signal to the world that Africa is no longer a passive participant in the global health governance there. But to do this, we have to have better framing, so that health sovereignty doesn't mean that countries do not cooperate, but it should actually be the right and responsibility of countries to govern their health policies, systems, resources, but aligned with national priorities, territorial integrity, and international legal frameworks. I mean, no country is an island. It has to be that alignment. So he has launched the Accra Reset, which is a shift in mindset for developing countries, a shift in focus, and a shift in the realities, the geopolitics that I just highlighted. This is what he produced just the other day. To conclude, let me just use this slide as part of governance, good governance as a core in global health inequity there. $1.2 billion leaves the continent of Africa every year, and it lives in all dimensions, as you can see there. Contrary 30 billion comes in aid. Let's just think about it in 1 second, that if we were to manage all these exits were appropriately there, the continent of Africa will be able to fund its own needs, equity needs, in a way that it can actually help its people. When you have this, the vulnerable populations suffer a lot because they are disproportionately affected. Investments in education, health, and other infrastructure suffer because of the capital fleet. Regional entities are emerging. Most regions are now developed their own regional entities. The Africa CDC has emerged as a very strong institution for the continent. I mean, what is the role in regional health security? This is the picture of the current buildings or facilities of Africa CDC. And how do we train the next generation of our health leaders so that they can actually bring multidisciplinary, so that they are not sequential, like people like us who started with virology, became policymakers and diplomats. Rudolf Virchow would live between 1821 and 1902. He's a famous German pathologist. And he's not just a pathologist, but he's a public health activist, a social reformer, a politician, and anthropologist. These are the kind of skills that I believe that if we truly have to narrow global health inequity, we have to start teaching our young students who are interested in global health so that we are not sequential, but we give them. So that's why yesterday I was so fascinated by what Melissa presented. I don't know if she's here. I mean, that is a true example of a leader who combines all the different skill sets in solving the problems, that who is not sequential in thinking, but uses a multifactorial approach. I'll just end by saying that I was very pleased 2 days ago when the Virchow Foundation said, Dr. Nkengasong, can you be the ambassador for the Virchow Prize in honor of Dr. Virchow, who is recognized as a famous person in that, and this is the Virchow Prize laureate foundation there. So again, with that, Bonnie, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this and this discussion.
What an amazing presentation, so thank you. As Dr. Montgomery Rice and Dr. Graham actually comes to the stage, we would just like to thank our sponsors to ensure that this program was able to come together. The McLean Family Foundation, GeoVax, PNC Bank, we thank you so very much. And so Dr. Montgomery Rice and Dr. Graham.
You said 3 things that really stuck with me. The decisions that are made in the United States are made to protect us, not necessarily them. Soft power and a work of mercy. So critical when we think about why decisions are made, how decisions are made, and what we have to do in order to ensure that soft power is not taken for granted. Mercy. All of us remember when President Bush was in office, and many of us thought that, oh my goodness, he doesn't understand, he doesn't get it. We'd take him back tomorrow if we could. We didn't know what was in store for us. So it is my distinct honor to stand before you to present this prestigious Dr. David Satcher Award to you, a remarkable individual. You've dedicated your life to the pursuit and the advancement of global health equity, and you've defined for us global health equity in its totality. And you've allowed us to think more globally about how this really does impact security. And security is one of those things that's in that box that we're standing on. There really could not be anyone more deserving of this recognition, and we're so happy that you joined us today. This award hopefully will sit there with many of your awards, but we hope that what we extend to you is that how much we appreciate your relentless quest for including others, inviting so many at the table to understand that this is actually about all of us. So on behalf of Morehouse School of Medicine and with Dr. Barney Graham, we present you the Dr. David Satcher Global Health Equity Award. Thank you.
Let's give him another round of applause. So just for some ground housekeeping rules, if we can make sure that we silence our cell phones just because of the background noise and just being mindful of today's presenters and speakers. But also we have a video from Dr. Satcher that will be played, and immediately after our video, Dr. Basson, you'll come up and introduce individuals, and then we'll welcome Dr. Graham back up to speak.
I chose to study medicine because of my own experience with a very serious illness as a child. I almost died. The doctor who came out to the house told my parents that he didn't expect me to live out the week, he said. But he also took the time to show them what to do to give me the best chance of living. And they must have done a great job because I survived.
Dr. Satcher was born on March 2nd, 1941, in Anniston, Alabama. Inspired and deeply moved by his own story with Dr. Fred Jackson, the family doctor he and Six family credits with saving his life, Dr. David Satcher decided at the tender age of 6 that he wanted to become a doctor. After graduating valedictorian from the Calhoun County Training School outside of Anniston, Satcher enrolled at Morehouse College. In his book, My Quest for Health Equity, Satcher shares, I left Morehouse College for medical school with an attitude. My attitude was that I was expected not only to become a doctor and practice medicine, but that I was expected to be a leader in medicine, a leader in the quest for health equity. And Dr. Satcher has done just that. A 4-star admiral in the United States Public Health Service Commissioned Corps, 16th Surgeon General, 10th Assistant Secretary for Health in the Department of Health and Human Services, Director for the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention, President, Meharry Medical College, President, Morehouse School of Medicine, Founding Director, Satcher Health Leadership Institute. Dr. Satcher has been on a mission to remove barriers and create opportunities for people to live healthy lives. An advocate for mental health parity, racial justice, and the eradication of poverty, Dr. Satcher challenges that the path to health equity rests in leaders who first care enough, know enough, and have the courage to do enough to persevere until the job is done. Dedicated to empowering the next generation of public health, biomedical science, and medical leaders, Dr. Satcher continues to be a leading voice in global health equity.
I want to make it very clear that when we talk about disparities in health, we are talking about race and ethnicity. We are talking about mental health. We're talking about sexual health. We're talking about all those areas where people tend to get left out or not have access to quality health care or access to healthy lifestyles, which is just as important. That's what the social determinants of health. The social determinants tell us that there are people who don't have access to the opportunities to lead healthy lifestyles. either because of where they live or what they have in terms of financial resources. And we have a responsibility to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to lead healthy lifestyles. And that's a part of the goal of global health equity.
Now, building upon the legacy of Dr. David Satcher and his lessons learned from 50 years of leadership, Morehouse School of Medicine and KPMG are honored to host the Dr. David Satcher Global Health Equity Summit.
Let's try that again. Good morning. I have seen that video at least 5 times, and it gets me every time. Gives me the goosies. What an extraordinary leader, mentor, visionary who is so proud to be connected with at the Morehouse School of Medicine. I bring you greetings. My name is Dr. Gilberte or Gigi Bastien. I serve as Deputy Director for the David Satcher Global Health Equity Institute. And it is my true pleasure to introduce our next speaker, who comes to us from Rwanda, and more specifically from the University of Global Health Equity. And I want to share a little bit about how our paths crossed. So it must have been a couple years before the COVID pandemic. I had an opportunity to meet in person one of my heroes, and a real giant in global health whose career I've admired. And that's not just because of my biased perspective of Dr. Paul Farmer's work in my home country of Haiti, but because his work speaks for himself, and it speaks for itself and his legacy in terms of what he's done, not only in Haiti, but in so many parts of the world. I was really excited to get to meet this giant of a figure in person while he was here in Atlanta receiving the Bill Foege Award for his amazing career and work. And as we chatted and I explained my connection and affiliation with Morehouse School of Medicine, he said, you know, I've always wanted us to do more with Morehouse School of Medicine. And that set in motion a series of additional conversations and emails that connected me with the organization he founded, Partners in Health, their Atlanta team, who came to campus, met with our team, and as they heard more about who we are at Morehouse School of Medicine, our kind of DNA and identity as an institution, they said, you all absolutely need to be speaking with our team in Rwanda, who is establishing and creating this new institution, the University of Global Health Equity, that is pursuing a very similar and aligned mission around training leaders, health leaders on the continent who care enough and know enough to do enough and to persist until the work of health equity, global health equity, is made real on the continent. And so that is how I initially came to meet Professor Florence Akiki, who will come and share with us about some of the amazing work that they have been implementing there in Rwanda. You should have, through our QR code, access to the full bio, but I'll share a little bit about Dr. Florence Akiki Bitalabeho, who is the Godly St. Gore Chair for the Department of Community Health and Social Medicine at the University of Global Health Equity in Rwanda. Prior to serving in that role, she was the Director for Training and Quality Improvement for Partners in Health Rwanda, and served in that role for 5 years. Her passion, she describes as her deep commitment to equipping future healthcare providers and leaders with the values and tools that respond holistically, equitably, with quality and respect to the health needs of their communities, locally and globally. I could spend the better part of today telling you more about all the receipts that Professor Akiki brings, but I think her spirit and her energy will tell the story better than my words could. So please, without further ado, help me to welcome Professor Florence Akiki.
Thank you for receiving me, and I thought I would start with the last slide. So that was my last slide. I'm going to begin with it.
After a catastrophic event like the genocide against the Tutsi in 1994, it was pretty much chaos. The public health situation is a disaster. And at that time, a big part of the human resource for health have either been killed or also free out of the country. So the first transformation really started with the government taking up responsibility to rebuild the public health system. From 2000 to 2008, 2010, the Ministry of Health and the government have been investing a lot in making sure that the poorest among the population is provided access to all health services that they deserve. So in that work, we have been a key partner. We supported the construction of hospitals and health centers, and we are training the future healthcare providers at the University of Global Health Equity in Burera.
UJG provide education for quality service delivery in Rwanda, for Rwandan and others. So we are a global institution to educate global young cadre that will be leaders to create health systems across the world with the philosophy of quality care in remote area focused on access for the vulnerable. Our students will have state-of-the-art education in clinical practice, plus strategic thinking and social determinant knowledge to make sure that the patient they will have the most of the clinical service they will give.
Our students need to understand the science, the biology, the medications, but at the same time, the understanding of what it takes at the community level to craft these and tailor these according to the community.
Whether you call it social medicine or One Health, or look at community interactions or how health and social justice come to be, we don't think it should be an option not to understand these other questions.
We are oriented such that our students are patient-focused, they are community-oriented, and they are globally aware. And we cannot train quality health professionals without a hospital where our patients go to.
Students will be coming to the hospital, so we want to give them a high standard experience where they will get any diagnostic capacity that they need to learn from, where they will get a sense of the comprehensive care of patients from medical, surgery, psychological, intensive care, and so forth. So there is that urgency for us to make sure that we upgrade services in Butaro by adding on ICU services, radiotherapy, and the oncology service, not only for the districts, but for the national level.
So we have, for me, 3 universities. A university with walls in the form of UGHE. We have a university with patients, which is Butaro Hospital. Then we have a university without walls, which is the community. The 3 of them are very important.
We need really a very human-centered experience, and we'll continue to push that envelope because that's what every individual deserves.
We need more people educated to provide quality care for the vulnerable across the world. UJG is there for that. And we have a hospital that is going to be increased now to be the clinical teaching platform of our university for people to be able to provide such quality care across the world.
I really see UGHE as a satellite of light where we are teaching the future Rwandan health professionals to take care of the Rwandan population. Further than that, this is a beacon of light and a satellite for the East African region and for the continent. I think we stand at a very important time in the history of the region and of healthcare. It's an opportunity and a responsibility that as PIH we have, as UGHE we have, as Butaro Hospital we have, and as individuals we have, that we give the baton in the proper way to the next professionals who will be the carers of our world.
After the last amazing speaker, I thought I would start with the end because you gave us such an amazing story of where we are globally. So I wanted to start to where we are on the ground. Before I delve into that, I'd like to thank Morehouse. I'd like to thank Gigi and your team for getting us here. Thank you so much. It's such an honor. It took us about 24 hours to arrive here. That's sometimes how far it seems. But thanks to technology, we are just a phone call away. Thanks to warm hearts, thanks to intelligent minds, thanks to strong legs that make it to our country. Because although we are very far, somehow, some of you have gotten to us. And we hope that after today, many of you will walk the hills of Rwanda with us. Please talk to Gigi, it is worth it. But thank you so much for this invitation. So who are we? That's why I thought I should start with the end. Because we are a testament that dreams do come true. And dreams is a very important word for us on the continent in Africa. And Martin Luther King Jr., our matter is Morehouse, and the word dreams therefore means a lot. And Rwanda is a country that has risen from the ashes. It is a country where to move forward, we've had to dream. And I'm glad we have evidence that dreams do come true. And we need that. We need that hope, seeing how globally where we are today, that we can still dream. May we never be intimidated by what looks like reality. So our dream is a world where every individual, no matter who they are or where they live, can lead a healthy and productive life. And we do this by radically changing the way healthcare is delivered around the world by training generations of global health professionals who strive to deliver more equitable and quality health services to all. And this takes on even more meaning when you go to rural areas. When you go to the continent, it is something about equity. When you go to cities, then when you go to the rural areas and you actually go to the homes of people, you keep redefining what equity looks like. The small man that was shown in the first presentation becomes smaller and sometimes invisible. I think that speaks for itself. And that is Paul Farmer again, talking about the idea that some lives matter less is the root of all that is wrong in the world. And then the hope, why we are here today, that all or most important achievements on this planet will come from working with others, from working with you and others, and that is partnership. And at the University of Global Health Equity, again, we are testament about partnerships. And today, I'm really here to advocate for partnerships for all of us here, for Morehouse, because those were our founding partners, but now we have a lot of many partners. And the size of the logos does not mean the size of the work. But I want to say more about this and how partnerships start globally, but even right on the ground. We need to make even stronger partners there. And in the environment we are in, we are relooking on who we are partnering with and how to make the foundation even stronger. I present this just to get it out of the way, but to say that I'll speak more about strengthening of health professionals, but it does not take only the workers, but there is more complexity, of course, to delivering care. And that is the social support that is needed, the systems that are needed, the spaces that are needed, and the staff that is needed. But I will not be talking about this, and I will concentrate more on about how do we build the workforce? How are we doing it at UGHE? Because it's not only that we have few people, but there are also other aspects on how we train the future deliverers or the deliverers of effective global health. The local is the foundation of the global at all levels. A single patient, a family, a community, a country, a continent. These form the global, but we must never forget the local in the global. The local realities affect the global realities and vice versa. And as we had in the first a speech about COVID, COVID was a good example. I like this picture. On the left is, on this side is the university, and in the middle is the city of Kigali, and then we see COVID. When COVID first came, it was an avalanche. It took over. You saw how it evolved very, very quickly. But for us on the continent, for us in Rwanda, for us in Butaro, there was even a bigger tsunami that had always been there, but was even made more, came to the forefront, and the tsunami was poverty. It had always been there, and a disease unveiled it, just like HIV had done before it. And this is important because to address global issues, you have to have that local lens. You cannot only focus on, use a microscope to look at the microbe, or use global health to look at the policies, but look at the environment on the ground. And so at UGHE, our pillars are community engagement, academic affairs, and research, like I hope, most of the universities do. Leaders in a global health equity movement are championed by health caregivers who are leaders. I like what Dr. Fletcher said. All health caregivers are leaders. And this must be a paradigm shift from the myopic tunnel view of just scientists. If we are to deal with global health on the continent, in Rwanda, at UGHE, we tell everybody from day one that they are leaders. And so we must look differently at how these are trained, where they are trained, what they are trained on, when they are trained, and by whom they are being trained. And also, who is being trained? So I'll just go over that quickly. Those are academic units, and I'll just talk about a few just as examples. And the first one I'll talk about is the Masters in Global Health Delivery. This began even before the MBBS. And this was because, indeed, of the focus on leadership. So we had people who are already practitioners, and the emergency was to make them leaders. Before we had everything that we're talking about in that video about having the right hospital, everything in place, the labs, everything, we already had the Masters in Global Health Delivery happening. We have about students from 30 countries, because on the continent, again, we do have a paucity of leadership in medical practice. We go to medical school, and public health, leadership, global health, epidemiology, all the things you need to know are really like salt and pepper on your education at the end. But we think it should be integral, and that's why leadership is key in global health. And I've put this there because, indeed, the Center for Leadership for us is very important. And we have partnered, as you can see, the partners at the bottom. In the past, we have advocated to partners, to funders, to send their people for us to partner with them and train them in leadership. And that's just a picture of us with the leaders actually walking the hills and training them. These are people who are working for PEPFAR, who are working for Global Fund, for all the global organizations. And it is interesting when they actually get out of their offices and walk the hills and visit the patients and visit the homes and see the terrain and know the things that actually affect the people that they are working for. And many of them, very interestingly, find that it really gives them a different perspective. This is, again, another master's program in gender and health and reproductive health rights, and putting the local in the global. So whereas we have conferences that are international, we celebrate the global days for women, at the local level, we also go to our teenagers, to our teen moms, and involve them and celebrate with them and tell them that they still do matter. They are still important people in our country, despite having been teen moms. So for me, that composite picture just always reminds me of putting the shoe on the global and actually walking the talk. This is another program that is also interesting, and it's putting a nuance on research. So we will be having a demographics survey in a local context, because where our university is a very rural area. And we'll be able to get data that is from a rural part in Africa. And many times you find that we are working on information that is not in context. Sometimes it is at, where the data is collected, the inequity becomes even worse when you talk about rural areas. So to me, this is a very important part that is going to bring out data that is based in a rural area. We have a 3-week program, and my colleague Sandra, I'm sure, will have a chance to speak more about this because she directs this program. And this is like a deep dive to give, as we grow, we still want to lift others up. And we give an opportunity for international students to come and learn from a rural place about global health from our perspective. What is the local in the global? Because many of them are specializing, they talk about global health, and they want to learn it. So we want to show them that it does matter to know people's culture. So here is we have begun at a cultural place in Rwanda that will talk about the history, what makes us, that talks about what is important. And sometimes for us, cows sometimes are even more important than people. That's why you see a cow there. About what does all this mean? How does this affect programming? How does this affect nutrition? How does it affect vaccination? How does it affect all the things that we do globally when you actually know that you do need to know who are the people? The people are at the center. And we are not just in our context. People are more than individuals. It's their culture, it's their connections, it's their people, it's their communities. A very interesting and rewarding program. Who are the people who teach our students? So we have global faculty from partners, regional faculty, practitioners in health, in the decentralized health system. I put this here because it is important. So it's not only the people in the tertiary teaching hospitals, it's the people in the districts, it's the people right from the ground, up to the community leaders, up to the community health workers, whom I'll talk more about, the patients, and the people in their homes. Now, community health workers, they have a special place in my heart, because community health workers are the foundation to healthcare givers in many places on our continent. And in Rwanda, we have about 60,000 community health workers. And compared to doctors and to the nurses, in our population of nearly 7 million, they are really the feet on the ground. I've already said that our faculty is from all over the ground. And this picture is us actually having finished a training of community health workers, because we do bring them to the university and we teach them about teaching pedagogy, how to facilitate teaching in homes with patients. Why community health workers? In Rwanda, the successes of Rwanda in healthcare is mainly due to community health workers. About more than actually 60%, I know now it's about 80%, community health workers manage malaria at a community level. And our deliveries in homes has decreased significantly to less than 5% because of community health workers. So for us, medical practitioners, doctors must know who their partners are. Long gone are the days when a doctor was a demagogue, especially on the continent. They have to know who is on their team and respect them from when they are medical students, and have to know what that person teaches them. And community health workers are experts, not in medicine, but in the community. So the curriculum, of course, MBBS is like any other anywhere. But what are the different things? Different things is that when you graduate, you also have a master's in global health delivery. There is social medicine integration, the humanities are important, the history of the continent is important, the language, community-based learning and community engagement is part of the training and part of the trainers. The research is different, and values and attitudes and poor farmers' legacy is at the center. A little bit about inequity even on who goes to medical school. If I'd had to pay fees for my medical school, I would not be standing here. And many on the continent cannot go to medical school. So this is, as it were, free education, but they pay forward because we get scholarships, we raise funding for all our students so that their tuition, their room, their board, their academic resources, transportation is paid for. But then this is in exchange for service commitment to vulnerable settings. And I'm sure you'll be glad to know that 2/3 of our intake are women. Okay, so that is important because not only do we have few doctors, but the women are disproportionately fewer. So we are catching up. That's social medicine, and that's the teaching where it happens. It's out in the field, and that's a group of global community-based education. And in the background, you can see the university, but we are up in the hills learning. Okay. I think I've said that already, where they are taught. This is important that our students learn in the community because the white coat in the community, I think, is a winning formula. That white coat has to go out of the walls. It has to go out. And that's us again with medical students on the ground with an NCD patient visiting them because they are not responding to their treatment. So we go out on home visits. We get taught by patients, by community health workers, and by home members. And we talked about community engagement. So as the students are learning, they're learning as they're doing. They are learning as they are serving. They do not wait to know everything to be able to serve. A lot of group work as we teach. I took this last week just as we were teaching. That's our work, community engagement. Thank you. And that's a picture again of community engagement that is very important, that we are part of the community. And therefore, we are part of serving the community. We do not have to wait to serve after we have qualified. They have qualified us, especially by giving us the land where University of Global Health sits, was donated by the community, by the government. And so we always tell our students, we are part of this community. We are here because they are there. They left for us. We always have to walk to where they are. I'll leave this for all of us to read. It is important, I think, in these days. Cynicism won't heal the world, but action will. As political decisions shape global health equity, we must remain united to fight for policies that uplift, not abandon the most vulnerable. That's my class last week. And they are facing Uganda, and there's no fence. Yeah, and I didn't tell you that, yeah, I'm Ugandan. I was born in Uganda across those hills. That's where I was born, where they are facing. And the quest for global health equity is in flight. It has to be in flight. For us, we have no other strategy. It is our reality. So training leaders for global health equity movement takes the global village to raise the leaders for a global health equity movement. I'm so glad you talked about a movement. It's a movement and not an event or a product or a system. Health equity are not merely the absence of disease. It takes leaders and not just health alchemists. It is both global and local. And thank you for this new word that I'd never heard about, glocal. Thank you, thank you. And this chair, when you come to visit us, is outside Paul Farmer's residence where he passed on. The first time I looked at it, I thought, this chair is now empty. But is it empty? Last night, we got lost, and we went to the Hall of Fame across, and we had a fantastic time because we saw all these faces that were on the walls, people who've gone before us. We saw all these heroes. And are their places empty? Are their places empty? We decide whether they remain empty. Coming here and I look at all of you, I know that these chairs are not empty. I know that those places are not empty. But the hope is in each of us. Thank you so much.
So as we begin to take a break, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I want to go back to one particular slide. And I'll put it up as we take a 10-minute break because we're on a time agenda. But as we transition out and you talk to people, get to know someone that you don't know. Because the theme, as you hear today's presentations, it's about partnership. And how do we better partner to truly address the issue at hand? Partnership, creativity, innovation. 10-minute break, but I'm going to ask the speaker to go back to one particular slide, and as you come back, I want you to read the words on the slide that challenges all of us. And I looked at it as a call to action, not only just about who's going to fill the chair, but truly what's within our core, what's in our mission, and how do we really address global health. You have a 10-minute break, and I'll call everyone back. Thank you so much. As we begin to continue our program, I'm going to ask everyone if they can return to their seats, please. Being mindful of our time, can I ask everyone to please return to their seat? I wanted to put this slide back up so we can actually see it, because as political decisions shape global health equity, we must remain united to fight for policies that uplift and not abandon the most vulnerable. As political decisions shape global health equity, we must remain united regardless of how individuals may try to cause us to be divided. We must remain united to fight for policies that uplift and not abandon the most vulnerable. Welcome back to the 3rd annual David Stacher Global Health Equity Summit. We're glad that you're here. And as those continue to join us, we're going to shift and tighten the program just a little bit to ensure that we can have 1 hour for lunch, to where you can really be able to talk to others, network, and talk about public-private partnership, like Dr. Graham will do with our next speaker that's going to come up. So Dr. Graham, if you could come up and introduce our next speaker.
Welcome back, everyone. I am glad to introduce Delali Atipo. I met Delali a few months ago at an award ceremony, and I immediately thought of her and wanted her to commit to coming back to Atlanta to be with us today. So here she is. She is got a lot of experience in both biotech and pharma before she went to join this Institute for Neglected Tropical Diseases. She's now the executive director for North America for the program on neglected tropical diseases, and it is, I look forward to hearing what she has to say today. We'll also have a panel following this where we will have Dr. Akiki back with us to do some questions and answers. She will be included in that subsequent panel.
Well, good morning, everyone. And while we're still bringing up the slides, first of all, I just wanted to thank Dr. Graham Morehouse for having me here today. As already mentioned, I am the North America Director for an organization called Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative, or DNDI for short. But just by a quick show of hands, how many of you have actually heard of DNDI? Okay, we got a few hands, but there are some that are like, what organization am I talking about? So I will give a little bit more information, but I do want to offer up a few confessions. Confession number one, even though I am going to be talking quite a bit about neglected disease areas, which typically range from diseases dealing with parasitology, virology. I am neither of those. I am not a virologist. I am not a parasitologist. And as also noted, I came from a long history more in the biotech pharma space, but I was more in non-communicable disease areas. So dealing with areas around oncology and other areas of diseases, but not within the infectious disease space. And so thinking about my own journey to DNDi, there's a few things that I'd probably want to note. If we were to fill this entire room and had every seat here that was filled, there's about, from what I've been told, 547 seats before we'd get kicked out of this room because the fire marshals would say that this room is too full. And I want you to keep that 547 number in mind, because the one thing that I am when it comes to connection with NTDs is that I'm an NTD survivor. I myself have experienced one of the disease areas that we focus on in my portfolio and DNDi's portfolio, which is dengue. I had dengue a little over 10 years ago. It was a horrific experience, but I stand here today because of the physicians, the doctors, the people who were by my side who literally shepherded me through that experience. I didn't have severe dengue, which is something I'll touch on a little bit later, which is a much more advanced side of the disease. But when you think about NTDs overall, or neglected tropical diseases overall, you have about 200,000 people who die from various NTDs annually. If you were to break that into any sort of average, you're talking about 547 people daily. So when you look across this room, when you think about all the seats that are filled here, think about 547 seats emptying out every single day. But that is the work for which organizations like Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative, but many others. We heard a little bit earlier from Dr. Florence in terms of the positive pieces around partnership. And so I want to touch a little bit on that today. All right. Forward and backwards. All right, let's hope that I know how to use a clicker. But partnerships in global health and the criticality of partnerships are the way that all of us have experienced getting work advanced and done. And with Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative, we are what we call a product development partnership, and I'll talk a little bit later about PDPs and the roles of PDPs. But as a nonprofit organization, we work on discovering and developing new treatments or repurposing treatments in order to serve neglected populations and neglected disease areas. We try to adapt to those treatments. We try to make sure that they're accessible and that they're affordable. And that is a critical part of our mission. But why does DNDi even exist? Well, there was a real fatal imbalance when you think about the number of new medications that were coming out that were serving neglected disease areas and serving neglected populations. So what you'll see here is that DNDi actually started as a result of physicians being out in the field, operating in different countries, particularly within low and middle income countries, where they didn't have affordable treatments. They didn't have the right treatments, even if those treatments were available, to be able to serve their patients the way that they needed to. And so Doctors Without Borders, who was one of our critical founding partners, along with the WHO, along with other research organizations like KEMRI in Kenya, Fiocruz in Brazil, Institut Pasteur in France, as well as the Ministry of Health in Malaysia, all came together to found DNDi. And really because of the critical imbalance around the fact that you only had less than 2% of new drugs over a significant period of time that was addressing neglected disease areas. 12% of the burden, though, when you think about it across the board, is due to neglected diseases. And 1 in 5 people worldwide, mainly due to poverty, are affected by neglect diseases. And so this was really critical for the organization and how we came about as an organization to address. To take you a little bit through what DNDi is about, we are predominantly a research and development organization, so trying to identify and find new treatments is critical to the type of work that we do. But it's not the only work that we do in terms of trying to impact global health. As I mentioned earlier, we're very much about inclusive partnerships. We have we call a virtual orchestra in terms of how we operate. So we partner with academia, we partner with industry, we partner with other NGOs, and ensure that we have these partnership agreements that are set up to be able to drive our R&D work. We don't actually have physical labs, but we ensure that we work with actors who are on the ground, clinicians, researchers, in the areas where we want to make sure patients are served to ensure that treatments are delivered. And we make sure that we're also doing capacity strengthening work around training clinicians and physicians on ground to do clinical trials so that we're able to deliver the best treatment for the most neglected. And we do a lot around advocacy as well too. And so being sure that we are not only advocating in the public spheres, advocating with policymakers, but also working with regulators as well too in terms of ensuring that we're able to deliver what is needed. And ultimately what we're hoping for within a number of diseased areas is that we can get to a place where we're calling some of these entities as eliminated or being able to manage them from a control perspective. So this slide also just covers a number of the disease areas that we do focus on. I already mentioned dengue a little bit earlier too as being within the portfolio, but sleeping sickness, and I'll touch a little bit around a particular case study for sleeping sickness in a moment, but that was really one of the areas that DNDi has worked extensively on over the last 20-year period. Other areas include leishmaniasis, Chagas disease, and we won't use necessarily the word endemic, but with various partners, it is also a disease that is predominantly in the United States as well too. Around 300,000 cases of Chagas disease is also within the US, but you predominantly also see it within Latin America, but local transmission is something that's increasingly becoming an issue, particularly within the southern states. Parasitic worms like schistosomiasis and filaria, mycetoma, which causes a lot of amputation, so fungal diseases that can cause amputation, and then some typical ones that you know around HIV, but again, we don't necessarily focus within, we actually focus very specifically within advanced cases of HIV or comorbidities such as cryptomeningitis. So we try to really focus on the neglected within certain disease areas. In addition, hepatitis C, and we were also actively involved in trying to find new candidates and molecules that can help with pandemic preparedness. And so we've been involved in a number of consortia to ensure that we're ready for the next pandemic, because as we know, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. This gives you a perspective just in terms of the breadth of where we are activated. So we work across 8 different locations. This ensures that we're fostering the right partnerships as well as working within the areas where we want to be able, again, to see our drugs delivered to. And we have a number of different teams located within Africa, within Asia, particularly Southeast Asia and Latin America, as well as have a regional office that's located in New York here. But our programs span a number of different areas within discovery all the way through clinical development to ensuring that implementation of those approved products are registered and delivered. So active clinical trials that we have around 26, and then a number of research and clinicians that we've been working with over time to deliver our products. One of the unique things about DNDi's model that really attracted me to be able to join the organization, having come from industry and recognizing that it takes a lot of not just resources, efforts, and time to be able to deliver just one therapy within 20 years, was the fact that with DNDi's nonprofit model, with being able to marshal resources from across the board is that they've been able to deliver 13 treatments within a 20-year time frame. And you're also talking about the exorbitant cost that it can take to just deliver one product. And a recent Deloitte report noted that it can almost take $2.2 billion just to deliver on one product. DNDi on average actually is able to deliver a new drug around $190 million. Now, there's a number of different reasons for this, but I think one of the key reasons is not only the partners who might be providing in-kind pro bono services, but also looking at the fact that you're diversifying your funding pool, you're trying to harness together risk, and we also are a huge believer in open science, not constricting the ways for which data may or may not be shared, but how do you leverage the concept around open science to actually accelerate your drug development process? Now, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, I was going to touch a little bit on what exactly are product development partnerships, or PDPs. As noted, we don't have our own infrastructure that's set up. We don't own our own labs. Obviously, that's a lot of resource, but we know that there are capabilities that are on ground within different partners for which we can leverage, sponsor those different studies that we do within a product development partnership model, which is to work across academia, which is to make sure that we are working with healthcare partners who are on ground. We work with industry, as I mentioned, on some of the disease areas that I noted, as well as with the patient communities. So when we are in the process of identifying a critical disease area, we make sure that from the beginning of the start of the research and development process, we are actively engaging the patients themselves, their communities, activists who are working, the CSOs, to develop that target product profile, or the TPP, to ensure that we are looking at what's needed at the early phases of discovery, the preclinical work, all the way through development, so that the patient voice is integrated throughout the research process. And so we're not the only PDPs that exist. We typically, as I mentioned, focus in on neglected tropical diseases and other sorts of neglected disease areas, but you also have PDPs for AMR, for antibiotic-resistant infections, for HIV, for tuberculosis and malaria. So like other organizations like TB Alliance, like MMV, which focuses in on malaria as examples. But these sort of models and partnerships have been able to deliver an estimated 2.4 billion life-saving technologies, health technologies, and diagnostics, and therapeutics, and vaccines for those that need them the most, who are the most vulnerable populations. Now let's take you quickly through a case study, just so you can kind of understand how this has worked. So I mentioned a little bit earlier around sleeping sickness in particular. And so if you have followed the journey at all in terms of sleeping sickness and it being caused by one of the trypopsomes, then you'll know that this particular disease area has focused, or at least had a particular standard of care that initially had a medication that killed 1 in 20 patients. It was an arsenic derivative. And so particularly for those physicians and those who are working within Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, or Doctors Without Borders, over 20 years ago, that was the only option that was available and given to patients. And so it was from an urgency and a cry for action and a need, as I mentioned, that DNDi was formed. But the way for which DNDi came together and worked with partners to be able to come up with better treatments is the journey that I want to take you through. So as I mentioned, there were areas of fundraising, but we worked with a number of various academic partners, whether you're talking about organizations like Pace University, Swiss TPH, which is another nonprofit, to be able to come together as various institutions to do the screening work, to try and see what might be available, to be able to come up with certain candidates that could go through lead optimization and be potential candidates for screening. We worked with a number of partners. Sanofi has been a very critical partner, which initially had an old candidate on its shelf that was indicated for a different disease, and that particular candidate actually became one of the first compounds that DNDi was able to partner with them on to actually come up with the first oral treatment, fexinazole, that was used for sleeping sickness for those patients who were dealing with this debilitating central nervous system disorder. Medical facilities where we were able to train up, particularly within the DRC, where we were able to run our trials, had physicians and partners and hospitals on ground who were able to run those clinical trials, set them up in a way that had the appropriate instrumentation, and worked very critically within the endemic areas to ensure that testing was done effectively. And then working with bodies such as the WHO to ensure that the right regulatory pathways ultimately had the approval and need the approval for the first oral treatment of fexinazole that happened in 2018. And then other NGOs, as I mentioned, even though we are an NGO, we don't operate alone. So ensuring that we had partners, for instance, as I mentioned, Médecins Sans Frontières has still continued to be a critical partner, but also organizations like FIND. How do we make sure we're identifying the right patient? And so they were also working on diagnostics to help with this. And then finally, of course, as we all know in this room, we need to be able to have partners around the donor area. And so having diversity of partners over this time frame for which we were able to deliver new effective medications and being able to have an adaptable medication, having an oral treatment that could be used in the primary care setting and not having a patient have to travel miles and miles and miles to be able to go to a hospital for infusions was a critical aspect in terms of thinking about, from the beginning, where is the patient and how do we meet the patient where they are versus having an already ill and critical patient have to get to a hospital for treatment. This is just another case study that I wanted to touch on. For those of you familiar with the hepatitis C space, and coming from, as I mentioned, when working in industry and having worked for a number of years where, if you recall, the first curative treatment for hepatitis C, it was a fantastic breakthrough, much needed for a number of patients globally as well as here. But one of the critical factors that tended to come up was the cost of the medication. Even now today, even if you have insurance, or maybe you're paying out of pocket, you're talking about a medication that can cost from anywhere from $20,000 to $100,000 per dose. How is anybody going to afford that, especially in some of the regions where we're talking about within low and middle income countries? And so this became a rally call for not only DNDi, but a number of partners to think differently about how we could come up with affordable treatment for those patients who don't have the sort of means to be able to do that sort of out-of-pocket cost. And so we worked very closely, actually, even thinking about the partners that you see across here on the map. We were able to work with licensing a particular candidate coming out of Presidio, which was a biotech that was located in California. DNDi was able to negotiate and get the licensing terms and have a strategic framework to be able to further develop that with partners like the Ministry of Health in Malaysia, as well as other partners to do the clinical trials in Malaysia and Thailand. And fortunately, we were able to come up with an HCV drug called remdesivir in combination with sofosbuvir to be able to have a much more effective and cost-affordable treatment for HCV. And what you'll note there is that now we have a treatment that costs $300 to $500 per dose, which is such a radical difference for those patients in needs, and actually was a critical factor in significantly dropping the HCV cases, particularly in areas like Egypt, which had a huge burden. But because of the success of that partnership model from the manufacturer like Pharco, who has been a key manufacturer of remdesivir, we now have the ability to tech transfer that technology because of what DNDi was able to do with negotiating a non-exclusive agreement, ensuring that tech transfers can happen to other areas like Argentina, Brazil, and Thailand, so that there is broad, wide access across the board. So the critical piece around partnerships is also ensuring that you have the correct licensing agreements in place so that these do not become shackles in access when you think about global health partnerships. And then I'll just quickly conclude with this last one in terms of dengue, not necessarily to go through all the partners, but one of the pieces, as I mentioned a little bit earlier with dengue, is that we as DNDi are not necessarily focused on just coming up with any treatment for the most cases that you might see with dengue, but really for those who are advancing and having severe dengue who might go towards hospitalization. Right now, essentially almost 3.9 billion people, we're talking almost half the population that for which are now potentially could be affected by dengue. It's only continuing to double in terms of cases each and every year as we kind of move through the cycle of the seasons for when the mosquitoes tend to get pretty active. And so dengue is only continued to be a huge public burden, but especially on those public facilities and systems that are quite fragile. We're especially concerned that even if treatments do emerge, and right now there's not even a good effective treatment to deal with the less severe cases, we don't want to see those public health systems be under such huge burdens that are already under stress. How do we come up and partner with coming up with a treatment for the severe cases that exist? And so we partnered with a number of different organizations. We're in the process right now of starting a phase 2 next year with partners with a candidate that's come out from the Serum Institute in India and a few other partners from Brazil and Malaysia to be able to advance that candidate. And the hope is that we will have something within the next 2 to 4 year time frame where we can be talking about having a critical treatment that's available for dengue. Now, I'll just end on this note. When we think about global health partnerships as a whole, I think we all kind of have seen the challenges around funding. We've been fortunate as DNDi where we've been able to come up with a number of treatments, but we're also not immune to the funding challenges that lay ahead of us. But I think when we continue to push and be resilient when it comes to partnerships in particular around, one, diversifying the pool, but being able to come together in that diversity of how we pull funds together for global health projects, I think that will continue to be only more important as we push through. I think the other bit is that where we've been successful is around de-risking the science, being able to, one, make sure that we are publishing on what we learned, the lessons learned, so the good and bad challenges that we've run across with R&D, but then also the reason why the model has worked for PDPs is to be able to de-risk the science and de-risk the investment that goes in by ensuring that the science is spread and engages a number of actors and stakeholders. And then also finally just delivering on access. So as I mentioned, it's not just about it being affordable, that is one part of the chain, but it's about how are you making sure that the treatments that we're delivering on are adaptable? How are we also making sure that they're accessible? Are the regulatory frameworks in place for us to be able to push through? So really thinking through all of that, and those pieces are critical. And when we talk about equity, I think we've heard quite a bit here today in terms of making sure that people have what they need when they need it, and in the right amount so that it's equitable and it's optimal for individuals like ourselves in this room and those patient populations that aren't as fortunate to be sitting in this room with us today. But what I will say is that equity is not just a hope, it's a contract. It needs to be written down. In a partnership, there should be an exchange. And I think we can have the hope, which is important, but if you don't negotiate the terms, if you don't put in the pieces that are required, we will not see the equity and the justice that we so desire. And so with that, I will turn it back over to you, Dr. Graham.
Thank you so much for that. And we're going to set up our panel now to talk about challenges in achieving global health equity. And while we set that up, I'm going to ask you a difficult question. And one of the problems we face in pandemic preparedness, which is something I work on a lot, is if we're going to prepare vaccines in advance for prototypes that can be then used to guide what we do for the new pathogen that's coming, we have to look towards solving regional problems before they become global problems. So it makes sense that high-income countries invest in regional places where people can do the work, do the research, and then eventually get to the place of manufacturing. The limitation there, the main problem we have, is that there's no commercial mechanism for small market vaccines. And so most people, most companies won't make a vaccine unless you can sell 10 million doses a year. What if you can only use 100,000 or 1 million doses a year, but we need a vaccine for that region before it spreads? Tell me how you manage these drugs for neglected diseases when it's often a small market. How is that sustainable?
Okay, yeah, that is not an easy question. I think one of the ways that we've tried to tackle that in terms of, really you're talking about small batch sizes, right? And so when we're talking about regional manufacturing, this is actually one of the areas that DNDi, along with partners, is trying to push on to encourage more regional manufacturing. You can't have and build facilities in every single location, but what you can do is have flexible manufacturing in certain locations that not only just take on one singular product, right, but how do you equip and ensure that there's flexibility within the setup to have multiple different products come about? And so this is something that we've been talking with partners on the ground, local manufacturing partners on the ground, as well as with ministries of health, to say, is there a way for which you can build in that flexibility to address a number of different products versus just a singular one? It's not an easy fix or solve, because we are talking again about especially products in our portfolio that don't have that commercial. The reason why you don't see a number of pharma companies jumping at the bit is because these don't have those sort of commercial incentives. But what we do have is the ability to come together to try and be able to buttress the fact that there are these still expenditures that need to be taken care of. And the way that we do that is setting up flexible manufacturing in locations that can take on a production of a number of disease areas so that you can get the volume. And with the Remdesivir example that I was showing with Pharco, who has taken on that production of making the Remdesivir for a number of Hep C products, that's the sort of conversations that we're having, and how did they also provide their tech transfer and expertise in other markets as well.
So why don't you take a seat? And if Dr. Biddle-Mayo can come with Dr. Isana, Nikita Toppin, and Omavi Bailey, we can all join, and we're going to need one more chair. So next we're going to have a panel among people who are doing this work every day, and we're going to discuss challenges in achieving health equity. Of course, equity will probably never be achieved, so it's something that needs to be done on a continuous basis, and I keep saying this to especially our development office, because if you don't endow equity work, it won't be effective, because it will always be a problem. It will continue to be a problem. We need to have a permanent funding mechanism. So where's Nikita? Oh, you're here. Sorry. Okay. So first, I'd like we've heard from some of our other speakers, and Dr. Asana is also from the Global Health Equity Medical School in Rwanda. So before we start, I'd like Dr. Bailey and Nikita Toppin to briefly introduce what they do, so we'll all be on equal footing when we start the panel.
Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Omavi Bailey. I am the president of Prometra USA. It's an honor to be here. I first have to just say this is an amazing panel. I want to thank Morehouse School of Medicine and Dr. Barney, as well as President Rice and all the presenters. I'm here representing Prometra, and you heard Dr. Rice, President Rice, speak about the partnership between Prometra and Morehouse School of Medicine. But I first want to say I'm also a product of Morehouse. And I have to recognize Dr. Floyd. How many of y'all know Dr. Ginger Floyd? So I've had great mentorship, Charles Finch, David Satcher, Dr. Satcher. I've met with him, and I was just sitting here thinking about what they would say. And Dr. Satcher, I remember when I met with him, the thing he said, if you don't remember anything, just remember that whatever you decide to do, make the decision that will help the most people the most. And if you guys know Dr. Bodosu, what he would say is if you don't know what to do next, go back to where you started from. Remember who you are, how you got here, and what you've already achieved. And right now, who I am is probably not important, but what we're here to do is important. And Prometra has committed to not only address global health challenges, but to also come up with a local solution, which incorporates the resources that already exist, specifically in Africa, in the communities where we serve. We have multiple chapters in different countries, where we incorporate traditional healers, and we work to develop natural products, promoting our African traditions that is already accessible, where 80% of the people in the population are depending on traditional medicine and traditional healers for their primary care. And we have something to offer. And this is not fake news. This is real. We've been doing this for a long time, and y'all know about it. But we've also applied rigorous science to validate our findings, to produce and patent some of our intellectual property, which you heard President Rice talk about in MOMO 30, which is just one of many things that we have to offer that we believe can not only help address the global health need, but also, in Africa, but also here and other places around the world. So I'm really glad to have this opportunity. I'm gonna pass the mic to my co-presenter, Kimberly.
Thank you so much. I'll sit. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nikita Tapandira, and I'm the director for our global health initiatives based in Zambia, Malawi. And I am honored to be here with you all having the most urgent conversation, and I'm grateful for this honor. I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Dominic Mack, who is the director for the National Center for Primary Care, which I've also had the honor of being tutored and mentored by him for the last 8 years while doing this work. And I hope to be able to bring some real tangible perspective to all of the things we've been discussing and hearing from the great contributors, the pillars, not just at Morehouse School of Medicine, not just in this community, but worldwide, and what that means to be a budgeting scientist. If you are relatively new into this community, or you're bringing your local global or your global back local, I hope to be able to encourage you today that the answer is inside you. You have what it takes in order to make a difference in this moment, and all of your questions will be drivers to the solutions. So continue asking them and maintain that curiosity while in the fight. A little bit about Zambia, my experience there. Dr. Mack will tell you, and this is often one of the jokes that we have on our first TDY going to Lusaka, there was a cholera outbreak during the time. And I had just taken my cholera vaccine, and the education behind, if you've never taken a cholera vaccine, it's live. And so, that education was interesting. That was my first live vaccine. But when we arrived, I had these rubber gum-sole boots. He's laughing. And they almost came knee-high. And I just stood out like a sore thumb at Kenyama First Level Hospital. And he laughed, but for me, I was prepared. I was ready for anything. High water, cholera, I was ready to take it on. And shortly after the first day, I realized I didn't need those. However, coming to that space prepared reminded me of the weight of this moment. Whatever is coming in our future, we want to go forward best prepared we possibly can. And this moment has invited all of us to stop, be reflective, as Ambassador Nkengasong said earlier, to take some personal accounting of what the last several years have brought in urgency, particularly this one, and be ready to meet whatever is coming for you in the next step towards making a change. So thank you for having me, and I look forward to talking to you more about my experience.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sandra Isano, and I'm from the University of Global Health Equity in Rwanda, and I'm Rwandan. And I'm very happy to be here. Everyone that I met this morning has been incredibly amazing. Even the lady that I just met when I was going to the restroom, she was very nice. And then I was like, how do you build such? How is it that this place feels like home? And I want to say that this warms my heart. and I'm very glad, and thank you everybody who did work that we don't just see, the work that sometimes is not as obvious as you might think, to get us here. Thank you so much. Oh, there was some claps for me. Where is it? Yes, now I will try to introduce myself again, going back to what Dr. Rakiki talked about. If you recall, she talked about the university without walls. That's what we like to call the University of Global Health Equity. And this comes from our recognition, which I think so many of you would agree with me, that health is not something that just happens in four hospital walls. Yes, a part of that happens in the hospital walls, but real health happens in people's homes, where they live, the community that surrounds them, the ability to afford food. Are they able to afford health care? Do they have the fee to cover their transport? And what is their first point of care? Is it the traditional medicine? How is that integrated with the modern medicine? So at UGHE, the reason that we take students in those communities is that they can really understand where health happens. And the reason I'm saying this is that I just wanted to share a story that happened maybe 2 weeks ago when we were taking students in people's homes. I was part of a group that visited this family. If you try to picture it, it's a family where the husband is disabled. He used to be a motorcycle rider. Those are very common transport of the transport means in my country. And the students were supposed to establish the household profiles, basically asking a few questions. And the students asked questions, and one question that stayed with me was a question they asked them: how frequent the family is able to afford eating meat per month. And this man responded that if his family was to eat meat, then he would have to cultivate for the whole month to be able to afford. But what I'm bringing here, it's not really the story of scarcity. On our way back, one student asked me that, why is it that that family seems very happy? They seem to have normalized what happens to them. And the reason I'm saying this is that when poverty is generational, and when people have been pushed to the margin for so long, they normalize what shouldn't be normalized. But also on the other side, we blame them. That's why during HIV, you had stories of like, oh, these people can't take medication. They don't even have the concept of time. Even if you provided medications, they won't be able to take them. That's why sometimes we say, that group of people, they die from NCDs, they don't take care of themselves. Or they are struggling with substance use because that's how they are. It's very easy to blame people. But again, as someone who comes from Rwanda, I was born, genocide that happened in 1994 happened when I was just 2 years old. And right after, the life expectancy was around 40. But right now in my country, the life expectancy is close to 67. So this is really to say that there is hope. It's possible. It's not about having a lot, because Rwanda is still a low and middle-income country, but it's possible. So it's very nice. It gives me hope that we're having this conversation. It's important that we are honest about this conversation. But when we invest in healthcare, the gains and the returns are way more. So I'm very excited to continue to learn, to unlearn and relearn. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sana. You did exactly what I was going to ask you to do. So thank you. We are faced with changing support from USAID, Fogarty International. WHO has less resources. And I want to hear how you're adapting to that, because I know some of the funding is coming from those sources, and then I want to hear your insights into how we can get low-income countries and low-middle-income countries to invest, their governments to invest in health equity and pandemic preparedness, if you know. So,
Thank you. That's a very important question, and people ask that all the time, and thank you for asking that. And it is definitely, we can see the gaps that the funding going down has created, and we know the gains that the funding also created, for which we are grateful. And we lived, our stories are stories of those experiences. I always say that HIV defined me as a practitioner. That colored my life. And I worked in that for years, for about 20 years. So I know what that means. Now, with what has happened, now working in Rwanda, I always say is like jumping off a trampoline. Why do I say that? It's because of the leadership, because of the resolve to have homegrown solutions, to put the money to work, and because of the work that was done before what happened. And what is that? Money was invested in systems. It was invested in having a decentralized system, and also not having just a disease-focused lens, but making sure that the money actually addressed all the other things. And that's why, like later on in the HIV world, we realized that just treating HIV and forgetting the non-communicable diseases was another tsunami on the way. But then the founders were not funding that. And at the beginning, there was a tendency for people to want to hold on to the money only for HIV. But in Rwanda, it was not the case. And speaking actually to the Ministry of Health in Rwanda, I posed this question because I had to to address this in a talk I was giving. So I was asking, how are you dealing with that? And the person in charge said, actually, we are doing well. I said, how can you say that? He said, because of our strategy on how to use the money. We use the money for the system and not just disease focused. Of course, now money has had to be mobilized. You know, even you know, taxing from traffic fines. Some of that is going into funding of health. We have a leadership that is exemplary. I always say Paul Kagame is the first medical practitioner in the country. That's what I tell my students. Leadership is key. So, and there's been planning for this. So that is how in Rwanda, that's how it's being, you know, it's being dealt with. Maybe you want?
Thank you. Oh. Well, I'll give you the perspective of where I'm sitting. We are in the middle of a closeout period that was just announced, began yesterday. We don't currently have all of the administrative things in place in order to carry out that closeout process. However, PEPFAR has been an excellent partner to work with, and they've done incredible work right up into this moment. I want to underscore something that was just mentioned about the challenges in the funding in these really very uncomfortable places. It's more than just a rock and a hard place. I don't even know quite the analogy to give you to demonstrate the level of balls that we have in the air. And it is a little bit, I think Dr. Montgomery Rice gave this example a few years ago. Sometimes the balls that you drop are going to be the ones that are maybe less fragile, that might not break on impact. It's a little bit of that right now, keeping the most fragile glass ones at play. And we're doing that. I've taken to the idea of a bird in hand and leveraging what that means in the moment. About 6 months ago, our program was one of the only standing programs in Zambia at the time, and we delivered telemedicine, one of the only operating successful telemedicine programs in Zambia has been in partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine, the other members of the HBCU Global Health Consortium, and the Ministry of Health, and I'm very proud of that. We've had more than 20,000 teleconsultations. We've helped maintain the 95-95 targets in Zambia for the last several years. However, right now, we're literally down to the kwacha, the dollar, the pennies, and we're looking at, okay, this has been, it's really just it's a puzzle. It's a huge puzzle, and it's those who can recognize and identify pieces in the moment to put them into play. I think what's critical and what my panelists said about political will, we notice in moments where we try to introduce the idea of patient-centered practice. Imagine that as a focal point, what that can do. And we know what it can do, and we've seen it, but NCDs were not on PEPFAR's list of focal points. They were beginning, we saw the signs of sunsetting beginning the last couple of years for diminishing budgets. However, when ministers of health in Zambia and medical superintendents who maintained relationships all the way up through the infectious disease experts in the country, when they started speaking out, we found a pathway to discuss what we could do that really reinforces the platform itself, the structural pieces that are critical for sustainability far beyond what always outlasts the money. That's where we put our efforts in. So everything that we're doing right now, today, as I'm sending emails to the team, is focused on leveraging the bird in hand. We've got $10,000 on the ground right now. What little change can we do to reinforce the platform right now that is on the is very vulnerable and on the verge of potentially not being operable beyond our presence there. So again, just want to underscore, in the midst of everything, sometimes all you can do is put your head down for the next foot in front of it. And the next foot, the next step, is making sure that what we have right now is leveraged at optimal capacity. And that is the only thing we're talking about.
I'll keep it brief. Yes.
Into your answer, because you mentioned traditional medicine, and we want to cover aspects of traditional medicine and how do we incorporate traditional medicine into conventional medicine.
Yes,
and
sir.
We've heard about telehealth.
Mm-hmm.
Traditional medicine is all about community-centered health, self-care. How do you get telehealth, community, self-care, and Promitra involved in? And
Well,
Dr. Asana, I'm going to ask you the same question afterwards. So,
I want to start by saying 50 years ago, there was a group of leaders who sat down and decided to build and start Morehouse School of Medicine. I think they also understood that they were preparing for a future where we'd be in a situation like we're in now, not only globally, but even locally, where healthcare and access to healthcare is still an issue. In terms of Prometra, I would like to express this first. Prometra is, to me, when I've trained and gone site to site and met all these healers, it's an organization of revolutionary healers. They practice their traditional medicines and what they had to offer the community as essentially primary care providers when it was not popular. It's one thing to be a leader and be a physician or be a advocate when there's money, when there's institutional support, and when your ideas are supported. It's another thing to do it when you have real adversaries, when there are no resources. You know, the civil rights leaders that we talk about, Andrew Young and others, when people are shooting at you and you still show up. The healers in our organization built Prometra and stood by Prometra when it was illegal to practice traditional medicine in Africa, where you would be in prison or you'd be thrown out of the country, et cetera. So I want to just say that because we are kind of coming full circle where it looks like we're there again. Not just globally, but locally. It may be dangerous and difficult to stand on these principles. It may be unpopular, but this is when we do our best work. Okay, so what we're doing now as Prometra, as we're standing, what we would say, the young people would say, 10 toes down on innovation, excellence, and we are 100% behind equity. But when you tear down that fence, what do you do next? You go get in the game. You don't stand on the sidelines. You get in the game and you lead and you innovate. And so we are protecting our intellectual property. We're collaborating with partners like Morehouse School of Medicine to be able to bring the solutions directly to the community. We have community health centers where traditional healers are organized, providing care today with the plants and the herbs that we've been using and passing down, and we've validated. Okay, so that's part of what we're doing. We also are embracing some technology because actually Africa has embraced technology in a lot of areas. I mean, most people do have cell phones and they are using them. And that is one source, so the telehealth is super important. So we're discussing how we can embrace technology to extend our capacity. Those are a few things that I'd like to offer.
Yeah, I will begin by talking about traditional medicine and stating that we must acknowledge that in many cases, that's going to be the first point of care for many communities. And speaking as someone who is from Africa and grew up from Africa, I do think that that is true in many places where culture and tradition are very strong. And of course, I'm not also adding another layer of challenges in access to modern healthcare, because in places where patients are not able to, don't have access to primary health care, or where care is not closer to them, they will go to their first point of contact is in traditional medicine. So I'm not really saying that it's a bad thing, but when I look at that, one thing that comes to mind is that we need to invest in more research that can show the efficacy and safety, because in many cases, traditional medicine too works. And also, how do you make that work with modern medicine? There's one thing that happens in my country. The Ministry of Health has it's like a registry of all traditional healers, but of course the ones known. Not everybody is known. And they offer them different trainings, and they are trying to make it work, and I'm not saying that it's perfect, but at least that is something. And in our teaching for medical students, when they go in the community to learn, we actually intentionally bring traditional healers sometimes to have students talk to them, ask questions, ask them challenging questions, like if a patient came to you with a condition that you can treat, what do you do? And they ask them, tell me honestly, what would you do? So it's really to challenge students, not as people who are going to be antagonists, but people who can begin reimagining how in the future practice as leader or as clinical practitioners, how they can work together. And then I do think it's quite a journey, especially in countries like where I come from. But it's important that, again, like I said, that we invest in research to prove efficacy, to prove safety, and possibly to see what is possible if traditional medicine and the modern medicine work together. What would synergy look like?
Okay, well, at Morehouse School of Medicine, we believe that traditional medicine has a role in conventional medicine and in healthcare in general. So you'll hear about an experience that some of our students are getting in their fourth year, learning Siddha medicine, which is a 7,000-year-old form of medicine practiced in southern India. So I'd like to invite the audience to come up to the microphones and ask questions. You didn't really have time to ask questions during the first two talks. And while they're coming up, I want to ask Delali and then Dr. Akiki, as we go, how do you envision collaborating with Morehouse School of Medicine going forward?
Yeah, no, great question. And one of the things that you probably had seen on numerous slides that I showed earlier is that we can't do what we do without collaboration. And so even when we're doing a number of our early discovery work, trying to identify, well, what sort of new technology or what's happening within various labs, it comes from understanding, well, what's happening at the bench level in a number of universities. And so one of the things that DNDI is constantly trying to understand and harness are, what are the topics, what are the disease areas, what are the technologies that are top of mind that's happening within the academic spaces. And so I'm really curious and would want to hear more about the work that different research labs are doing within Morehouse, where there's opportunities to partner, whether not just in terms of looking at, you might be doing something within neglected disease areas, or you might not, because what we also want to be able to do is leverage what's happening or what technologies are happening in other disease areas that could be applied to infectious disease. We're starting to also leverage a lot around how do we utilize technology. I mean, AI is the continual buzzword that we keep hearing about, but there are a lot of effective tools that are happening within the AI space for drug discovery, and we're seeing that a lot of this is coming out of research universities and labs. And so with Morehouse, that's where we would be very interested in collaborating.
Just going to say one word and then you got the microphone. So I want to introduce Dr. Zandi, who's here. He's the head of our Natural Products Research Program. Dr. Floyd was instrumental in helping to develop, and he's working with Promitra in Senegal, and we have agreements with other natural products groups in Nigeria and other places, and we will be finding the active ingredients in natural products and hoping to turn them into, modern products. So you should make an appointment with Dr. Zandi.
Well, thank you. I think for us, forming partnerships, and partnerships are key to what we do. And I'd like to just say that we are good soil to plant seed in. If I was a planter of seed, I'd come to Rwanda. I'd come to UGHE. I'd come to the Department of Community Health and Social Medicine. I would come. We are really open, and I think it is together that we can do something new. We are, it's a place where, I meant it, where I said where dreams come true. It's a place where we cannot say it's only about money, it's only about this. We can do something together. We can do something new. One of the tasks we were given when we were coming by the dean was that go and make friends, go and make partners, go and bring something home, So we really would like to partner in the way we teach, in the way we do community engagement, in the way we do basic sciences, in the way we do research, in clinical work. We have a cancer center. We have, it's a place that is open for partnering and that is responsible and that gives return for investment.
Well, I think you have some partners here. And I've been to Kigali a few times, but I've never been up north, so maybe we can do that. And now that we have telemedicine experts in our group, it may make it even more possible.
Yeah, thank you for 1 minute. And to say that we have a very cool program called Global Community-Based Education, where we bring international students, not just medical students, but health students, to spend a 3 weeks rotation in different parts of Rwanda. So they do altogether 25 visits in different spaces, but we also bring different people to speak to them. And what I find key is that they get to talk to the people who did the work. For example, some of you know that Rwanda handled COVID or the Marburg disease in an exemplary way. So when we have students, we will invite people who are on the front line to talk to them, to tell them the stories. Yes, the theories are important, but really we give the students an experience to learn from the people who do the work. So I'm excited to be chatting, really, to get a chance to chat with some of you who will be interested to learn more about the program and opportunities to partner on that and demand more. Thank you.
I'll be brief as well. I just have to say, as an internal guest of Morehouse School of Medicine, as an employee in the last 8 years, one of the ways that I want to partner with Morehouse School of Medicine is by taking these 8 years worth of experience and analyzing how we could be stronger partners to our external stakeholders. There are so many opportunities, and I've just mentally crossed out challenges in achieving global health equity, and I've changed that to opportunities in achieving global health equity. And this moment right now, while it may seem like I'm just waiting for the news to drop, I haven't done that. I've taken the energy that is not being currently expended on day-to-day programmatic operations and thinking about the last time I needed to send a wire through our institutional process, and what kind of feedback can I give right now that will be instrumental in improving that process? We have to be ready for tomorrow. And another way that we do that is by analyzing what we've done internally and informing how those experiences can make us better partners for future opportunities. Right now, Morehouse School of Medicine has Morehouse School of Medicine Zambia Limited, a limited liability company established in Zambia. Zambia, just like Rwanda, is open for business, and there's an opportunity of having operations that are based locally with local colleagues and operators. That right there is the glue that keeps things going together when there are challenges in funding or when there are breaks in funding awards. You know, you're closing out one fiscal year, waiting for the next notice of award period to start. We all know about waiting on congressional notifications and how that affects our ability to continue doing work. But establishing yourself in country in the places where we're doing the work, like where the school has been taken out to the rural area in Rwanda, that is one of the ways that we can work better with our current stakeholders and be a better partner and ready to meet the needs of tomorrow.
First of all, I want to thank you guys for excellent panel. And Dr. Graham, thank you again for this, bringing our village together. This is really important. My name is Bill Preston, and I wanted to ask you guys, have you ever worked with, one question I say, have you worked with Sister Cities International? I was involved that between Long Beach, California, where I grew up, in Mombasa, Kenya, and we got a grant through the Bill and Melinda Gates grant for the African Urban Poverty Alleviation Program. I think it was 35 sister cities that were recognized, but there's great things that are going on. I was able to do, with my chapter, or my group, we're also able to do a lot of work on HIV/AIDS, and I'm even bridging that with Howard University. This year, having our 15th annual Stigma Conference, International Conference on Stigma. With Gilead's funding, we bring in key stakeholders from around the world. But my question is, on Stigma Conference, stigma does so much damage. That's a window we have as an opportunity to address a lot of different issues, whether it's sickle cell, HIV/AIDS. But your thoughts on Stigma Conferences? I would love to see one here at Morehouse. I think we can do a lot of them with different universities and bridge building, which is what I try to do. But the other thing is, sister cities, have you guys ever, we looked at participating, because there's a lot of health initiatives that can be driven through sister cities, because it's people to, or citizen, it's people to people diplomacy at a citizen level. Thank you.
Everybody enjoy lunch. Try to be back at 1:20, and we'll get started again.
So before we head to lunch, there are a few just housekeeping rules I want to. Let's thank the panel again one more time for a great dialogue and conversation. But for our students, I want you to know there's actually a breakout session that will focus on new global experience opportunities, the Liberia West Africa Fellowship Program. And so is Mr. Matthew in here with us? Just want to make sure you know who Matthew is so you can actually go to room H101 in the Calvin Smyrie room. So take your lunch and please feel free to go and speak with Matthew. But for everyone else, the challenge is for you to get to know someone that you didn't know, to determine how you can foster a partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine or within your organization. We will come back within 1 hour. Enjoy your lunch.
Check, 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 check. Mic 6, check, check. Mic 7, check, 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 check. Mic 7, check, check. Check, check, check. Mic 3, check, check. Check, check. Mic 2, 2, 2. Check, check. Mic 2 is high. Mic 1, check, check. Mic 1, 1, 1, 2. Check, check. Hey, hey.
So, welcome back. As those that are continuing to come in, we thank you. And so, for those that are over in the Calvin Smyrie building, if you can hear my voice, we're going to go ahead and get started again. So it did work. It travels. We've been hearing about some amazing work being carried out by our colleagues around the world and here in the United States. At Morehouse School of Medicine, we've been advancing in global health initiatives here and elsewhere, and just you were able to learn about the different partnerships that we have that's continuing to go on. But I hope you really took the opportunity to network, to introduce yourself to someone that you did not know, to think about how do you expand what your organization is currently doing or what you are doing here at Morehouse School of Medicine. It is truly, and I said this last night, and I continue to go back to what Dr. Graham talked about last night, his closing remarks with Kirk Franklin, bless me. I still think about those words, bless me, God indeed bless me. And as those melodies and beats and scores ring in my ear, I think about the true significance of that gospel song. May it continue to uplift and inspire our work, global health work, with compassion, to seek justice in health and within everything that we do. So, Dr. Graham, I call you up again to the stage, and just may God continue to bless you, bless you, bless you indeed.
Now, the words that follow what she said are, no, not just for me, but so everyone around me can have everything they need. And that is the mantra for our Global Health Equity group. I'm going to say a few things about global health in general, but then I'm going to tell you what we're doing in the Institute, at least part of it. And so I've titled this the name of Dr. Satcher's book, minus the global, The Quest for Global Health Equity. And I want to thank our sponsors. The McClellan Family Foundation has helped us with this conference, and GeoVax and PNC Bank have all contributed to this. And the Kroll Family Foundation is the one who originally sponsored and gave us a donation to help get this institute started. Okay, the state of global health. You heard some of this from Dr. Nkingasong, but it is a paradox wrapped in irony, because we actually have everything we need to solve almost every problem we have in the world. And yet we continue not to do it. We continue not to get it done. There's a rise in life expectancy, but there's inequitable distribution of that improvement that I'll show you. There's advances in vaccine technology, but there's a lot of anti-vax rhetoric that keeps coming up. It's almost like the better we do at vaccines, the higher the level of rhetoric. Improved knowledge, but now we have anti-science misinformation to deal with. We have greater resources. The world has never been richer, but there's greater wealth disparity. And now we can get anywhere, even to Rwanda and back, or even to New Zealand and back in 24 hours. So we have greater global access, but there's more conflict and more nationalism. So as we have the opportunity to solve all these things, we seem to keep fumbling the ball. And to me, one of the worst conditions on earth is complicity. And complicity is responsible for most of what we're not getting done. And the best antidote for complicity is intentionality. The problem we have right now is that there's a lot of intentional ignorance and conscious complicity going on. And we need to turn that around. So I'm glad everybody in this room can agree on that. Over the last 200 years and plus, since 1800, we have massively increased life expectancy. For a baby born in that time period, I'm showing you their life expectancy. And that's because we have cleaner water, we have antibiotics, we have vaccines, we have a lot of things that we didn't have in 1800. Widespread public education, for instance, and at least basic health care, although not universal health care. So we've done better with that, but the problem is it is not universal. I think the country with the highest life expectancy is Monaco. They have a life expectancy of 87 years. Nigeria has a life expectancy of 55 years. There is a massive disparity in overall health and life expectancy. And I want you to remember the pattern of this graph because it'll come up later, but it will be for a different reason. And for instance, it's a little darker in Canada than it is in the United States. That means Canada has a little higher life expectancy than the United States. Africa, especially the low-income countries in Africa, are suffering with low life expectancy. So it follows a pattern of poverty, but the poverty predicts worse health outcomes. You saw this slide earlier. WHO did a big study of the impact of Gavi, the Global Alliance for Vaccines that distributes vaccines around the world and has been going on for 50 years. Last year was its 50th anniversary. It's 1 year ahead of Morehouse. And it's remarkable to just think about what it means to avert 150 million deaths. So, and this is just a handful of vaccines. This is not all the vaccines. So the point is that vaccines work. And these kinds of diseases were prevalent in our children for all through history until the last 60 or so years. And now, virtually all of those the common childhood diseases have been eliminated through vaccination. But now we're starting to go back to having outbreaks of whooping cough, outbreaks of measles, and we know, despite the anti-vax and the anti-science misinformation rhetoric, we know that if you're really threatened, people will line up for a vaccine. So the last smallpox outbreak in the US was in 1947. And this is the line in New York City waiting to get a smallpox vaccination that nobody enjoys. Smallpox vaccinations are not that easy. You see the kind of reactions you get from a smallpox vaccination on the bottom. Fortunately, it's done in a very simple technique. The bifurcated needle you see, you dip it into a vial, you get a little liquid, spread it on the skin, and poke it into the superficial part of the skin. So this is not a pleasant vaccine, but if you're faced with a smallpox outbreak, you get in line. And I think that's where we're going to be going forward as measles and whooping cough and other common diseases expand, we're hopefully going to go back and line up for vaccinations. Just an aside, Dr. Fauci's was a 6-year-old boy in one of those lines, so he remembers this event. He was 6 years old and was in one of those lines. So vaccines have dramatically reduced the incidence of common childhood diseases over these last 60 years. And I'm just showing you some of the evidence and data from 2022 or 2023. And what you see is that we had no polio, zero polio. When I was a child, every mother was terrified of polio. Now we have no polio in the U.S. We have no rubella, no congenital rubella, and of course we eradicated smallpox from the world in 1980. Now this year, in 2003, we only had 59 measles cases. Measles will not penetrate a population if you can be in the range of 92 to 95% of the young people vaccinated. This year, already, the year's not over, we're up to over 1,500 cases of measles. And as we learned before, about every 500 cases, a child dies. We've had 3 deaths this year from measles in the U.S., unnecessary deaths. So vaccines work, and I'm going to just tell you a brief story about what happened during COVID and why it was able to happen. Dr. Kizzmekia Corbett was a postdoc in my lab during the COVID pandemic, and Jason McClellan is a young person who I started working with when he was a postdoc around 2009. Jason and I worked on respiratory syncytial virus, and the structure-based vaccine design on the F protein is what resulted in what you have now for RSV vaccines from GSK and Pfizer and Moderna. So we learned how to do structure-based vaccine design. In 2016, when we made a Zika vaccine, this was at the Vaccine Research Center at NIH, we learned that year that mRNA started working as a vaccine. It hadn't been working that well in 2014. We also started thinking of ways to be more proactive in terms of pandemic preparedness and wrote this article about prototype pathogen approach, which has now been adopted by WHO and NIAID and CEPI as an approach to be better prepared for the next pandemic. And we had already done studies with Moderna on 2 different families of viruses since 2017, the paramyxoviruses and the coronaviruses, because when Jason left NIH and went to Dartmouth, we were able to solve the structure of the spike protein of a common coronavirus that we get every winter. And so we had all these things in place and already knew that proteins and mRNA could prevent lethal challenge in animal models from either a Nipah virus for paramyxos or the MERS coronavirus for coronavirus. And all this was in place when we learned on January 6th that this was a coronavirus breaking out in Wuhan, China. When we got the sequences, Dr. Corbett and her small team in my lab at NIH got to work. We made the constructs we needed to isolate protein, solve structures, make assays, immunize mice. We worked with Moderna to get the mRNA back, and by February 18th, before it had spread around the world, we already had data in mice that said this mRNA approach was very effective for this particular spike protein. So we got the trial started. You know the story. It was approved and authorized within 11 months after the sequences became available. And believe me, no matter what they say, every congressman and their families got immunized with the coronavirus vaccine. We also, because we had that protein, those proteins can also be used for another new technology where you can isolate individual B cells from people who recovered from a disease. So from the first survivor of COVID-19 in the US, we got the B cells from that person. We used the proteins, we isolated antibodies and worked with Abcelera and Lilly, and those antibodies became bamlanivimab and bebtelovimab that were used for therapy in COVID. So from that work, led largely by Dr. Corbett, we get all these things, the vaccines, the antibodies, and the antibody work was informed by some of the things we did in Congo with making the antibody for Ebola. And the vaccines worked. This is not more evidence that the vaccines work. But most of their benefit was in the fall of 2021 during the Delta wave of coronavirus. So you see the big spike. The red spike are people who were not vaccinated. That's their mortality curve. The green is mortality if they've been vaccinated. So there was a huge benefit in 2021 from being vaccinated. Now the problem is, and this is the graph I wanted you to remember from before, only 5% of people in Africa were vaccinated by the end of 2021. So most Africans did not have the benefit of the vaccine at the time they really needed the benefit of the vaccine. And what you see here is just like in that other graph, this is actually vaccination rates from 2023. The US is a little less than Canada. Many of the poor countries, low-income countries in Africa have been under-vaccinated. And Europe's a little better than Russia, and on and on. So that graph is almost identical to the graph of life expectancy that I showed earlier. So vaccination rates correlate with life expectancy. And it was estimated by Imperial College biostatisticians that as many as 20 million lives were saved just in 2021. And it was estimated by the Commonwealth Fund that as many as 3 million Americans were saved during the course of the following pandemic. The problem is the distribution. So we have all these technologies, amazing technologies. You can see things that are way beyond your common vision. We can understand them at the atomic level detail. We can tell where every carbon and oxygen and hydrogen atom are in three-dimensional space. But we couldn't deliver the vaccine around the world for a global pandemic when we know that the biggest benefit comes from rapid distribution. And so we wrote this editorial about the fact that we have cutting-edge science, but we are lagging behind in our policies and practices. And this is one of the reasons, a big reason why I wanted to come to Morehouse to work on health equity. To follow in the footsteps of Dr. Satcher, who I'm reviewing his biography briefly here, but he has a remarkable resume. I mean, it's hard to imagine being the president of 2 different medical schools, being a 4-star admiral in the Public Health Service, Assistant Secretary for Health and Human Services, and Surgeon General, and the head of the CDC. All these things in one person. Nobody's ever done that before. And we've named this conference after the book I'm showing you there beside his picture. And I've got a few extra copies of this book. And anybody who asks a question to our panelists coming up in the next 2 sessions will get a free book. You want that book? Stand up and ask a question. But we don't have that many, so I think there's only 6. Yeah, so stand up and ask questions when our students and faculty speak. This institute was inaugurated 2 years ago. Dr. Satcher was here, and it was started because of a generous donation from the Kroll Family Foundation, who they're pictured up there in the upper right-hand corner. And this is our team, part of our team, important members of our team. Could everybody who does global health work, any kind of global health work at Morehouse, stand up? There's even more people than. So, our institute is really just to create a blanket over all the work that's already being done, because all this work is being done out of individual specific departments, and we just try to help organize and advocate for it. So in the next couple of panels, you'll be hearing from some of our students and faculty members about this work. The goals are to diversify the scientific and public health workforce. We have three major pillars. One is to increase student participation in global health. Another is to facilitate scientific advances in low-resource settings, and then to impact global health policy. For the student pillar, this is all about international experiences that you'll hear more about. But it's also about contributing to the curriculum in education, but it's also about debt relief. People cannot choose a life and career in public health if they're $300,000 in debt. So until we can endow more tuition scholarships, no matter how much they want to or how good they are, or they will have a hard time making that choice for public health. So what you see here is our student engagement at the CDC, here at Morehouse around various topics. And so we do a lot of things with our students, and you're going to hear about that directly from them in the next couple of panels. For research, we try to create reciprocal training opportunities. This kind of work was already being done. Dr. Stiles has had several postdoctoral fellows from Ghana, for instance. And we want to build partnerships with countries in Africa and other places like in India. You're going to hear about our student trip to India that's going on right now. We have 3 students studying Siddha medicine in southern India right now. That is a 7,000-year-old traditional medicine system that we think is important to add to the curriculum for holistic approaches to medical care. And then I still do a lot of work on vaccines, and the emphasis is on transferring research capacity and manufacturing technology to places like you heard about today in Kigali, Rwanda, in Dakar, Senegal, and in Cape Town, South Africa. All those 3 places now are capable of RNA manufacturing. And so here's some of the places we work and visit. The bottom right is the new manufacturing facility in Dakar in Senegal. And this is the team just above that manufacturing facility. Once there is a place to work, once there's a place to exercise your training and knowledge and everything you've worked for to become a scientist, people will go back home. So the brain drain can be reversed if there is a place for people to work and do the kind of work that they want to do. And so that team is all scientists from Senegal who had been all over the world and were regathered just to do this project to make mRNA vaccines in Senegal. And then policy and advocacy, and I would say we haven't gotten as far on this pillar as we need to. We're probably going to need more resources to hire policy experts to help with this, but in the meantime, we are going to continue to advocate and build relationships, and importantly, document student stories. And we have Sean Shepard in the audience today. He's from SES Productions. He's going to help us make a documentary around the work that was done, especially during the first 10 weeks of 2020. Because this is Dr. Corbett getting her first plasmids back that we're going to help her make the protein. And these are the students that were helping her in the lab. These 4 students did almost all the bench work, developed all the data, did all the writing and the graphs to make it possible to start the first COVID clinical trial for vaccines in March 16th of 2020. So that is the team, not only that made the vaccine possible, but developed the protein that made the antibodies, therapeutic antibodies, possible. And those are the antibodies that President Trump was treated with in October of 2020, probably to save his life from that episode of COVID that he had. So that's the team that I want people to know more about, and Sean is going to make a documentary about that event, those first 10 weeks, and we need to change the narrative of who can do what. So what makes Morehouse different from any other medical school anywhere? I think one of the main things is that we see students as our primary asset. We see the student learners here as the main mission of the school, and we see them as the change agents in the world as they go forward. Morehouse also has a community-oriented approach to improving health, which is what already happens in low-income countries. So when we talk about collaborating with low-income countries, we aren't talking about trying to take our health system to their health system, because our health system in this country is already broken. It would not be a good fit. If anything, we need to learn more about community medicine from low-income countries and bring that kind of approach back here. We focus on social determinants of health. Dr. Satcher has another institute, the Satcher Health Leadership Institute, that has a lot of experience in gathering health data and doing work on social determinants of health. And we're going to continue to work more and more closely with them as time goes on. There is a dedication to equal partnership. This is not about ownership or about taking over. This is about real partnership. And the faculty at Morehouse, students at Morehouse, with their service-oriented spirit, understand that better than anybody I've ever worked with before. So the last one, which I think all of you can understand and relate to, is that discerning misinformation and misdirection for our faculty and students at Morehouse is part of their everyday experience and survival. This is what you grow up with, it's what you have to figure out, and what you can take forward. So I'm going to stop there and thank you, thank Dr. Satcher, thank our sponsors, the McClellan family, GeoVax, PNC, Kroll family, and we even have a QR code that we have for giving. If you're so inclined, take out your phones. So thank you very much. I'm going to stop there. And I can answer one or two questions if you have them before I introduce Dr. Neusel, who's our next speaker. Don't forget there's a book waiting for you up here. Okay, well, let me introduce. It is a real pleasure for me to introduce Dr. Neusel. She's our next speaker. We have known each other for a very long time. Not that she's that old, but we've known each other for at least 30 years I even played softball with her husband when I was still in Nashville at Vanderbilt. Our children babysat her children on Barton Avenue back in Nashville, Tennessee. She was my first infectious diseases fellow in training at Vanderbilt. But since then, she has had a very distinguished career. She's went to Seattle. She became a big leader in the PATH organization. She came back to her favorite place, Maryland. She's a strong Terps basketball fan, and became the head of the Center for Vaccine Development at Maryland University of Maryland School of Medicine, where she worked for 10 years before she replaced Roger Glass at the Fogarty International Center at NIH about a year ago. And so she was the head of Fogarty. I was so excited to have such a close friend as the head of the Fogarty International Center. Well, now, I'm not going to tell the story of any of that, but now she has just taken a new position with the Gates Foundation and is going to be the head of their polio eradication efforts. So she's transitioning to Seattle, and she's going to give us a talk about, I'm not sure altogether what you're going to talk about, but I'm looking forward to hearing what she has to say about her career and where it's taken her.
Thank you, Barney. It really is a pleasure to be here. You may remember you did invite me last year when I was the head of Fogarty, and I believe I had a last-minute trip. I think it was Uganda, and I couldn't make it. So even though I actually just moved to Seattle over the weekend, I couldn't cancel on Barney twice. So I'm really thrilled to be here to give this talk. I will also comment, since you mentioned Maryland, that I think the real reason you showed the pictures that you did in your office at NIH is because I noticed the University of Kansas in the background of that. So Barney and I, for years, have gone back and forth on the basketball rivalry. But I did pick up that you can make out the words University of Kansas in all of those pictures, Barney. So we'll see. So I suppose this also shows how far back we go and how much we think alike, because the beginning of my talk is very similar to yours, which will make it easy because I won't need to go over it again. But the title is Advancing Disease Prevention in Low-Income Countries, Vaccines as Tools for Health Equity. And really, Barney talked about the impact of vaccines on human health. I can go through that pretty quickly. But what I would like you to really understand is recognizing the role of equity and access in shaping fair vaccine policy. So I will give you a few examples there. And then really think about how these current events and factors could affect vaccine uptake and coverage globally. Now, I'm going to go back and start with Edward Jenner, and it's interesting because he's actually not the first person to give a vaccine for smallpox. You know, the Chinese were looking at various ways to prevent smallpox in the 10th century and on and on. But he is the first person to suggest this idea of eradicating a pathogen. So way back in 1801 in his treatise, he said the annihilation of the smallpox, the most dreadful scourge of the human species, must be the final result of this practice. So really an amazing visionary there, that he was already thinking about how we can get to the ultimate sustainability, and I would say the ultimate health equity, which is eradication. And we did do that on May 8th, 1980. Both Barney and Dr. Nkengasong have mentioned this because it's such a triumph of human health. Now, if we look at vaccines, you know, Barney mentioned a lot in these early phases, how this discovery and exploratory stage is so important. You know, this idea that we are diminishing funds for basic science research is going to have incredible impacts. And we may not see those impacts immediately, but we will see them. You know, all the way through to the phase 1 studies, the regulatory approvals, and in the end, of course, we want the impact. I put 2 arrows across here. One is political will. I'll say a lot about political will. When I teach students or trainees and they present a problem or their research to me, and I will say, is this a science problem or a political will problem? Sometimes it's a science problem. We really, malaria, you know, we really don't understand completely that pathogen and immunogens, but a lot of times it's a political will problem. We have the answer, and we're just not doing what we need to do. And then across the top, and Barney, I think you touched on this a little bit on the pandemic side, but it's the public health need versus the market need. So if I'm sitting in private industry, and I really want a blockbuster. You know, if you look at the top 10 interventions that have been blockbusters, right? It's Lipitor, it's a lot of the immune suppressive drugs. It's not a vaccine. I mean, the COVID vaccines were the first to come close. So even in the US, there are some money-making vaccines, but I would not call them blockbusters. So it's really this public health need that is driving vaccine development. And so again, vaccines have to be fairly inexpensive to be used broadly. And as we heard with the drug development this morning, public-private partnerships are very important to offset that risk. So Barney, you gave me this slide. So a tribute to you that really vaccine science has never moved so fast, and we look at these technologies over the last 2 centuries, and it's absolutely amazing and absolutely why we could respond to that COVID pandemic so fast. But what I'm going to talk about a lot is, of course, vaccines don't save lives, but vaccination does. And the core principle of vaccinology is the public health goal of reducing infectious diseases. So this relies, depending on the disease, to a variable degree on population immunity, which means we have to have systems to deliver vaccines. And safety, of course, is paramount because we give vaccines to healthy people. And what you see there on the left, and I'm not sure how this pointer works, I think it works on here, right? Yeah, there we go. This is the elimination of meningitis in the meningitis belt in Africa. And the reason that was so successful is not only did we have an effective vaccine, but we had a mass vaccination program where everybody up till the age of 29, and I wish I had the picture like you had for smallpox, because the pictures were similar in that meningitis belt in Africa, with people just lined up to get this meningitis vaccine. So, third time you've seen this slide, I don't really need to talk about it, other than I agree, the false narrative that's going on right now, 154 million lives saved in the past 50 years, and you know what? That doesn't count. You know, that's the lives. That could have been our parents, right? And maybe I wouldn't be here if they were one of the 154 million lives or so. The repercussions of a population and generations being healthy is really quite hard to quantify. So how do we get to vaccine programs that are equitable, affordable, and feasible? So vaccine delivery systems are designed to reach every individual, regardless of socioeconomic status, geography, age, sex. I show some pictures here of some work we did in rural Senegal where you can set up a vaccine program, you know, under a thatched roof. Whereas curative care is limited by a requirement for fixed structures. So one example I give is when I lived in Seattle and 2 of my children, young children, had a dehydrating diarrheal illness. I was 1 mile from one of the best children's hospitals in the world. I was able to drive there. They both had to spend the night. They were on IVs. They did fine. If I'm a mother here in this part of Senegal, first I'm thinking, the hospital's 4 hours away. It's going to cost me a lot to get there. I'll probably wait and see if this is just a reaction to something they ate and that dehydrating diarrhea can be the difference between life and death for someone like me that lives a mile from this fantastic hospital and a mother that, lives 4 hours away in the best case scenario. So not everybody can have these wonderful, tertiary care centers in their backyard. So preventing disease is even more important. Now here in the US, and we really hope we preserve this, we have something called the Vaccines for Children program, VFC. And this is an entitlement program that guarantees vaccine for all children in the US until their 19th birthday. Now, we could argue that, we should go above the 19th birthday and have a Vaccines for Adults program, but no matter where you live in the US and what your insurance is, you get vaccines. And this also has had a phenomenal impact, this Vaccines for Children program. And this was an article that looked at the health and economic benefits of routine childhood immunization in the era where we provide vaccines to everyone. And it's not only lives saved, which is over 1 million in the US, but an estimated $540 billion are saved because of this program. So what about in other parts of the world? Well, internationally, we have an organization called Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and what it does is it subsidizes vaccines in the world's poorest countries. And it relies on the World Health Organization vaccine policy body to make recommendations. So a rotavirus vaccine, which is a diarrheal vaccine that prevents the most common cause of dehydrating diarrhea in the world, would cost somewhere of about $120 a dose on the market. Children get 2 or 3 doses. With this Gavi subsidy, with them being able to negotiate volume prices, the rotavirus vaccine is a 20 to 30% copay depending on the economic ability of the country. So Gavi has been an absolute game changer in terms of allowing poorer countries to be able to introduce vaccines. So if you look here, and I'm not going to go through all of this, but really here are their mission and goals, to accelerate the uptake of vaccines, to strengthen the health systems that deliver those vaccines. And again, by increasing the predictability of the financing, you shape global markets and have less outages. You have better supply-demand equilibrium. So the impact of Gavi, and this chart actually ends in pre-pandemic, is they've supported more than 380 vaccine introductions and campaigns since their start about 20 years ago. And the most recent is a great example. It's the malaria vaccine. And this has been one where political will, the countries in Africa want malaria vaccines. But malaria vaccines are expensive. So with Gavi's support now, and this is one of, except for COVID, one of the fastest rollouts that we've seen, there have now been 21 countries that have introduced malaria vaccines, either nationally or subnationally. And I think this is also a great example of country decision-making. The country said, we want malaria vaccines. So again, Dr. Nkengasong went through this, Barney went through this. I don't need to go through it bullet point by bullet point. You just do need to remember when you leave this room that disease control is facing unprecedented challenges. One that we haven't mentioned a lot, we've certainly mentioned the conflicts, but we haven't mentioned that we're in a record era for displaced and migrant populations, and that also makes disease control really difficult when no state is necessarily responsible for these populations and when they're moving from place to place. And I have there at the bottom the severe reductions in global health funding. This is very real, as we all know. And predominantly because of conflict, we saw global childhood immunization levels stall in 2023. And again, we have a record number of conflicts right now across the world. And we also have a threat of drug resistance. So I'm going to give you an example of a program that we're going to look at a bit through an equity lens, and that is looking at typhoid fever. So what's happened with typhoid fever? We see this with many bacteria. We see chloramphenicol is tested and works against typhoid. We see quickly resistance develops, and you go all along that chart until we get to a point now where in places such as Pakistan, the only thing that works against typhoid fever is either orally azithromycin or IV, the meropenem imipenem class, which, as you can imagine, would be exceedingly expensive in a low-resource place. So, to me, this is a political will problem. This is not a science problem. We've known for a very long time that improving sanitation, improving water quality essentially eliminates typhoid. And it's true in Atlanta, it's true in Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, and San Francisco. So in fact, we would think of typhoid as a disease of the past, but it's really not. It's a disease of the poor. It doesn't exist anymore in the US, or barely exists, or other high-income countries. But again, more and more we see this map where are the reds and the oranges and the yellows that tell us there's still typhoid. They're in in much of sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia. And these are where improvements in water sanitation and hygiene continue to lag in many parts of the world. So this is the answer to typhoid. This will eliminate typhoid. We unequivocally know this, and yet we either don't do it or we can't do it. And again, in many of these places, it takes not only considerable investment, but considerable sustained investment. So what about vaccines? You must travel in this room. How many people in this room have received a typhoid vaccine? Yeah, so all the people in this room. So again, we receive typhoid vaccines to go to places that are at risk for typhoid, and the people in those countries don't receive typhoid vaccine. And why don't they? Well, because the typhoid vaccines we have are fit for purpose for we travelers, but not for endemic settings. You need to give 4 doses. You need to give them, every 2 years. You can only give them to children 6 years of age and older, or 2 years of age and older. So you can't have a vaccine program that you have to redo every 2 years, and you can only start at age 6 when it's the children getting sick from the disease. We had a safe and efficacious typhoid conjugate vaccine. It was developed by the NIH. And this was published in the New England Journal in 2001. So this is a failed business model. We know that typhoid conjugate vaccines work. We've known they've worked in young children for 24 years, and yet there was no manufacturer that stepped in and said, I'm going to make this vaccine. So that's an example of a health equity problem. So we have new typhoid conjugate vaccines. The purpose of this talk is not to go into all the details here, but the developing country manufacturers, and specifically the Indian manufacturers, we now have a Korean manufacturer as well, stepped forward and said, we will make these typhoid conjugate vaccines. And so then you have to say, okay, how do we not get into the same situation where we have a vaccine that's sitting on a shelf and not being used because we didn't think of all the factors that are needed to be able to, again, have this vaccine financed and delivered. So in the interest of time, I won't go through the whole story, but to give you the answer, which is another theme of today, it was all about partnerships. And, you know, when I was at the University of Maryland, were one of the main partners, but you can see all of the other partners and many, many more who got together and we said, you know, we need to show that these vaccines work in young children in endemic countries. We need to do advocacy work so people know these vaccines are out there. We need to go to communities and understand, you know, what they need and what they understand about this disease. We need cost effectiveness. We need, so all different sorts of partners who can contribute to all of the aspects here. And importantly, you want to get to this goal where WHO is going to recommend the vaccine and Gavi is going to support the vaccine so it is feasible in these countries. And that's exactly what happened, that now typhoid conjugate vaccines are recommended as a single-dose vaccine based on trials that this consortium did at 9 months or 15 months of age. But importantly, Gavi also supported a catch-up campaign, because children, of course, and adults are exposed to typhoid, you know, throughout childhood and adulthood. But by adulthood, many people have developed some immunity. So you have a big catch-up campaign, so you're not waiting 15 years to see the impact of your program. So Pakistan, driven by, again, here's political will again, this extremely drug-resistant typhoid problem, was the first country to introduce this vaccine. Malawi introduced this vaccine in May of 2023 with this huge national campaign that included measles, rubella, polio, vitamin A. So these countries are integrating these vaccines and health services. And all in all, in 2025, we've reached about 90 million children and counting, and you can see the map there with the country introduction. So not perfect, but moving in the right direction. So what about coming back to that first slide I showed you with eradicating a disease and my new role here at the Gates Foundation? Can we reach for this audacious goal of polio eradication? You know, we have the tools. It's a little bit of a science problem, and we can get into that, but it's mainly a political will and reaching children problem. So we have the tools and the means to eradicate a second human disease, but we have many, many challenges along the way. And again, partnership is going to be key. There's something called the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. You see the bottom there who the core partners are, but 200 countries around the world are involved. And the ultimate goal is a polio-free world in which we all benefit. And as you might guess, and unfortunately we keep showing these maps with the colors in the same place, you know, where do we still have polio? Well, we have variant strain outbreaks in Africa in the orange, and we still have endemic wild polio in Afghanistan and Pakistan. So not easy places to work. And again, we know how to do it. We just have to figure out how to get this done. And this is a picture of GPI donors and partners, you know, reaffirming this commitment, even in face of these global funding and other global health challenges. And this was just a week or so ago in New York. And again, it's not just the vaccines, it's the vaccinations, right? And this is a slide I borrowed from a colleague. Polio vaccinators are extreme athletes. They're also very brave and courageous. They're going into Gaza, they're going into Afghanistan. I don't have those pictures. They're going into conflict zones on a regular basis to get this done. And so I thought after Dr. Montgomery Rice made her comment about hanging the picture and reminding yourself why you did this. I always show this picture for the typhoid, and this is from my personal collection. This isn't pulled from the internet. But it was remarkable to me when I was looking for photos one day to give a talk on typhoid, that these girls look to be about the same age. You know, they're both wearing pink. The girl on the left is a young girl in Niger, where I visited a few times. They have high rates of typhoid and typhoid intestinal perforation. And she's shown there after an operation with an ostomy. You can imagine in these rural villages how difficult it is to care for an ostomy. And of course, she's one of the lucky children who was able to get to a hospital that could operate and survive. And then the girl on the right, proudly showing her vaccine card following the nationwide vaccination campaign in Malawi that I told you about with her typhoid conjugate vaccine. So, you know, the girl on the left is what motivates me to keep working in this space. And of course, the girl on the right is our ultimate goal, which is to have a fully vaccinated world. So, thank you. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. And I think you get the book for asking me a question, right, Barney? Go ahead.
Okay, it's Dr. Pauline. Yes?
What's that?
Your last name again.
Newsel.
Newsel?
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Newsel, thank you so much for sharing. Brought back a lot of memories for me. My name is Sheila Young Mercado, and I'm new to MSM. I've been here for about 2 years, originally from California. So many of the things that I'll talk about are based in California. One of the things that we did was street medicine. And especially in, Hollywood, West Hollywood, one of the issues that we had is that when you showed the picture, under the little canopy, we weren't allowed to give medications or vaccines if we were not in a building. So that was a problem that we faced, and I think that is something, this research that you've done can be applied here as well.
Yeah, I think it's another great example about what some of the others has talked about is we can learn, from these areas that are more community focused. And with vaccines, we're certainly better than we used to be. Probably most of us get our, flu and COVID and even zoster vaccines, even in a CVS now, or some of these big campaigns we do. That was unheard of 10 years ago. And yet, as you rightly point out, again, that community-centric way of doing things in some of these other communities we can learn from.
Yes, indeed. So I have like 4 questions. Is that okay? Sorry, guys. All right, so the next question, you mentioned difference in mortality rate. Thank you so much, Dr. Graham. Or difference in survival rates. So that was one of the things that I talked about with Dr. David Carlisle, who is the president of CDU. That's where I was, Charles R. Drew, University of Medicine and Science. We set up a testing for COVID-19 and we were discussing how can we show the impact of the lives saved? It was difficult. And so, he really just mentioned to me that that's difficult to quantify, and you mentioned it. So what are other ways, and even in the audience, that we might be able to quantify that?
So just in general, the prevention, it's always difficult. And as Barney knows, I'm married to a surgeon. And somebody comes in to see my husband in horrible pain, and he takes him to the operating room. And they, once they get over the post-op pain, they have no pain, and he is their hero. We are preventing something, right? What is the most painful clinical syndromes you can think of? I would say zoster, right? What a miracle the zoster vaccine was, and yet the only people that are going to think about the vaccine are the few that fail from that vaccine and get zoster anyway, right? The rest of us walking around without zoster. So this, prevention idea, it's the right way to do things, and it's what we should be doing. But as you've said, it's harder to talk to people about. And so this is where these, dedicated impact studies are so important, right? The surveillance, again, the CDC just down the street, why it's so important that we maintain the funding for the surveillance, for the cost effectiveness studies. A lot of I don't know, you would have to tell me here, I don't know much about the state of Georgia or your hospital systems, but I think a lot of times the hospital systems can play a major role, right, in looking at differences between vaccinated and not vaccinating and using databases, which is a little less expensive. But on the personal level, unfortunately, what we have to show are either the failures or the people that don't get vaccinated. So there are some family, advocacy groups for meningitis, for influenza, for some of these vaccines whose child did get the disease, right? And they weren't vaccinated. But yeah, it's very important to measure the impact and to communicate the impact.
Yes, and so with that, how can we place more emphasis on the impact?
That's a good question. In some ways, we've been spoiled, as Barney showed, because we drove a lot of these diseases down to almost nothing, right? These vaccine-preventable diseases in the U.S. And again, you hate to have the answer be that some of these diseases are going to start coming back, but they already are. I mean, we've had the largest number of measles cases in the U.S., in the last 20 years or more. This year. So I think a lot of it, and Barney, you said this too, is we, public health and medical people, getting help from the communications experts, right? And learning to better communicate this value proposition.
Thank you so much. Just a couple more.
That's up.
No, this is great, guys. So in some countries, they have really, they've done the vaccination programs, and what we're looking at now is cancer treatment that wasn't really focused on before. And actually, I want to go to the HPV vaccine. So I actually set up, when I was a medical student, with an attending, a cervical cancer, cancer vaccine, cervical cancer screening program in Haiti. And after we set it up, it went to Guesquieu. I don't know if you know Dr. Bill Pop.
I do.
Okay. My former husband's family was very close with him. And so, he was a place that we sent folks when they had a positive result. So I'm wondering, in places like Haiti, it has the highest rates of cervical cancer, in the Western Hemisphere. How can we place more emphasis on that? Because we saw women who were in their 30s, early 40s, and they died from cervical cancer, leaving their children, leaving their families, and sometimes their children would wind up in what they had, the place we're at, it's a rescue center, where they would get gouache-vauchoir because they didn't have what they needed. So that was, how can we place more emphasis on getting HPV vaccine to some of these countries like Haiti and others in sub-Saharan Africa?
Yeah, so I think HPV vaccine is a great example. First, Gavi does support HPV vaccine. So again, the poorest countries in the world have a financial pathway. with innovation, with studies. You know, the World Health Organization is ahead of the United States in some ways. They first recommended 2-dose and now single dose based on strong evidence, which makes it more feasible to deliver a single dose HPV vaccine. And then, as you know, there are also simple screening methods. So I would say this is another example where the tools are there and the financing are there. I mean, Haiti is a very difficult place, right, with conflict. A lot of this is political will and reaching populations. But the HPV single dose and roll out in low-income countries, to me, has been a huge success.
Thank you so much.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. Kwame Sherry. I'm a student here at Morehouse School of Medicine. Thank you so much for your presentation, your contributions to science and medicine. Dr. Graham and I have talked a lot. He's actually my preceptor for class right now. He's talked to me a lot about the importance of international experiences in terms of solving our scientific problem. We transferring that knowledge and skill set to other countries. Today you talked a lot about the political will problem. I saw a lot of different collaborations with a lot of different academic institutions. I'm curious, have you all looked at partnerships with schools of public policy, for example, as a way to kind of build up that next generation of political will, as opposed to, you know, addressing it from, I guess, the medical side of things, and just what your thoughts are in terms of partnerships with public policy schools and other academic institutions of that nature?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I believe the simple answer is that partnerships have to be broad and multidisciplinary, right? I mean, science is always going to be our core and always going to be the foundation, but science alone isn't enough. And a lot of these big programs I'm involved in, certainly Polio Now, certainly typhoid, certainly rotavirus, had a major multidisciplinary component, right? With civil society having a place at the table, with, again, communications experts, policy experts, advocacy experts, et cetera. So again, I think people have recognized the value of broad multidisciplinary partnerships.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much for your presentation and for the questions. Given time constraint, she will make herself available for questions down. We're going to take a 5-minute break for individuals to actually stretch, move around, because we came right from lunch to presentation, and I know sometimes people get exhausted. So we'll take a 5-minute break, we'll come back, and we'll have our panel presentation. Thanks so much. I could get the students that are participating in the next panel, if you'll come downstairs in order to make your way on stage. If we could have the students that are participating in the next panel, please come on stage. So welcome back. We're going to continue our next panel. For all the amazing work we continue to do across our pillars of research and education and service and policy, at the end of the day, what wakes us up every morning is our commitment to educating and training the next generation of global health leaders. The best way to learn global health is to actually be in it. Thus, we continue to commit ourselves to growing opportunities to our students and learners to learn with and from our partners and friends all around the world. If you were there with us last night with our kickoff reception, you were privileged to hear from one of our rising stars, our fourth-year medical student, Melissa. But right now, we're thrilled to be joined by a few more of our rising stars here at Morehouse School of Medicine who will share their recent experiences learning with and from communities around the world. I will turn it over to our moderator and our students for our presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. As we saw in Dr. Bani's presentation, our students are our mission. That's the focus of Morehouse School of Medicine. So training and building the global health leaders of the future is Morehouse's primary goal, and one of the key pillars of the Global Health Equity Institute. So without repeating what our director said, we have programs that provide opportunity for our students to build their capacity, and as well as to contribute to service even while learning. So we have here this afternoon a cross-section, I would say, a sample of some of these colleagues and students who have gained experience while serving, and we will give them opportunity this afternoon to share a little bit of that, to encourage others to take the opportunity, and also to express some of for the funders and others who are watching, the impact or the benefits of this mission. So we have this afternoon representation from, first of all, my name is Chima Huabonwa. I am one of the core faculty in the Global Health Equity Institute, but I'm also a professor in the Department of Community Health and Preventive Medicine. My colleague, Dr. Kofi Kondwani, who spoke last night, was supposed to be here with me this afternoon. He is actually the principal investigator for one of the core, the Fogarty program, which provided this opportunity for some of our students to travel. But unfortunately, he couldn't be here this afternoon. So I will be holding brief for both of us. So as had been said earlier, the books are actually principally targeted for those who will ask our students questions. So we're going to give priority to the book incentive to those who ask questions to our students. So this is an audience participation session. So we'd like a participation from the audience because we want people to really benefit from it, from their experiences, as those listening here and those online if there be. One of the presenters will be presenting online because one of our students, he was not able to be here. So we'll have a pre-recorded video for him that he has prepared. So I will start the conversation by, they'll have opportunity to present a short presentation each, after which we'll now take questions so that those questions, each person will have opportunity to respond to it, except it is personal, or it's specific rather. So we'll start the presentations let's start with the way we are seated. Let me start with Ms. Gabby.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks so much for the introduction. Hi everyone, my name is Gabby Seplovich. I am an MD PhD candidate here at Morehouse School of Medicine. Oh, should I stand? Yeah. Okay, I had a slide with some photos, but if you're not able to pull it up, just had some fun photos from the trip, which, yeah, that's us. Yeah, that's perfect. So you guys can kind of take a look at all the fun activities that we got to be involved in. So I participated in the elective in Civil Medicine for fourth-year medical students, and it was really a wonderful opportunity. I feel very privileged and lucky and just happy to have been presented with this opportunity. So big thank you to the Global Health Equity Institute and Barney Graham. Oh, perfect. I think I just have the one, but yeah, thank you. So yeah, thank you to Dr. Graham, Dr. Bastion for the opportunity to go. For those of you who are not familiar, which I wasn't familiar with Civil Medicine before this opportunity presented itself, it is one of the it's one of the oldest traditions of medical practice in the world, originating from the state of Tamil Nadu in South India. And we had the opportunity to work very closely with the Health India Foundation that runs a clinic that bridges the gap between Western medicine and still maintains an adherence to Siddha medicine practices. So we worked primarily with the Health India Foundation, and we also had the opportunity to spend a week working with a research team working at a medical school and university system, with Manipal Academy of Higher Education, MAHI. And I think what was really most valuable for me in this opportunity was the ability to see kind of different perspectives to patient care and community care. I've always been interested in global travel, and I think there is just an inherent value in being able to see how other communities, whether it's in the US or abroad, how they live and the environment that they are being socialized in and also helping to socialize. But I think what's really unique about this program is that it allows you to do that and also teaches you tangible technical skills from a different medicinal practice. I think we're very used to, at least from the Western perspective, of treating patients a lot like a number in an assembly line. And it's really easy to kind of get weighed down by the system and burdened by the system. And I think just keeping in mind that there are other traditions available, other practices available, other modalities to care for patients and to empower patients to take charge of their health was really valuable. We've been hearing a lot today about how we can build partnerships, how we can bridge gaps in health equity. And I think, like Dr. Montgomery Rice said at the very beginning of the day, we need to listen in order to be able to include others, and including others will help us grow, both individually and collectively. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and if you guys have questions about it, I'm happy to answer them.
Like I said, we're going to take questions after they present, so please prepare your questions. The idea is that they will have opportunity to contribute to each of the questions. So Gabby, they'll take the next. You have your speaker. Does that speak, Mike?
We'll switch.
Good afternoon. I'm Austin Williams. I'm a second-year PhD student here at Morehouse, and I had the opportunity to intern for 1 month in Ghana. That was my first time in Africa, and it was a bit of a culture shock. The markets were chaotic. The streets were a bit scary to drive on, but it was all chaotic, but it was still organized. You can see people weaving through the traffic. You see people walking up and down the lanes, ladies with fruits, baskets of fruit and food and water on their head, and cows, chickens crossing the street. But with all that chaos, none of the ladies ever dropped the fruit from their basket. And it was really amazing. And as I walked the streets, I talked to the elders. I even laughed with some children. And I felt at ease. I felt the peacefulness in Ghana. And it was a really life-changing experience for me. And I was able to intern at the University of Ghana, where we learned about malaria and sickle cell. When we learned about malaria, we were able to teach students at the middle school, and they picked it up so fast, and they were so excitable about learning. They were able to learn the difference between the parasite and the mosquito, and we quizzed them, and they were all gung-ho for it. It was just amazing to see students, young students like that, excited about science. Even though the infrastructure of their school wasn't the best, they were still sitting in the front and talking to each other and being involved. And also, when I learned about sickle cell disease, we shadowed doctors at a collaborating clinic where we actually saw the patients line up beforehand. And you can hear the moans of pain. And it was very challenging to, get through that. But the professionalism of the healthcare providers at the clinic really inspired me. And also their expertise. We can just have a conversation with one of the physicians there, and it felt like I was in a biochemistry lecture. It was really amazing to see their expertise, and it really inspired me to come back here at Morehouse to be an expert on my field, which is I'm doing research on sickle cell disease also, and they were really inspiring. And also, I got a chance to, me and the other interns, we got a chance to go to the slave castles, where we stood in these stone fortresses where African slaves were there, mistreated. We saw the heaviness of the chains, and this was truly heartbreaking. And what I got from my experience, from seeing the physicians, the patients, and also the history, there's a lot of suffering, but there's also a promise of solutions and a resilience of the people. And I found that resilience in myself, and I believe the resilience is in all of us, especially for global health, equity, and justice. Thank you.
The clicker. So hello everyone, my name is Brianna Young. I'm a second year MD student here at MSM, and I had the opportunity to go to Jamaica for 3 weeks to learn about sickle cell disease. So in Jamaica, I was at the University of West Indies at the Mona campus in Kingston, Jamaica. And just a quick overview about sickle cell disease. It's due to a mutation in the globin gene, which causes your blood cells to sickle, and they stick to the vasculature, causing pain crisis, and it can lead to strokes. It could lead to I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous right now. Yeah. So yeah, sickle cell, the mutation, it causes the blood cells to sickle, and it gets sticky, so they stick to the vasculature, causes pain crisis, and it can lead to down the line spleen problems and renal problems. So what I learned in Jamaica was ideally with how they treat children and target sickle cell early so we can increase the life expectancy. So in the first panel, you see the newborn screening sickle cell. So I was able to go to the lab where they have the newborn screening blood samples, and they use the HPLC machine to fragment the different globin genes and see if the infant has sickle cell. From that result, they give it to the sickle cell clinic on the Mona campus, and they monitor that child throughout their lifetime to make sure that they are well treated and properly managing their pain. So at the Mona campus, they have a phase 2 clinical trial of hydroxyurea. And hydroxyurea was previously a cancer drug and is now used to treat sickle cell. But the main problem is how do we, you see how large those pills are, how do we treat children with that pill? So they wanted to introduce a liquid version of hydroxyurea. And it's actually been working, it's been increasing the life expectancies, and it's been helping children overall. They also introduced this new method to analyze the velocities of blood going through your cerebral arteries. So it's called transcranial Doppler ultrasound. So they take the ultrasound and they take it to the child's skull, and it's good for children because their bones aren't fully fused. So it allows the children to get their blood velocities measured. And velocities over 170 meters per second, they are given hydroxyurea oral dose daily until they meet their maximum dose. So that allows children to prevent strokes, because we see sickle cell causing strokes in children as young as 3 and 4. So we want to prevent that early on and get rid of those end of the lifetime problems that sickle cell causes. So with this hydroxyurea drug, we see an increase in life expectancy, an increase in overall well-being with sickle cell patients, and also with the newborn screening, they're targeting the treatment plans early on. So if you guys have any questions, I'll be able to answer them.
We still have one more speaker. One of our students who went to Costa Rica. This, as I mentioned, this is a sample of the programs. The Costa Rica program is run in collaboration, in partnership with University of Peace. which is a UN-supported agency in Costa Rica. That opportunity is provided directly between, on the collaboration between the David Satcher Global Health Equity Institute and the University of Peace in Costa Rica. The Indian program is also a partnership, a collaboration between us and the University in Manipur, India. But the Ghana and Jamaica program, where opportunities are afforded to us through a grant funded by the NIH Fogarty International. As Dr. Kofi explained last night, there is a consortium between Morehouse School of Medicine, University of North Carolina, and 2 other universities that applied for the Fogarty program, and that's what these 2 have benefited. Those opportunities still exist, and we open up the applications or call for applications as when due. So just for students to be aware of as we continue this program. So we're going to take the next presenter. He has a short video to speak on his experience in Costa Rica.
Paul Williams, board certified psychiatrist and current child and adolescent psychiatry fellow here at the Morehouse School of Medicine. Before I begin, it's an honor and privilege to be here and be able to speak to my Costa Rica cultural and medical immersive experience. A huge shout out and thank you to those that sponsored this trip and made it possible. It was a fantastic trip, what can I say? What struck me the most about the trip there in Costa Rica was just how differently the healthcare is handled, managed, and organized there. And just how differently the community experiences healthcare there in Costa Rica compared to what we see here in Atlanta, Georgia, compared to what we see here in Houston, Texas, compared to what we see here in New York City, compared to what we see here in Washington, D.C. In Costa Rica, we had the opportunity to visit SEMA Hospital. SEMA kind of reminded me of the VA hospital. And what I was struck by at SEMA Hospital was the fact that their emergency rooms weren't overflowing with patients. People weren't looking distressed. They weren't looking neglected. People were not upset. People were patiently waiting. And that's not always what we see here in the United States, particularly at our safety net hospitals. I felt that the difference that I had noted wasn't accidental, but yet it was rooted in Costa Rica's unique community-based primary care model. I know here at Morehouse School of Medicine, we really promote not only health equity, but we really push primary care models. And I think that's a huge strength of Costa Rica. I also thought this was incredible that Costa Rica has teams of doctors, nurses, and community health workers that go door to door, checking in on all of the Costa Rican citizens. I'm talking about these folks know every household, every family, and keep track of vaccinations, so those COVID shots, flu shots, keeping up with chronic conditions and just risk that maybe certain populations or communities are impacted by. I thought it's great how they sort of have this system that's built around being proactive and not necessarily reactive. I felt like that was a powerful lesson for health equity because no one is left out of this sort of catchment area or map of care, not even the most vulnerable. And when I say the most vulnerable, I'm talking about children, I'm talking about senior citizens, I'm talking about those that are in more remote or rural areas of Costa Rica. Excuse me. I also saw how communal leadership is built into their mental health approach. So in many of the municipalities, there's only a handful of psychologists, only a handful of psychiatrists that serve large populations. I absolutely love this as a certified group psychotherapist, that group therapy, neighborhood clinics, and community partnerships are used to tackle issues like suicide and emotional distress, something that they've seen an uptick of since the COVID-19 pandemic. Instead of waiting for people to come to the clinic, these clinics are actually embedded in the community where people live and gather. Meeting the people where they are is very much so the model there in Costa Rica. The experience definitely left a personal mark on me. I noticed a sense of collectivism and work-life balance in Costa Rica. It's really changed the way that I'm thinking about assertive community treatment, something that we use here in psychiatry, where teams of psychiatrists and mental health workers go door to door working with America's most vulnerable, experiencing mental health challenges. Health in Costa Rica wasn't just about doctors and hospitals, but it was about cohesion, intergenerational support, installation of hope. And for me, that really raised an important question about how can I work here in Atlanta, Georgia, not just treating individuals, but working with my community, the community that I live in PUP, but also how can I strengthen and build resilient communities? If there's one takeaway I want to highlight, it's this. Costa Rica shows us that health equity isn't only about money or technology. It's about designing systems that meet the need of people, meeting them where they're at. I think it's about sustainability. I think it's about the proactive approach, preventing suffering before it escalates. And this really reminds me that healthcare is a shared responsibility. And yeah, I mean, stewardship, sustainability, being proactive, having a communal approach are definitely lessons that I plan on really embracing and carrying forward with me into the work that I do here, not only at the Morehouse School of Medicine, but in my future practice. Again, I'm really lucky and fortunate to have had the opportunity to travel to Costa Rica. I definitely had some reservations on going on the trip, but it really was a rich cultural experience, probably one of the richest cultural experiences I've ever had in my life. And it was definitely something that was worthwhile. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
My name is Francois Williams, board certified psychiatrist and current child and adolescent psychiatrist.
Just as he spoke, I realized that we keep saying students, but our program is actually for learners, because some of these folks are not students. Like he's a resident. He's a fellow, okay? So not even a resident. So he's finished his residency and he's doing a fellowship. So the programs, the opportunities that the Institute provides, we call them opportunities for global learners. So it includes medical students, masters, MPH students, masters of science. We've had opportunities where even junior faculty had opportunities in the past. So those opportunities are there, and we all work together to look for them. The idea, the whole aim is that the world has become a global village, and just takes one plane flight for a disease to go from one country to the other. And disease anywhere is disease everywhere, as we've been speaking. So it's an effort to build, as has been spoken on money, to build global health workforce that will be able to operate in every environment and uniformly together. So we're going to take some time for them to answer questions, and like has been said, we have some incentive for those who have questions. I have questions for them, but I want to give the audience the chance. So we have limited time. So if we have enough questions from the audience, I will not ask my questions. So that's the first. Yeah, the book stuff is working, I see. The book incentive is working. Okay. All right, so they're gonna ask questions. If it is general, if you want somebody specific to answer your question, then you can refer to them. But if it's a general question, then they will take it in this order. Perfect. Okay, number one here.
Hello, hi, my name is Ngozi Afolazi. And thank you, panelists, you guys did an excellent job. My question is for Brianna. I wondered, in your trip to Jamaica, you showed us some information around hydroxyurea. And we know, some of us that are in the sickle cell space or know a little bit about the sickle cell space, that hydroxyurea has been around for, about 25 years. And more recent therapeutic treatments are now available. Did you see any of that? Did you hear any of that? Do you think any of that will be coming down the pipeline to the people that you saw in Jamaica?
I did not hear any of that. The only drug treatment that I learned about in Jamaica was hydroxyurea. And the problem that they wanted to, they wanted to use blood transfusions, But the problem is a limit of blood in Jamaica, so they don't use blood transfusions. So the only treatment that I've heard that they use at the Mona Sickle Cell Clinic is hydroxyurea.
Hello, my name is Dr. Lulu. I'm a retired pediatrician. And I just wanted to say, first of all, congratulations to all of y'all. Like, I could tell that it was a life-changing, especially the gentleman in the middle. There was a minute there when I connected with your energy. You were about to go somewhere, which was really vulnerable. So I really appreciate that. My grandfather was a traditional bone setter back home in Nigeria, and he never set foot in medical school, but he never lost a patient. People who were recommended for amputations would come from Ibadan. I learned that when I was 5, all the way to my village to have the same bone that was recommended to be amputated set by my grandfather, and they will walk home. So there's a lot to be said about traditional medicine. So I definitely want to just kind of hold space for y'all. That said, this is from a mother. I like to be like everybody's rich queer auntie. I want to ask you, what are you going to do with your experience now that you've learned it, now that you've seen that there's another world out there? This is not the end all be all. People say that all the time. We all wanted to come here, true, but we have stuff there back there as well. So what do you plan on doing with your experience? How are you going to incorporate it? And then, this is for Dr. I forget, my big brother back there. Yes. Is there any plan to bring students here? I was a student exchange. I was an exchange student when I was 16. I got to go to Togo on an exchange student visa because I spoke fluent French. And I remember being able to go to a different country, what that was like for me, and I'll never forget that. So is there a plan of bringing their students here to also see an exchange, like a true exchange experience? Thank you so much. Follow me on social media.
I can go ahead and answer it. So yeah, I was able to speak to a few of the locals, and once they found out I was in medicine, they definitely were discussing about herbalists and different traditional medicine. And I did find myself in arguments because I've learned so much about science and so much about, drug treatment, that eventually I was kind of understanding that the herbal medicine is also a derivative from the medical drug treatment. And I learned that there also from scientists. We went to an institute where they did herbal medicine, and they had a whole garden of plants. And they had a whole garden, they had a whole garden of plants and different trees and barks, and they would take extracts from the plants and bark specifically for different diseases like inflammation or diabetes, and they would make a compound out of the plants, and it was pretty amazing to find that out. And yeah, it was very informative to kind of have that perspective, like learning that plants and herbal medicine is just as powerful, and you just have to change your perspective on it.
So we will take this question, and then that will be the last for the audience. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joshua Johnson. I'm a second-year PhD student, and this question is for Brother Austin Williams. For those of you who don't know, he's already a dentist. That's why he's shaking his head up there. He's already a dentist, and so I'm curious, it's kind of piggybacking off of that young lady's question. I'm curious to know what you learned in Ghana that you can tie to your background in dentistry.
Thank you for that question, Josh. What I learned in Ghana that ties to my background in dentistry, it also refers back to a little bit of the herbal medicine. There's certain sticks, I forget the name of the stick, I think it's like Bashua stick, but in the past they used it to, they chew a chew stick, yes. Right. appeases the appetite.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So yes,
So
I recommend the chew
you've-
sticks.
You've helped him answer the question. So we'll take the last question there. Don't forget your book.
Hello, my name is Kira. I'm a fifth-year PhD MSCR candidate. My question is for all of you. How has this experience shifted or influenced your career trajectory? And if at all, has it been a major shift?
Yeah. So thanks, Kira, for the question. The question was, how has the experience shifted your career goals, right?
Yes, that's one of my questions there.
So for me, I would say the shift is both a shift forward and also a shift back to reminding me why I decided to go to medical school in the first place. So I'm a non-traditional student and came to medicine later on in life, and I think the experience in Chennai in India, learning about traditional Siddha medicine reminded me that I want to be in medicine because of the patient interactions, and that gets really lost here sometimes in the US when you have to see a lot of patients on a short timeline and your patients are very complex and there's a big lack of continuity of care here, I think. And when I was in India, I was working primarily at the Health India Foundation, and they have a lovely kind of setup where you meet first with a Western medicine doctor and then secondarily with a Siddha medicine doctor, and they work together to come up with your treatment plan. And this clinic has been seeing the same sets of patients. Patients will come in as a family and talk as a family with the clinician. There's less of this kind of separation of your life, like your medical life and your life. There's more of an integration where you talk to your provider about what your day is like, on a day-to-day basis, what kind of challenges are you facing, how's your eating and exercise habits, what's going on in your family life, and your social life is like there's a big attention to social life and community. And I think this experience really reminded me that that's the kind of physician that I want to be, obviously within the limitations of the type of practice I end up working in. But I think there's opportunity to translate that kind of human-centered care in whatever type of patient provider aspect or role that you fill. So it has both made me want to do that more and also reminded me that that's why I came here, and just reminding me that there's not one way to practice medicine, even though it seems like that when you're learning it in the books. I'll switch you.
That's okay.
Thank you for the question. Was it a major career shift? I would say the main theme that I took from my trip that's definitely going to change my career is learning the power of collaboration and just seeing how clinics and the university, multiple pediatric clinics and sickle cell clinics collaborated. All the physicians and doctors, they knew each other and they talked. And even back here with my mentor, Dr. Stiles, seeing how he collaborated with multiple scientists and doctors, it truly inspired me to, kind of get out of my shell and have conversations. And you never know what you can learn from someone, and you never know the team you can form to, make solutions for diseases and people in pain. So that's the biggest thing I took.
Okay.
So I aspire to be a pathologist and touch into the global health field as a healthcare professional. So this experience definitely impacted my career trajectory, especially the resilience of the doctors. Despite the lack of resources, the finances, the infrastructure of the healthcare facilities, they fight for their patients, they educate them, they advocate for them. They go out to the communities and host community educational sessions so that community can be educated on stuff. So it's just the resilience of the doctors despite the problems, and they stay on their goal, which is to help the patient and ease the pain or just help overall well-being, life well-being. So that's what I would take away. Just help me be a better doctor.
Thank you very much. Let's give it up for our panelists. Somebody said if you want to reap for a season, sow a seed. If you want to reap for a lifetime, sow a person, sow a human being. So our effort is to make sure that there are persons who will carry on this legacy of global health from generation to generation and change the system. We're running out of time, but I will take the privilege of being the moderator to ask one question, and then I will respond to the question that was asked, and maybe Dr. Bastian will also add to it. So the question I'm going to ask is, when we're talking about global health, we have heard what global health is. You have all mentioned what seemingly in your story, what you accomplished, what you achieved, in other words, and how this experience is going to affect your profession. And I take it that you accomplished, you achieved your goal for going on this trip. The other question I want to ask is here is, you visited a country. In that country that you visited, I know it was a short time, but if you were asked, what global health challenge, issue did you notice in that country that you would either want to address or want to emulate? In other words, what challenge or solution, as it were, did you notice one, and how would you, it's a challenge that you want to address if you had the opportunity, or a solution that you want to adopt or ask other nations to adopt around global health?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, it's a really good question. I think for me, one thing that I was really, one thing that I thought about a lot in reflecting upon the experience coming back home was this issue of reproducibility. So a lot of Siddha medicine, like a lot of traditional medicinal practices, are centered on herbal medicines, diet and lifestyle and exercise. And since we had the opportunity to visit several other clinics as well as the Health India Foundation, I was able to see how different clinicians would practice Siddha medicine. And like we see here in the United States, it's not always so standardized. And I think for me, this issue of being able to provide or bring a rigorous, like, scientific methodology to showing what is efficacious and what the mechanism is by which these herbal medicines or food or lifestyle suggestions or practices, how they actually influence health outcomes. I think we've done that with a lot of herbals that have been used since ancient time, and we've been able to capitalize them and make drugs into them, or make drugs out of them. But I think one of the challenges for India and for Siddha as a modality is this idea of reproducibility. In terms of solutions, there are organizations, nationally funded organizations in India that are working to standardize and investigate some of the compounds that are being used. And I think they're slowly chipping away at it. As anyone in research knows, it is a long process to be able to do that, but I think they have gotten a really good start.
Thank you.
I think
Oh, okay. Does that work?
Yes,
Okay.
that works.
what I learned in Ghana was that they only have 35 hematologists throughout the whole country. So that was, compared to the patient pool, it was a shortage. So 19 of the hematologists they taught at the University of Ghana. And what I thought that, I think we all had a conversation about it, that there needs to be more collaboration on the global health, where, you know, other doctors, other scientists can come in and help out or provide solutions. They do a lot with their resources, but there's definitely a shortage of doctors, especially specialists, to patients there.
Thank you.
One of the biggest challenges I noticed was the infrastructure. So in Kingston at the Mona campus, it's the only sickle cell clinic within the whole island. So patients from 3 hours away, 4 hours away, they have to travel to that sickle cell clinic in Kingston to receive that treatment. So I think that what they're trying to do now is implement telehealth visits, mobile clinics, and just caravans that can come actually pick up patients and take them to the clinic, because patients are frequently missing appointments or just having to travel long journeys without the quality transportation to get the proper care that they need.
Thank you. Thank you. I wish we had a lot more time, but that shows they not only accomplished their goals, they not only benefited, but they were also able to observe and identify what challenges could be. She talked about standardization and reproducibility of what she learned or what they're doing. He talked about infrastructure, or she talked about infrastructure. He's talking about workforce, just a few hematologists. So these are some of the examples, and these fit into the discourse of inequities. Hematologists, just how many in that country, and here we have, you may never have enough, but these are thoughts on as we live here, as we continue to process what opportunities we can combat from these challenges and provide. I'll answer the question about whether we have plans to bring, because it's supposed to be a two-way traffic. Our students go out and learn, and there's also opportunity to learn even when the people are here with you. That is our desire. There are policy issues around it, which we're still working with. But we have plans to leverage the global perspective. We are in partnership with CDC here, and CDC, even though things are a little in transition now, we have a program where CDC work scholars, similar scholars, residents, and scientists come to the CDC to do their program. So we're going to leverage that. We already started our students going over there for introduction. We wanted to leverage that partnership so that those who come to CDC to do their labs, do their fellowship, will also have, or to be scientists, will have opportunity to come over here and interact with our students. That, I think, policy, we can get that started faster than the other, but our ultimate aim is to be able to also have other students come over here. So walk along with us, pray, and we'll ensure that the policy will change. Please, let's give another round of applause to our panelists. And thank you very much for being a good audience. And if you did not get a book, next time, be among the first four. Thank you. Yes, I'll have Dr. Bastien come back up. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chima. Thank you all for your amazing panels. Thank you. Maybe take a quick stretch break. Don't veer too far off while we transition to our next panel. And Dr. Chima, in some ways, gave me the perfect segue in referencing one of my favorite words, global. You've gotten to hear quite a bit about what the work we do looks like in other parts of the world. But one of the things some of my students and mentees would argue I'm a broken record about is reminding them of this notion of global, that the globe includes us, it includes here, it includes Atlanta. If you doubt that, you take a trip to Hartsfield International, the globe is there. If you doubt that, take a trip 30 minutes from here to Clarkston, the most diverse square mile in the entire United States, and you'll be reminded that the globe is here. We are that globe, and so this next panel is gonna give us an opportunity to hear from some of our faculty here at Morehouse who are taking on that work of how we can take the best of what we do at Morehouse School of Medicine and channel it towards serving our immigrant and refugee populations here in Georgia and beyond. So I'm gonna ask Drs. Cardenas Bautista and Dr. Vilongo to come join me on the stage as we move into our next panel session.
hello everyone. Good afternoon. Good to see you all. Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. I know it's the end of the day, so I really appreciate you all staying here and just being part of this knowledge sharing and village that we continue to talk about. I'm incredibly privileged and honored to be here. As mentioned, my name is Dr. Cardenas Bautista, and I'll be able to talk to you all about the work that I've been doing with immigrant communities here in Georgia, specifically with our Latinx undocumented populations that are also Spanish speaking. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started. I know we are here with time, but we're all just gonna keep going. One of the things that I wanted to make sure I brought in was a question that I keep hearing today, right? What is it that brings us in this work, and how do we stay engaged? And for me, this is a very personal experience in the sense that I grew up here in the Atlanta area, but I myself am from an immigrant population. I am one of the families that came here in the late 1990s and have been a witness to the population growth of Latinos in Georgia. Since the late 1990s till now, we have seen the growth to be about over 1 million Latinos. And I'm actually gonna pause really quickly, and just for information, I'll use the word Latino, Latinx, Latina as a way to describe our Latinx individuals who have multiple generations here. And I wanna emphasize that languages vary. Spanish is one of them, but there are many languages that come with our communities. So Latina and Latinx is a more gender inclusive language. So you'll see that on the screen. When we talk about the Latino population, oftentimes what brought me in this work was the experience of witnessing what the social political climate can do and how it can impact health inequities. As I mentioned, this is what brought me into this work. I went on ahead and listed a couple of the things that we notice often as gaps or barriers to these health inequities. One of them, as I mentioned, has been the combating of the anti-immigrant climate and how that rhetoric can continue to push policies that limit access to healthcare services. One example here specifically is how undocumented individuals do not have access to health insurance, which can limit their ability to get healthcare. I do know that this is quite often being said differently on our screens and by some of our political figures, but it is very important to realize how anti-immigrant sentiment can continue to dehumanize. I'll take another pause and emphasize that you'll hear me use the word undocumented or mixed documented. You will not hear me use the word illegal or alien, as that continues to dehumanize our populations. And I encourage you all to continue to use the correct language when referring to our populations. Thank you. We also talk about how education systems and language access has been a barrier. Think about where you are currently placed. If you go to your primary care doctor, do you see a Spanish-speaking provider? Do you have a Spanish-speaking provider or a staff member who is in the front desk? How are we able to communicate with the vast majority of populations that we have? Oftentimes, we do have access to language lines, but how frequently do we use those? So these are just very brief examples of the barriers that we have noticed in our communities. And lastly, the importance of making sure that we are bringing in the community, that we are creating that trust, that rapport, that we can continue to rely on the community and expand with the knowledge that they're sharing. So this is the question that grounds me often and what brings me into this work. One of the things and mantras that I have continued to lean back on and really found strength in is the message that community saves community. This is something that I have witnessed and continue to see in my professional career. We know the gaps, we know the barriers, and we often may think that our communities are sitting back waiting for help. That's not true. The community itself has learned how to advocate and reach out for support, even if they don't have the backing of universities, healthcare systems. They have mass knowledge within themselves, and they lean on that. I wanted to talk briefly about two of these examples that I have seen. One in healthcare, within health equity, and one within mental health. When I think about healthcare equity, I am often brought to my experience of working with a program named Lazos Hispanos. This is a program that came out of a pilot study in the University of Georgia with the School of Social Work. In Athens, there is a mass community of Latinx individuals who are Spanish speaking and mixed documented. What they did find in the Athens area was that there was a lot of services, both health and social services, that were provided by the university. And we know we have this large population of Latinx individuals, but there wasn't a lot of connection with the community. So what is going on? The other side of the coin that the university did not know was that the health care was being taken care by the community. In these communities, we'd have women who were staples and pillars of the community. When they went and found a resource, they came back to their communities, maybe they chatted with a friend or two, and told them, hey, if you're looking for this person can help you. And this is the way that they were able to send that information out. What this pilot program did was lean on the work that the women were already doing in the communities. They recruited specific women who they knew had these connections with community. They provided information and resources of all the resources that were available to them, and then they encouraged these promotoras, which is a health promoter, to go back into the community and provide the information, but also provide a referral. And that is the gap that was missing. You have information, but where is that connection where I can trust that this provider or this service will continue to take care of me? And that is where we saw the change. So healthcare promotoras, and I say this all the time, we have it in the community. Women have continued to be health advocates and health promoters, and we are taking care of our communities in that way. The program of Lazos Hispanos or Promotoras is not unique to Athens. It has been seen in other states. But I think it's incredibly important for us to remember that we need to be able to work with the communities and the work that they're already doing and see how we can support it. I also want to talk about the side of mental health. And this kind of brings me a little bit to a plug for my dissertation that I completed 2 years ago. But I was able to complete my dissertation looking at the experiences of women organizers in the Southeast who work in the movement of immigrant rights justice. Now, being an advocate at home, being a health and mental health advocate, this felt incredibly natural for me to do for my dissertation. And as always, I was being led by the idea that community saves community. In my dissertation, we had many findings, but one of the things that I was really interested in is understanding how folks stay in the work while experiencing anti-immigrant rhetoric or experiencing violence to their communities. I am sure we have all been in a position where we say, oh, there's just too much to do. I'm gonna tap out, I'm tired, let this be somebody else's job. This is a message that often folks who are in the immigrant rights justice movement as organizers face. How do we continue to be part of the movement while being mindful of what we need and how we're doing? So my participants talked a lot about the importance of being able to center emotional wellness as part of resistance to the work that they are doing. Keep in mind that the word is emotional wellness, not mental health. And that was incredibly important that I focused on because their language has power. Emotional wellness for them was not just it's Western psychotherapy, but it was how can we see the whole person and the whole person part of the community and the community part of that greater world. For them, resistance through emotional wellness was the main theme, and it led to the second part of the work that we've done. We have seen their importance on re-envisioning what emotional wellness looks like. For some of my participants, that meant being able to take a different approach to addressing their concerns with their emotional health and their physical wellness. They also talked about the importance of building capacity. How do we stay in this work? The reason why movements often stop is because they want us to get tired. So how do we not get tired and stay in this in a sustainable way? They also talked about the importance of centralizing rest. And this was such an interesting conversation. the importance of doing nothing is so important for us all. And the messages that came around what it means to really rest your soul, rest your spirit, rest your mind. They also talked about how they themselves were addressing these barriers to access the restoration of their well-being. For a lot of these women, this could look like them driving one another to the medical appointments. This could look like, if I have therapy that day, is there anyone who can take care of my children? Could we as sisters come together and just drink coffee, have a slow start to our morning? How can I engage in breathing, in meditation, in faith? So these were the findings of my dissertation that really emphasized the importance of understanding what the community needs, but mostly understanding how the community is addressing those needs themselves. Further along, we were able to connect with a network of therapists, of behavioral health therapists, who were able to provide emotional wellness. Now, this is very separate from individual therapy. This is more of an emotional support, particularly for the organizers who are facing day-by-day injustices, and they're trying to maintain this resistance through mental wellness and emotional wellness. So the network of therapists worked in a way that we collaborated in a multidisciplinary lens. We provided emotional support, and we had the backing of our knowledge in mental health, which allowed us to give psychoeducation and allowed us to give resources when we noticed that our participants or the people who were calling needed additional support. As I wrap up today, I wanted to talk about the biggest messages that came out of my experiences and I continue to see. And that says, como se dice, and that means, how do we say it? I want us to really focus on the importance of resiliency and strength. And I can't say it better than my participants in the sense that this is part of resistance. Yes, there are barriers when we work with immigrant communities. Yes, there are struggles and challenges. But we also have to remember that the community has so much resiliency and strength, and we as providers, educators, researchers, focus in this room, we need to remember that when we're approaching working with immigrant communities, that we emphasize the strength and resiliency in the communities. I have also continued to find the importance of familismo, which means that connectiveness. We've been talking about this the whole time we've been here, right? Your chosen family, your tribe, your people, your community, your support networks. And being able to incorporate things like nurture, nature, being able to incorporate indigenous teachings, healing practices, being able to interweave the role of religion, faith, and community to the work that we do. And we continue to hear about listening and learning from these intergenerational lessons, and not just from our elders, but from our children, from our teenagers, from our youth, being able to share these communications. And how do we continue to leverage the support, the privilege, and power that we all have in this space? So I want to leave you with this important idea. If you get anything from what I said today, everyone in this room has significant privilege and power. You all can go back to your places of work, to your areas of specialty, and make sure that we are incorporating the importance of intersectionality and social justice. For me, that's intersectionality, mental health, and social justice. But for you, you can fill in whatever fits best. The importance of making sure that we are being intentional in our action steps, that we are not being performative in our allyship, but instead that we are making changes to structures that are not working so that we can continue to collaborate with our communities and be that bridge that we keep seeking. How can we as health providers continue to be agents of change? How can we cause that good trouble and use our power to move and change legislations so that we can really ensure that there's health equity for all? And how can we continue to put out the message that healthcare is political and we require hands-on on multiple levels to ensure that health equity is addressed from the bottom up and the top down? And lastly, how do we increase our visibility in our communities? Yes, I am a postdoctoral fellow. I am soon to be a psychologist, a licensed psychologist in the state of Georgia. But how can I connect with my community so they know who I am? They can call me la doctora, la psicóloga, la amiga, but how do they know to reach us if we're not in the communities that we serve? It's different than coming in and clocking out, right? How are we embedded in our communities? And then the continued knowledge and expertise sharing. We are experts in our field, but our communities are experts of their lives. And we really need to lean on that to continue to make these changes and address the gaps and support the work that they're doing because they're already addressing the health inequities in their communities. I always like to end with resources. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. People are already doing the great work. If you're ever interested in understanding what people are doing here in the Southeast or in Georgia in regards to immigration and refugee support, here are some great resources. You can donate your time, your expertise, your monetary wealth, your knowledge, but the important part is that we continue to bridge that gap and that we continue to be active leaders and health agents of change. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bautista. You practically took us to church, sis. Good stuff. As we transition to hear from Dr. Verlongo, I will ask you also to introduce yourself. And I'm going to pass off this mic to you. But I want you to be filing away some of these things for discussion. And I believe we have at least one more book to incentivize someone in the audience to be primed to ask questions, because I have about 10 of them lined up. But I don't want to monopolize our conversation time. But I want you to be thinking about questions as we prepare to hear from Dr. Verlongo.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Okay, so my name is Chris Villianco. It's nice to meet you guys. I'm a psychiatrist, assistant professor here at Morehouse School of Medicine, and I'm going to be talking about addressing Filipino substance use, global context. And I do recognize as well that I'm using the term Filipino because that's mainly what's in the scientific literature, but I just want to acknowledge Filipina, Filipinx in terms of inclusivity, in terms of gender, okay? So where did this all start? I want to say that I didn't start by wanting to go into global health work or migrant work at all. It started with me in medical school. I went to medical school here at Morehouse School of Medicine. I have the pictures to show it in the sweatshirt. And I wanted to work with underserved communities. That's why I came here, but I had no idea about like systemic issues, the separation of academics and the community, engaging underserved communities. It was all new to me when I came here. And we have this year-long community health survey course where we learn as medical students how to engage the community, and that's where I learned what a community needs assessment was, how to engage community partners, listen to the community, and that was my real introduction into any sort of global health work. It was just the work that Morehouse does. And when I was a fourth-year medical student, I was given an opportunity to do a international elective, and I did it in the Philippines. I'm Filipino-American, but I had only come and just done vacation there in the Philippines. But when I went as a medical student, I really saw things from a health disparity lens. It was the first time that I looked at my own country and thought about things from a health disparity lens, health equity lens, and I just thought, oh, I have to do this work. So what I did actually, back in the day, there used to be, it's now the, it used to be an office. Now it's not an office. It's been upgraded here in Morehouse. But I wrote one of the first grants for the learner opportunity here in the Office of Health Equity, or back then Office of Health Equity, and it got funded. And it was working with the community providers that I had worked with on my rotation to just understand what were the issues of mental health at the community level. And I thought, okay, well, this is the start of my illustrious global health career. Unfortunately, as soon as I got funded, COVID-19 happened. And that really went away. And the office was really, or formerly office, Morehouse, isn't you guys, were really supportive. And even after the pandemic started kind of going down, you were like, hey, we really want to continue to support you. But unfortunately, the doctors I was working with were mainly community and primary care doctors. And at that point, they really were, there was a bunch of different needs that they had to address. And I think my takeaway from that was you could have the best idea, you could have all the resources in the world, but if the community and your partners can't have the capacity to deal with that, then you almost become a burden. So it was a little bit of a learning experience, but it was my first time writing a grant. I got feedback, wonderful feedback on sustainability, and just kind of got my feet wet in what it looks like to try to practice global health medicine. So what I then had to do was just shift my priorities to, okay, well, what I wanted to do in my own career isn't working. Well, what are the needs of the country at large, and what are teams that are already working? And through a connection in the States, another research team that I'll mention later, there was this other issue that was happening in the Philippines at this time, which is what they call the Philippine War on Drugs. And I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with this. It's a little infamous in terms of the news coverage because it's linked to a lot of extrajudicial killings in the country. So I just have a little, one of the news articles highlighting that. I guess one silver lining of it is they recognize that drug use was a big deal in the country. And so USAID was one of the partnering organizations that helped create a community-based drug rehab center. And so through my just working, trying to find community provider or academic networks and local stakeholders, I was connected to a team out of a university in the Philippines called Ateneo, who was doing a community-based drug rehab study. And so what we wanted to look at is, well, we have already this established community-based drug rehab program. Can we piggyback mental health on that as a sustainable way to reach the community? That was the idea. So this ended up being the first study to ever look at integrating substance use and community mental health in the Philippines. And what we did find was there's a lot of good opportunity and scalability. Unfortunately, there was a lot of financial and governmental and facility limitations that limited this. So I've been talking about global health this whole time, but I'm supposed to be talking about migrant populations, right? So I thought, okay, well, I'm going to sail off into the sunset as a big global health researcher now. I finally have my paper under my belt. And the team that I was working with out of Texas Tech then approached me and said, hey, we've been approached. They're writing a book on Filipino Americans, and we're asked to do a chapter on Filipino Americans and substance use. Would you be interested in joining in this chapter of writing? And I said to myself, that's really an issue in the Philippines. In America, we don't deal with that, which is extremely wrong. So we did the research, and it really opened my eyes to, wow, like the impacts and the issues in the host country continue even when you move to America. And in this case, you'll see it could even get worse. So we did a narrative literature on this book, and it's in the encyclopedia here. And one of the big things that we found is, so Asian Americans, as maybe if you don't know, but it's known in substance use that Asian Americans have lower substance use rates. So people say, oh, it's not really an issue in the Asian American community. But one common misnomer is we're usually aggregated, and if you disaggregate that, Filipino Americans actually have higher substance use rates than all other Asian Americans. It's similar to white, and they have a lot of high-risk behaviors, I learned as well. In addition to that, we also learned that there's a lot of unique cultural factors that may strengthen the high-risk use of Filipino Americans. So for example, we were colonized by the US for a long period of time. So we integrate into the US easier, unlike other Asian Americans, but then we maybe pick up the bad habits of our neighbors. And then there's these unique things about the Filipino experience that get blended into that. I've already mentioned the Philippine drug on war and our country's struggle with that. But the concept of pakikisama or kapwa, that's like shared identity or wanting to get along with each other, it further entrenches Filipinos in the drug communities that they're already in, making it very difficult for them to leave. So this really opened my eyes to, wow, Filipino Americans have these issues. And again, just kind of using the foundation that I had at Morehouse, I thought, oh, I really want to continue to do this work. So what did I do then? Well, we knew that it was bad, but we didn't know much about treatment at this point. So I wrote a small grant through the CRED program here, which is an R25 funding at Morehouse, and partnered with Dr. Braithwaite, who I saw was here earlier, but she has some experience in community-based participatory research, which is something we do a lot here in Morehouse. And I wanted to learn how to use community-based participatory approaches to engage the Filipino-American community. So we ended up partnering with that team out of Texas Tech and Dr. Braithwaite, and we wrote a small grant, and we did a project where we're trying to interview advocates and leaders in the Filipino-American community on substance use and how to address it. And so I just want to talk about a couple things really quickly. What we found is there's a lot of barriers, like taboo, it's highly stigmatized, and there's this concept of chismis, which is on the far right, you'll see, which is like gossip, but like gossip is a really big deal in the Filipino-American community. And what they found that because of these factors, a lot of people don't seek treatment. They try to hide their treatment. The family will try to hide the treatment, and that kind of enables continued use. And on top of that, there's a lot of financial barriers. There's some facilitators of treatment, such like if you are actually able to have someone have an honest conversation, they're much more willing to get treatment. Things like health, trying to make it a health issue, or major consequences like suicide or school performance suffering is a motivation, as well as the concept of magtulong, which is the Filipino desire to help others. And then on top of that, we found that there's these things that have this dual nature. They're not necessarily barriers, but they're not necessarily facilitators. They're sort of in the middle, and they could go either way. So things like Filipino culture or the community, whether it's generational differences or family dynamics, were very powerful. They're like a double-edged sword that could go either way, one or the other, depending on the way that the family chose to engage substance use with the individual who was using substances. So I guess I go through all this to say that after doing this initial sort of community-based work, we see that there really needs to be more understanding on the needs of the Filipino and Filipino-American community. And we want to have an increased space for conversations within the Filipino community, because it can be very insular, and maybe there's a lot of things that aren't understood. And so we want to do more work to just understand the unique needs of the Filipino-American community in terms of treatment. So what's going on next? I just want to give you a little bit of preview of what we're doing. So the number one thing that we want to do is increase collaborations as well as increase community engagement. So we're trying to use these findings to educate the community, to address stigma, just to create more spaces where people can talk about substance use in the community. We are exploring mechanisms that could maybe uniquely treat some of the issues that we found. So we're looking at peer support specialists or peer support as maybe a unique method that could address or align with the needs of the community. And then we're working with another research team in the Philippines that really has a heart to expand some of the mental health work that we're doing to the Filipino diaspora. So Filipinos are commonly what they call exported to other countries, and they're more in like the service industry. So like Saudi Arabia, Southeast Asia, and other countries. And so we want to kind of generalize it just to the Filipino migrant community in general, not just Filipino American. And then the last thing is just maybe getting the word out from a more scientific standpoint, so publications. So that's it. I just want to highlight my mentorship team, because I think in these things it's really easy to just see the person standing up here. But it's really a team. Whenever you're doing this kind of work, it takes a large team. So I just want to highlight Benjamin Dress. He's at Emory. He's one of my main mentors, Dr. Braithwaite, who I'm sure all of you know. She's at South Satcher Health. And then down in the bottom right, Dr. Henderson in Boston. He's a big global health mental person, and he's one of my mentors. And then the two Liaos, they're out of Texas Tech, and then Dr. Javier out of California, and then Dr. De Castro and Dr. Hechanova, they're in the Philippines. They're my main collaborators in the Philippines. All right, well, maraming salamat. Thank you.
Well, let's cooperate. Here we go. Thank you, Dr. Villanco. I'm going to attempt to quickly fly through one more example of our work engaging our migrant populations here in the state of Georgia and beyond, and what we're learning at the Morehouse School of Medicine inside of this framework of globalizing our mission around health equity. Focusing and kind of honing in on the seeds around mental health that have been planted. You find yourself stuck with the panel of all mental health specialists, so you will hear that bell rung again and again. but it's a really important niche and space in global mental health that we want to make sure you're thinking about as you leave the set of conversations we've had today. I won't spend too much time on these statistics, but as we talk about and take for granted that we all mean the same thing when we use terms like migrating populations, immigrants, refugees, I do want you to have some data to kind of situate that in terms of this being really a global phenomenon in terms of migration. We're seeing movement of populations in mass and numbers that should be catching all of our attention globally. For those of us who are engaged in global health space, there really is something unique about the experience of folks who, through, in response to a number of different circumstances that I'll get into, find themselves having to start over, start anew, and what that means for health and the possibility of optimal health inside that context while honing in on the mental health components of that. My particular work in this space has largely focused on Haitian immigrant populations here in the state of Georgia as well as beyond. And when we look at that picture, I know sometimes some of the conversations can give the notion that folks come for a host of reasons to the US. My experience with this particular population is that it truly looks like a picture of forced migration where the perfect storm sort of instigates people's movements out of Haiti. And I say this somewhat jokingly, but I'm kind of serious as someone who really loves mangoes. So in my home country of Haiti, we have like over 200 different kinds of mangoes, right? And so I say to people, we are not leaving the mango paradise without real circumstances that compel people to move. So from everything from the historical traumas and difficulties, if you're familiar with Haiti and its history around establishing its sovereignty as a nation and what prices have been paid for that since. If you're familiar with the really record-breaking humanitarian crises this country has faced in the way of things like the 2010 earthquake, things like hurricanes that are an almost kind of annual, at least once phenomenon. If you're following any of what's going on currently in terms of the political climate, you understand that it's a matter of survival for some people to exit Haiti. And as a part of that journey, what we're coming to understand from a mental health perspective is that there are experiences of trauma laced throughout that entire process at the different stages and phases of their migration journey. So there are all the things going on in country that are the initial instigators of moving, but the process of getting here often is not a safe one, is not a pleasant one for a lot of folks. And when you layer onto that for this particular group of Haitian folks, the racialized sort of stress around their migration experience, how they, at a minimum, perceive the differential and how they're treated and received in a host society by virtue of who they are racially, what that adds to kind of compound the layers of kind of trauma and distress is something that is rising for us as a key area of focus and curiosity in our research. And then I think what seems to generate even more distress for folks is what happens in the post-migration stage as they're attempting to settle in the States. I think in the case of Haiti, when some of the things that we're talking about have been such long-standing challenges, they sort of understand, okay, things are rough back home. They sort of understand, okay, depending on what pathway through which I'm getting to be here, I need to brace and prepare myself for certain challenges. But if I can just get to the US, if I can just get to the promised land, all will be well. And so to get here and then be confronted by a hostile environment or to experience the scenes that we were seeing at the border, at the Texas-Mexico border, is its own sort of shock to the system psychologically that really compounds and complicates the trauma picture that we're talking about with this particular group. So that then ends up resulting in a complex picture of psychological consequences that encompasses everything from your more kind of standard trauma symptoms to anxiety, but also things that have to do with disruptions to things that are a fiber of kind of the cultural being of folks in Haiti. What happens with family when those things are disrupted, and not just in terms of the nuclear family of mom, dad, but our broader concept of the neighborhood as community. When that's disrupted, what does that do to my sense of wholeness, to my sense of rootedness? The grief around the loss of those things and having to start anew. is really a heavy burden on these communities. And then to further complicate the picture are these barriers that you've heard my colleagues speak to, some very similar ones in terms of having to overcome issues of distress, language barriers, et cetera. And so all that points to a really dire picture in terms of being able to move towards the conditions for optimal mental well-being. So what do we do with all that? Where do we go from there? And my answer will reinforce what you've heard from my colleagues, is that the answer is in community. Community saves community, is that how you phrased it? I think of it in the sense of, because at Morehouse School of Medicine, I take it as an assumption that we're gonna be in community, because that's what we do. But when we're in community, I say we don't ask what is wrong with community until we assess what is strong in community. And so our work is kind of centered in that frame of bringing our community partners front and center in the work that we do. So I'll share a bit about a Haitian mental health initiative that's been ongoing here at Morehouse since 2018, that I've been leading with a few of my colleagues here. And that work really started with us taking the same humble role that we encourage our students who are on that panel to take when they go to Jamaica, to Ghana. So as we're sitting here in Atlanta and going to the church to talk to the pastors who serve the Haitian community, we want to go in as students of that community. How do we first hush and listen and see what we can learn from that community? And so that's how we began. We started with a series of listening sessions and conversations with trusted leaders in the community who talked to us about what they were seeing as the priorities as it relates to mental health, and some things started to rise to the surface as opportunities for intervention out of those conversations. But before we could move to intervention, we had some colleagues from the University of South Carolina who introduced us to the notion of readiness assessment. And that, often we move from, we assess the need and then pop, we're moving into intervention, but how often do we take into consideration the capacity, right? Are the intended partners ready in a tangible sense to take up what we're bringing and to really use it optimally and to get the best out of it? So our work involved that intermediate step of assessing readiness from our potential partners, and out of that work, we were able to identify the folks who were most ready to hit the ground running with us on starting to tackle some of the first things that we identified. And what was always in the back of my mind is something that I picked up from my mentor, Dr. Ginger Virginia Floyd, who's here in the audience, who talks about the notion that we may sometimes have a compelling message and the right things in the way of health education, mental health education, but are we the right messenger, right? So we wanted to really elevate the voice of community to lead the work that we were going to do, and decided to hone in on young people in this community in particular to be key agents of change. This work was not work that we started in 2018 when we started the Haitian Mental Health Initiative. It builds off of a young adult community mental health worker program that was started by Dr. Arletha Lozana and a couple of our colleagues here at Morehouse in 2015, 2016, and it started with the idea of training high school students here in Atlanta to help advance public health initiatives. And ultimately, they were able to get certificates as community health workers that they could use as pipeline into careers in community health and other health professionals. So we took that curriculum and that program that Morehouse has been implementing since 2015, and we Haitianized it, as I would say. We funneled it through a culture adaptation process. We looked at the language, the notions, how do they kind of map on to what we know and what can allow us to make this useful, to render it useful for this particular community. We were starting to implement a second phase of that work when COVID enters the scene and complicates, of course, everything that we were already seeing as pre-existing mental health challenges. So then we thought, how can we expand and modify this curriculum to also now address COVID and what we were seeing in the way of the themes you heard this morning: misinformation, disinformation, the things circulating in the community about what COVID was and how we should respond. And so that also became a part of the work. It was very much a collaborative community academic partnership. We brought to it a trauma-informed lens. I talked about the culture adaptation process we went through, which was informed by some of our most well-established models for culture adaptations, and I'm flying through for a reason. I want us to get to the discussion. This is our team, at least the initial team who started that work. It has expanded since. And I want to kind of name explicitly something that you might have also picked up in listening to the other panelists so far, which is that virtually every member of that team is Haitian American, with the exception of Patricia Chuku, who was our amazing program assistant, who was designated honorary Haitian status by the end of that program and had some Creole phrases to boot. But that, I think, is important for our students and learners who are in the audience. Also, I hope part of what you're hearing here is also that all of you is welcome and a part of your development as an academic, as a scientist, as a professional, and how do the ways that we're growing and the expertise that we're establishing position us to be able to be substantive partners with communities that we have connections to. That's important. I want to name that. And so there was always an eye to capacity building to this work, as you've heard about from my colleagues. How do we leave in the community the skills, the resources, the know-how and help to elevate things that are already there that allow them to be able to sustain this work beyond our involvement in it, so that we could eventually reach a point where we could exit and allow them to sustain the work that we'd started. So to date, here are some outcomes of this work. We've trained 65 Haitian American young adults, so these are young folks between 18 to 24. We started that work in Atlanta, it then expanded to Miami, and then Boston, and then New York, to be this little army of community mental health workers. And so they went through about a 6-month, largely online training curriculum with us, and then they were deployed to collaborate with community partners in each of those sites to implement largely mental health awareness raising campaigns, mental health education, and helping to share resources that would facilitate linkage to mental health services for folks. And they were amazing and impressive in the kinds of initiatives they came up with, things like social media campaigns and things on TikToks, and they got me on radio stations doing things that I never thought I would be involved with. So it really also ended up being a really effective kind of pipeline program, in that several of these young folks have gone on to continue to pursue work in mental health or in public health. And some of those young folks came in with those interests, but some of them were converts of this program, who first came in because of all the swag and incentives. They got $1,000, they got a tablet and other things to do this, but then have gone on to actually pursue. I wanted to just show a quick example of one of the projects that our students came up with. One of them talked about observing in the generation of our mothers, and my mother happens to be back there, and it would be an example of that, right, Mama? That they are so focused on the family and the church and the this and the that their self-care is usually the very last thing on the list, if it's anywhere on the list. And so she wanted us to think about creating something for that generation of women in the community. So we worked with a church partner in the area to do a weekend Haitian Women's Wellness program that they are now sustaining after we had to exit because of all the things happening right now with funding that we couldn't sustain, and the church came up with funds to continue this because of the response and the impact, right? So what are we learning? Community engaged work is critical. The things that we're looking at are far too complex for us to think they're from where we sit in buildings like this, that we can have them all figured out. We need these coalitions and these partnerships to have any shot of tackling the complex issues we've been talking about all day today. And so those academic community partnerships are equally beneficial, right? We don't come at this with, we're doing a favor, we're helping you out. No, these are mutually beneficial. We need that expertise just as much as they could benefit from what we stand to bring to the equation. And it matters that we're sensitive to culture and to context in terms of how we shape our offerings, and how we help community to think about the bird in hand, as someone referenced earlier, and what they already have to work with and how they can activate those tools. And it does require us to compromise and to negotiate some things. But I think there's really something exciting and compelling about our young folks and how we position them to lead some of the work we see as necessary for this time that we're in particular. And so I do want to acknowledge our army of partners in the work that we do. Gebati was our Miami, Florida partner. We had 2 here in Atlanta, the Catholic Haitian Chaplaincy, the International Women of Hope, Haitian Mental Health Network was our Boston partner, and then the Global Trauma Research Institute in New York also came on board to assist. And this work was supported by funding through NIH, Deloitte, and our own institutional support for the pilot phases of the work. And I've named a couple members of our team. So with that, and I know time is kicking our behinds, I do want to first prioritize getting a couple questions from the audience before I pose maybe one or two of the ones that I had on my list. So please come down. You might have to flip it on, see if we can see it.
Hello?
There we go.
Yes, thanks for this important conversation around mental health and emotional wellness. When you mentioned culture, and I'm glad that you brought up the example of the Haitian population, because oftentimes undocumented peoples there's a significant focus on those who are Spanish speaking, but we have people from the Caribbean, Africa, West Africa, all over Africa, China, Asia. But in terms of culture, there's sometimes an element of denial of depression, especially around mental health. Like, oh, we don't get depressed. I think there's this kind of this armor, I guess maybe related to trauma. There's this whole post-traumatic slavery syndrome that doesn't get talked about a lot, and even among African-American populations, a lot of times people, sometimes, I might have patients. I'm a family physician. I also have my master's in public health with a focus on population and family health. I'll see patients, and sometimes there's an element of somatization. So I'll have patients, okay, this week you have headache, next week it's upset stomach, then it's chest pain, palpitations, and then sometimes I have to just frankly ask, are you depressed? And sometimes I just have to, get right to it, because sometimes they won't, volunteer that information. Even if you do the screening, it's kind of the respectability. They'll answer, oh, everything's fine. I'm sleeping fine. But there's that element of depression. But the getting to the point of admitting it or being open to treatments is another challenge. But, of course, I would start with therapy. So how has the aspect of mental health literacy and educating patients, especially, in our populations, they're oftentimes Christian. So they'll go to church, oh, I'm going to pray, as if that's going to resolve, chronic depression or, some substance use. Now you see, there's some cases of young people who are literally medicating themselves with substances, alcohol. I've encountered people drinking, like a bottle of wine, half a liter of Hennessy, and it's underlying depression. That's, so I just wanted to ask in terms of, the mental health literacy in that regard.
Thank you for raising that piece, and I'll quickly say mine, and then I want to hear from my colleagues how they're seeing this in the work that they do with their populations. But what you're describing is very familiar and a very real barrier. I think one of the things that helped us to maybe progress with this work is that it started with trusted community leaders from the outset, and hearing from them about what they were seeing and the things people were coming to them about. And these included faith leaders that they felt ill-equipped to kind of address, which is why they were sort of open to a partnership and collaboration with us. And so we started in the place that this particular community is most likely to go when they're in mental health distress, which is the church. And we got the buy-in of the trusted leaders in that space who said, she's all right, you can come sit with her. It probably also helps that I can speak to them in Haitian Creole and that I'm not an unfamiliar face in some of those communities, right? So some of these things around investing in building relationship and being a presence, and that we're not just appearing for the first time when there's something to work on, but that we've actually invested the time to build a relationship with community, I think also helped us. But we absolutely had to think of ways to move outside of what we might think of typical ways of intervening with mental health. I said in passing that I ended up on radio stations. The young folks literally came up with a Saturday morning radio talk show because a lot of the folks in the community use that medium for information, and they trust the program, what they hear on those programs. And so we came up with a Saturday morning program called Ticos de su Santé Mentale, which is Haitian Creole for little chats on mental health. And we had people from the community and also kind of mental health experts come talk about a host of things: migration and mental health, hair and mental health, colorism in the Haitian community and mental health, whatever they might be interested in. And that started to sort of give them language and sort of normalize some of the things. It would come to me like, I'm going to we're like, yeah, what you're describing there, maybe I have, but I didn't have the language for it and things like that. So I think that combination of kind of investing in those relationships with the trusted entities in community, being willing to move innovatively and maybe in the ways that we typically might, are the ways we're finding to overcome some of those challenges that you're raising.
Absolutely. I just to add to that, I found it really important to be able to use the language that the community members were sharing. And so depression, to say I am depressed a lot of times in our Latinx immigrant communities is very taboo. Depression is not a word that they want to be associated with. So then I will use a similar word. Have you ever felt down, sad? What does that feel like in your body, going to feeling it very somatically, right? And then understanding and getting in front of what it means to start to provide some of that psychoeducation on those misconceptions. So I always start with my patients, I am a psychologist, but you're not crazy. That's literally what I say, because oftentimes what they believe and associate is that if I see a psychologist, a therapist, that must mean that I am so bad, so sick, and people are going to perceive me as being crazy. I like to get in front of that because it really builds an understanding of that is not what is occurring here. And I often go back to faith and say, God created us, and he must have gave me a little bit of extra support so that maybe I can support you. And really leaning on that understanding. So being able to create connections, create a sense of trust, using the language that most associates with our clients or our patients and our community members has been really important. And getting in front of, you don't have to be really sick to come see us. This is a preventative way. You don't have to stay with us forever. I want you to work me out of a job, okay? But this is a resource that you can tap into. So that has been something that I have found quite helpful.
Did you have a question, Corey?
Good afternoon. First, I just wanted to thank you all so much for your presentation. I feel particularly blessed and just thankful and touched by the work that you all are doing as an emerging psychologist myself with Liberian and Jamaican heritage. So thank you. So my question is, you all have offered just so much insight and wisdom in the work that you do. I'm curious if there's just one piece of insight, one piece of wisdom that all of you would like to offer for an emerging professional like myself that's in mental health or healthcare in general, that's really wanting to champion global mental health equity and mental health justice. What's that piece of wisdom that you would want to make sure that you offer? Or maybe something that you didn't know going into it that you wish you knew? Thank you.
I guess I can start. One thing that I've learned from trying to engage in this space is when you go into whatever profession, for me it's becoming a psychiatrist, you learn a lot of what your skill is, what your knowledge is, what you become the knowledge expert in. And then when you engage these communities, you kind of have to shift your context and you kind of shift to what the need of the community is. So whether it's just someone who's an educator, or maybe you're just a person who will lend a helping hand, you kind of have to shake off that mentality of, no, I'm a psychologist, or I'm a doctor, I can't do that, I'm doing this, is what I'm paid to do. And then shift towards, no, this is what the community needs, and how does being a psychiatrist align with that?
Yes. I go back to my first slide of my presentation, right? The question that often grounds me, especially in those difficult times, what brought you into this work? And to add, you have so much expertise and knowledge that you'll be bringing. I will also add, don't do it alone. find your community, find your people, whether that is your professional family, whether that's your academic family, or just your family and friends that can continue to support you in this journey. And lastly, I have learned that as we climb, we pull, we reach down. And so reach out, create networks, and not just in our field, but multiple disciplinary in different areas. And as you continue to climb, you continue to support others. And if you ever want to connect, I'm very happy to stay in touch.
I'll throw one thing in there before you loop us in. And then I do want to invite, I do see the questions queuing. Please find us afterwards to keep the conversation going, but we don't want you to miss hearing about this next amazing program at Morehouse. I will just elevate maybe one of the things that maybe is in the background, but folks haven't named explicitly today, which is us in this work, self, right? In terms of the care and upkeep that it takes mentally and from a wellness perspective to sustain in this work and to be able to show up as useful partners to our community partners and to sustain in these times, which can be so kind of demotivating and you can feel defeated in the context of what we're facing right now. So I think now more than ever thinking about your own care coming into this work and what are the things that feed and nurture you and how can you be intentional about nurturing those as a part of this work, I think will help with the long game in this work through the waves of different climates and different times. So that's what I would add. With that, thank you all.
And as they're exiting the stage, Dr. Melissa Davis, what a jewel that we have, such a rising star that has done a lot of great work in the United States, in rural communities, as well as abroad. And so as she's making her transition, let me just say thank you so very much. I know it's been a long day and everyone's been tired, but you've stayed here with us, so we truly appreciate you being here with us. And after Dr. Davis completes her presentation, Dr. Graham will come back up and we'll close it out. So thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you to everyone for, first of all, inviting me. From what I've seen, first of all, I'm really proud of Morehouse School of Medicine for the global reach that we have. And, you know, I'm just really glad to be here as well. Wow, and see back the picture of me. So I don't know if someone else can pull up my slides. So anyway, while we are pulling them up, I'm going to say that it's initially going to give like a 20-minute talk, but in the interest of time, I'm going to give you the highlights. How about that? So I want to focus primarily on, thank you. So hold on to your seats because this is going to look like a whirlwind because I'm going to have to skip through a lot of stuff. But I came here to talk to you primarily about the Cancer Grand Challenge team that we have, and we call it Team Standby. It stands for Societal Ancestry and Molecular Biology Analyses of Inequities, for which I serve as the team lead. It was initially co-funded by the National Cancer Institute and the Cancer Research UK Foundation, but we've actually had to make a pivot because of some of the deprioritization of global inequity work at National Institutes of Health, so now CRUK fully funds us. This is a picture of my team. So a large number of these individuals have been my colleagues and collaborators over the last even 10 to 15 years. And what I was planning to do is walk you through which investigators actually lead which teams. But I think in the interest of time, and I'm happy to, invite all of you to come visit us at the Institute for Translational Genomic Medicine, for which I serve as the director here at Morehouse School of Medicine. I'm happy to give you a more, deeper dive into the work that we're doing. But the disparities that we study are a reflection of what we see in the United States, where we have this higher mortality and sometimes even lower incidence, except in the case of prostate cancer, but higher mortality in African American populations, where we know that it's not just a socioeconomic status issue, but we started to find that there were biological determinants that are driving some of these disparities.
And so early on in my career, using genomics, we were able to show that we could identify within the tumor comparison that there were genes that were expressed differently in these populations. First of all, just by race, which you see here on the left. But then when we stripped away race and used genetic markers like genetic ancestry, we saw a clearer picture of those distinct gene expression markers. But we still saw the signature of race-associated gene expression, and those genes were related to social constructs. So the comorbidities that we saw more heavily involved in African American communities like diabetes and obesity and things like that. And so as we started to learn more about these differences and the fact that we could tease apart how genetic ancestry from an African American versus European American comparison were sort of imprinted on tumors, we decided that we needed to increase our sort of sampling, if you will, from a genetics perspective from the continent. And so I had a career pivot. It was at that time when I was at the University of Georgia for my initial faculty role that I realized that one of the limitations of the work that I'm doing is the fact that I was only studying African Americans and that I didn't have sort of that comparison of African populations. And so once I partnered with Lisa Newman, who is currently the chief breast cancer surgeon at New York Presbyterian Hospital, which is my immediate former institution, we started to unravel this global picture where in every country where we could measure genetic ancestry or where like self-reported ethnicity was captured, that it was the component that was African that had the most aggressive forms of breast cancer. And so seeing that at a global level, that this particular type of biology in tumors was linked to across the entire diaspora, we started to measure these genetic markers. And so that gave me an opportunity to work with Dr. Kittles, who at the time was a leader in developing ancestry markers. Now, since he developed his panel, we've seen other companies also come along like Ancestry.com and 23andMe. But it was largely the work of Dr. Kittles that, first of all, allowed us as African Americans to really appreciate that we are not a monolith and that the origin of our ancestry can be very diverse. And so with this, we were the first to show that there was a genetic background, specifically West African ancestry, that could be associated specifically with the worst type of breast cancer that one can get. So then that sort of laid the foundation of the rest of the work that we do. We published landmark papers where once we had access to African populations, and if you look at this graph, you know, if we start here on the left, these are Ghanaian patients, then African Americans from Detroit, Alabama, New York, and then this group is Ethiopian patients, and then we have European patients from Detroit and Alabama, and then New York. Now, what these colors represent is their genetic background. And so this was the first time that we had sort of this rich set of cancer patients, all with triple-negative breast cancer, and the genomic capacity to not only study the comparisons of their tumors, but to incorporate the diversity of the origin of African ancestry in the background. So what do we find when we started to do these sort of ancestry-aware analyses? We were able to uncover that there was a unique immunological signature that was related to our African ancestry, but we were also able to uncover novel gene mutations that told us that the GWAS studies, or the genome-wide association studies, that are basically like the reference of our knowledge base that tells us what genetic variants are associated with any disease, don't actually capture the genetic predispositions that are in our populations. And so as we start to look more carefully at not only the genetic background, but all of the things you've heard talked about on the stage, even just after lunch here, which is that there are environmental impacts, there are societal trauma impacts that are probably interacting in a very unique way with this genetic background. And in order to really address that impact, we need a clear set of data that captures all of those elements on the same sort of cohort, and that's what SAMBI represents. And so we are focused on the African diaspora. We have a laudable goal of over 40,000 participants across 5 different countries in Africa, as well as the UK and the United States. Now, my team is broken up into what we call work packages, and each one is focused on a specific methodology or discipline. So the first is social determinants of health, the second is exposomics, the fourth is genomics and epigenomics, third is genomics and epigenomics, the fourth is tumor immunology, and then the last is what we call our patient involvement work package. And I just want to take a moment here to say that we already made history with SAMBI and this mechanism, because typically each team has to identify a patient advocate who would represent our team. But instead, what I thought was, let's flip the paradigm. So instead of us leading work in the community, let's let the community lead the scientists. And so these patient survivors are their own team that we funded, which was a challenge in and of itself just to get them to approve that. And they go in front of us into the communities and first just ask questions about what is it here in your community that concerns you the most, especially in terms of what you think your risks of cancer are. And so we've learned so much just from having those conversations. In Benin, we've learned that there are cultural traditions of burials, right? So our loved ones here in the United States, once we lose them, we typically bury them in a cemetery or in an area that might be our family burial grounds. But there, they bring their loved ones home and they bury them within even the area of their home. And then in that same ground, they have boreholes where they have their primary water source. And so that then creates a potential for some toxicity in their water supply that the clinicians are really concerned about, but there's no way to monitor this, and they feel like it's a problem. They see, anecdotal evidence that it could be a problem, but it's not something that's ever been really addressed, not in a systematic way. And that's just one example of just sitting across the table in a community and just listening to them tell us, what are your concerns and what should we be thinking about in our studies. And I have, half a dozen more of those studies, and that's just with our first trip to West Africa. So I wanted to point out just a couple of things, and then we can open the floor to questions if we have time. But one of the things that I think really should resound with this audience is for our social determinants of health team. I just mentioned we're going to 5 different countries in Africa. I didn't mention that part of our US-based recruitment is also trying to capture immigrant populations from those same countries that are here in the United States. But if we think about what social and societal trauma might be for an African-American woman living in Georgia versus a Ghanaian woman versus a Kenyan woman, there's no single survey, right, that would effectively capture what are the relevant factors that we need to address in those populations. And so our work package 1 social determinants team, which is led by Lauren McCullough at Emory University, a brilliant Black woman who's leading the field in this regard, is really focused on creating a curated set of questionnaires that helps us, through our knowledge that we've learned from the community, tailor these individual level parameters for every individual region of every country that we are assessing. And so for some of these, it's going to be civil unrest. For others, it's going to be natural disasters that have displaced their entire communities. In others, it's going to be some stigma that's associated with their particular, prognosis, let's say. And in America, I'll say, one of the things that I love about Dr. McCullough's work is there's always been this underlying assumption that, especially in America, that the overall higher mortality rate was due to lack of access to health care. But her work shows that at the highest earning potential, here even in Atlanta, that Black women who have access to health care still have a 126% higher mortality rate than white women in Atlanta, right? So that tells us that there's something else underlying that's translating into the inability of the therapies to work effectively in our African American women population, female population. And so what is that? Well, probably the superwoman syndrome, probably John Henryanism, probably social isolation, but we haven't systematically captured that information. This is just some maps that show us where the regions are. Now, another aspect of Standby that's unique is this exposomics work package. So we have this new field emerging now where we can use technology like mass spectrometry on plasma to capture every single molecule that's circulating. That means pollution that you've been exposed to, molecules from your diet, other metabolic signatures from comorbidities. And as we collect this on 40,000 individuals, alongside understanding their lived experience from social determinants, it'll be the first time that we'll have this level of data on this particular population. And again, learning from the communities what we need to look for. Would it be illegal coal mining, and what would be the particulates that we would see in that population, so on and so forth. And we do have some preliminary data showing some of those. For the genomics work package, I just want to say that part of what we're trying to do is, of course, fill the gap of knowledge that we currently have in terms of having whole genome data on regions in Africa, right? We've heard a lot of statistics about whether or not ancestry matters, but we really don't know if we haven't sequenced populations for the purpose of doing this type of assessment. And we already know that it matters because we've even been able to show that even from the origin of the African ancestry that's in our admixed individuals, which is what each one of these bubbles represents for the group that we studied of African Americans, that each one of those bubbles has a unique set of genes that are being driven to express in a unique way. So that means your West African ancestry could be impacting whether or not your immune cells are expressed in a certain way. Your East African ancestry is going to affect whether your immune cells even infiltrate into the tumors. So as we think about that, and even the variation of European origin of the admixture sends us a different and unique signal in terms of the genetic pathways that are important. But here's what I'm really excited about. Now we're starting to look at not just the global, sort of the percentage, if you will, of genetic ancestry from all these different regions, but now we can paint each one of the chromosomes. So along each chromosome, we can map where the origin of the genetic ancestry is, which then tells us the genes in those regions and then the origin of each gene that's in the genome in terms of the lineage that's passed down in these populations, which will help us to identify the actual drivers. My last genomics finding that I want to point out is that right now, if I were to explain to you sort of the technical pathway of how we utilize sequence data, to put it very bluntly, there's a map, right? And so your sequence is generated from your cells. We take that sequence, and then we find out where on the map each portion of your sequence actually belongs to. And then that tells us, based on where your sequence matches on that map, which genes are expressed, which genes are mutated. Well, the map is incomplete. The map only represents a neighborhood, and there's a whole city worth of data that we've neglected because the genetic reference that we use to map your sequences to don't have those regions of your DNA sequence even available for interrogation. And so our latest paper really addresses this in a quantitative way. And just to give you sort of a overall picture, what we identified was that there were over 100,000 regions of the genome that we sequence whenever we get these samples that there is no reference to map to. And so what we've been trying to do is quantify then, well, what if we didn't use the human genome reference that all of these different programs tell us to use? What if we didn't use that map that everybody else is using? What if we used another genome that originated from Africa, and we took that same DNA sequence and mapped it to an African genome? Well, guess what? We got an 80% improvement in mapping. So what does that mean? That means there's an 80% gap of knowledge that currently is not and has never been interrogated in any of the genomic studies that we've published to date. Not just us, but every study. We've also gone forward to assess, well, what's on these regions? Is there functional information there? Is it just what people like to call junk DNA? Well, it turns out that there are coding regions, which means it's part of real genes. That means there are genes that we've never even thought about that can't be on any mutation test because we've never even mapped them in the reference of the background that we have to use currently with our pipelines. And so that's also one of the deliverables of Team Standby, and we're working on that right now. The last work package is tumor immunology, and the point that I want to make about this work package is that my favorite gene is sort of embedded in the background here. So there's a gene called DARK, and if you know me and you know about the dark side of breast cancer, there's a mutation in this gene that was fixed in West Africa and was also sort of spread across the African sub-Saharan region through the Bantu expansion. And it was fixed in this population because it conferred an immunity to malaria. Now, it's also a blood group, but the Plasmodium vivax version of malaria, I should say. Now, losing the expression on red blood cells, which is why it's a blood group, caused by this mutation called Duffy null, also creates this sort of situation where people who have the mutation also have an inability to regulate systemic inflammation. So that means not having this protein on your red blood cells, which is good for not getting malaria because it's also the docking site for Plasmodium vivax, but it's bad for having to regulate in an environment triggers of inflammation, whether that be infections or stress, right? And so what we found was that the expression of this gene, even on tumors, somehow also regulates whether or not the immune cells are infiltrating into the tumors. All of this from a gene that has an ancestral variant that was fixed in our ancestral populations and is now as prevalent in our African American populations as about 70% of us are carrying this particular gene variant. And so now what we want to understand is how having that condition in your tumors can be explained by other genetic variants. So that's just one out of thousands, right, that are ancestral specific, that are regulating genes in a specific way, that then lead to a specific outcome. And so as we put all of this data together, sort of stacking it up from each work package, the next biggest challenge is how do we integrate all of that information? Now, I won't have time to tell you much, but I will say that the outcome that we're aiming for is to be able to create a map like this one. So we've piloted integrating this type of data using some of the New York City-based data which we generated in my previous institution. So what I'm showing you here is a map of the New York boroughs, okay? And the colors to the right represent whether or not those boroughs have sort of a density of rent-burdened households or literally people of color. So if I were to also map onto this, each one of these dots represents some of the patients that we were able to study for breast cancer and COVID-19. So we see that we have a great distribution across all of the boroughs, right? And that some of them are living in these rent-burdened and minoritized populations. Well, now if we look at this map, which shows us sort of the political barriers, right? So this is historic redlining. And I give you a sample of these patients. So each one of these dots represents where the breast cancer patients are living. And then I tell you, well, we looked in the tumors of these patients and we asked, well, are there mutations that seem to be accumulating that are unique to where people live? And the answer is yes. So now we've already started to show that if we integrate genomic data with environmental information, or in this case, social determinants of health, then we can find a trend that's associated with the molecular signatures that are on a tumor. This is showing the environmental hazards sort of mapped on top of that. So now we can actually start to hone in on what are the health hazards that are in these redline neighborhoods that are causing this specific type of mutational pattern that leads to these more aggressive forms of cancer. So as we do this work, we recognize that building the relationships in the community is really going to be pivotal in order to see any of these findings translate. Once we have a map that represents not just the New York area, but also areas in Nigeria where illegal oil refineries are, or areas in Ghana where illegal mining is occurring, and we show the evidence that where they live is impacting their exposures, and here are the panel of molecules that show that, which then impacts the tumor biology of cancer patients, and here are the mutational signatures that indicate that. Now, what are these communities going to do with that information? This is why our patient involvement team is very important. One of their goals is to create what we call plain language versions of our scientific papers so that they understand what the findings actually are, and they can use that as evidence to create policies in their communities that can help them, at the very least, make informed decisions about where they live and what they do, but also to help them put policies in place to protect them and to clean their environment. I'm putting a plug here for Standby Speaks, which is the podcast that our team lead, Ricky Fairley, hosts on a monthly basis. So with that, I'll end and just say that the expected outcomes of Standby are very vast. It's a gargantuan project, right? It's an honor to lead this team, but I also want to say that it's an honor to have it be hosted here at Morehouse School of Medicine, because all of the data that we're generating will eventually be publicly available, and so it should be feeding into all of these projects and all of these initiatives that we see being developed and sustained here at Morehouse School of Medicine. So with that, I'll close, and maybe we have time for a bit of a discussion. One question. Okay. Sorry.
Okay. That was an amazing, it was short, it was too short.
I'm sorry.
You should have made sure you had more time because very, very, very powerful presentation. Great work that you're doing.
Thank you.
And I wanted to ask two questions. One, does your team consider resiliency as part of the analysis to understand why aren't certain groups with African ancestry, even though they've been exposed, not having those outcomes?
Yes, absolutely.
And I want to, because you mentioned Benin, and the difference in terms of burial, it's very important because I do spend a lot of time in Benin. And the tradition there is very old when it comes to the process of burial. Now, you mentioned something about exposure and where they're being buried. But then there's also a big problem with the lack of a tradition of how we handle death and trauma here. And the intersection, potentially, or mediating factor potentially could be grief. Sleep is a big one. So we already know from the Nobel Prize in Neuroscience given to the neuroscientists who discovered the mechanism between shift work in cancer and the nurses study, Johns Hopkins, et cetera. And I would just want to look at those two things: sleep as a mediator, and the second one is protective mechanisms in our traditions or our culture that may also be very useful to addressing our exposures, et cetera.
Right. So thank you for your question. So to answer the last question first, yes, we do have a validation cohort that is measuring sleep. So one of the things that I didn't get to say is that for a subset of our African patients, maybe about 1,000 out of the 40 or 30,000 that'll be from Africa, they'll have sleep monitors, and so we'll be monitoring their sleep alongside asking them very pointed questions about their traditions. But to your point about traditions, social support, so that's something that we're seeing sort of evolve as well. Sort of the way we discuss it right now in the context of a problem is always sort of, well, there's some signal here that is, detrimental to our health. But what we're also finding are these niches of, even though and this is why it's so important to look at the individual level, because at the aerial level, it looks like some of these women live in deprivation. But if you get on the ground there and you ask them questions about, well, how do you do this? Well, No, I eat fresh vegetables, but so when do you go to the grocery store? I don't go to the grocery store. There is a farmer's market where this truck comes up to my church once a week, and we get access to fresh vegetables. And we see sort of this tradition of supporting one another that I think is some of that resilient signature. And I hope that we'll be able to pull it out. We talked about whether we would even put that as a deliverable. We chose not to because we had to tailor, right, the pitch to the audience that was making the selection. And resilience isn't necessarily considered high value to the funders. It is high value to our communities. So we will be trying to identify, like, well, what are the resilience factors? And social support is certainly, one of those factors. I think one of the things we try to make sure that our scientists keep in mind is that we are the Inequities Project. We're not the Tumor Biology Project. We're not the Genomics Project. We're the Inequities Project. So even though we're using these technologies, the goal at the end of the day is to find the intervention that affects the change on the populations. And so your point is well taken. There are even genetic markers of the resilience that you're talking about. So happy to have a deeper discussion. Thank you. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Just a quick question, sorry. This is a really wonderful topic, and I just wanted to bring up, my family's from Ghana, and so, the prevalence of, for example, hypertension, diabetes is significantly high there. But here in America, what about the concept of weathering and how racism and chronic stress, impacts epigenetics and gene expression?
So one of the reasons why the social determinants of health layer is at the foundation is because we're going to assess weathering, the superwoman complex, all of that initially before we ever do the genomics. And yes, one of the platforms that we're using for our genetic data, which is actually a platform that Dr. Meller uses here, will allow us to look at DNA methylation. And so we'll be able to look at epigenetic signatures. And all of that, again, coming back to this, how can we affect change? What's the intervention? How can we monitor whether or not a patient is starting to have the translation of their stress into a biological signature, right? So we are going to be looking at that. I think that the way we will approach it will be a bit different than the ones that you already see. One of the things that our determinants team has done is deconstruct every index there is, right? Every questionnaire that addresses nutrition, stress, they deconstructed every question, and now they've put together something that's very unique. And so it might be the interaction of weathering as a consequence of also a metabolic disorder, right? And I think that, as we start to generate the data for this first pass of our cohort, we'll start to see more clarity around what really is weathering. What does that look like in a lived experience? And how can we allow women to know you're in danger because you have signs of weathering, and here are some steps you can take to mitigate that process in your own life. So I really appreciate the question. All right, thanks. I know we gotta go. Everybody has somebody to pick up by now.
Well, stay here just a second, because I think you now know why I asked Dr. Davis to anchor our symposium today, because she's a rock star and a rocket scientist. So, and it was a tour de force, and I can hardly wait for a couple of years, because you're recruiting patients into this now, and we'll have a whole new concept of cancer.
Well, thank you for also your advisement. Dr. Barney Graham serves on our advisory board, and I really appreciate your guidance and wisdom. Couldn't do it without it.
Thank you. Okay, well, we have learned about genetic maps and zip code maps and social determinant maps, and we're going to wrap up our conference now. We hope to do this again next year. I hope all of you can come back for that and bring your friends. I have some people to thank. And Dr. Bastian and Dr. Davis, don't forget your phone. Dr. Bastian is the deputy director of our institute and carries a large burden of the work. And so I want her up here with me because we're thanking people within our group. We're thanking the people in events, planning for Morehouse, especially Rob Landers, if he's around still. We're thanking the Marcom group, the Marketing and Communications group, who've helped us with the graphics and getting out the word. And I have a couple of other people I want to thank, and I'd like Rosalind Blackwell to come up here, please. I know you don't like to be in front. And I'd like Deja Walker and Media Idata. Please come, just it won't take long.
That notion of a village that we chatted about last night, for those who are with us, is absolutely reflected in this summit. It has absolutely been a village effort. So please come on down, receive your flowers and acknowledgement.
Okay, so these are our global health warriors, and I want to thank them. Rosalind has done yeoman's work over the last several weeks to get this paid for, to get it organized, to get it, every part of it put together. And I don't know how to thank you enough, but take this as a token of being a global health warrior. Deja, you have been extraordinary in how you've been able to help us get this done. And I just want to recognize your competence and professionalism, and thank you for everything. So you are, and media, I don't know what to say about you either, but media has helped us solve some of our financial problems. And she has also been our prayer warrior. And without her, we would not have gotten this far through the meeting. So, thank you. And with that, I want to thank Dr. LaShannon Spencer. She was amazing as a moderator, and she agreed to this only a few days before and has done a phenomenal job of getting oriented and getting aware and knowing as much as she knew to do this job. So I want to thank you especially too. Thank you. Okay, and thank the audience for staying with us all this time, and we're going to take a picture. Yeah. So, yeah, thank all of you for hanging in there with us, and I hope to see you next year. And if you want to talk in between, just call us up.